cariño. Mira, hablando de
It's been nearly 3.5 years since this journey began. almost 1,300 days, 30,000 hours, and a lot of victories. But finally, the greatest Warzone players in the world have been united under the same roof in London. We are ready to raise it. 150 players from across 8 global regions will be competing in London's iconic Copper Box Arena. But on Warzone's largest ever stage, only one will take the title of World Champion. London, shall we meet some of the teams? First of all, your EU Stage 1 winners. He is no stranger to a land, he is no stranger to a victory. It's Team JUEGO! He is the fragger to watch, but his teammates are also looking sharp in the server, Vision and Lennon. Next up, your North American Stage 1 winners, it's Team Aiden! This is a man who saw success way back in Season 1 with his fellow Cheddar Bro. It's Welshman Rated! And he is joined by young gun Adrian. Next, your European Stage 2 winners with a combined total of 73 kills and back-to-back map wins. It is Team Ultra. I see the Italian flags waving in the audience for this team. They had a slow start to the year, but they really stepped it up when it mattered most. And finally, your North American Stage 2 winners with 83 eliminations as a team this season. It's Team Almond! And joining behind their captain, we have Noobs. And London, we have Tommy! This is not just about these teams. We have players from all around the world, 8 international regions. So let's hear about them right now. We have Latin America. Australia and New Zealand. Mexico. Asia. Middle East and Africa. Middle East and Africa. North America. And Europe. The stage is set. London looks ready to enjoy some Warzone. So load up and drop in because the World Series of Warzone Global Final starts now.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Series of Warzone.
We interrupt your previously scheduled viewing to bring you a special World Series of Warzone weather update.
Hey, can you feel that? The incredible heat radiating off the screen?
Well, because today is the day. Welcome to London and the World Series of Warzone Finals. Yes! Let's go, baby! No way!
The grandest, glorious Warzone event in history.
Awesome!
Where the stars will shine their brightest, the action will be incendiary, and the competition so hot it could melt even the thickest riot shields.
How the did we do that? Now, the last few months have seen a torrential downpour of bullets, bombs, bitterness, and ballistics, leading to an avalanche of clutch moments, major oopsies, and explosive plays that have whipped up the winds of Warzone, blowing the world's best right here. Woo! What a ride it's been. Finals forecast is simple. Record-setting heat waves of heroics and heightened heartbeats, blizzards of bullets and backstabbing, tornadoes of top place and teamwork, and the coronation of our new champions. Oh, and I guess a lot of alliteration, too.
They are sick to their stomach.
That was a crazy finish. Oh, my God! So lock in, load out, and get ready for the biggest, baddest, most bananas day of Warzone ever. You're not going to want to miss this.
Here we go.
See you later, alligator. Trust me, I'm a weatherman.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Series of Warzone Global Finals presented by Prime Gaming. We're in beautiful London, England, and I gotta say, the crowd is electric, as you should be, because we're in your home turf where we haven't been in so many years. London, how are we feeling? From what I've heard, and the rumors go, you guys are the loudest and rowdiest crowd we have in all of COD esports. I'm hoping you live up to that hype because I have been expecting it ever since London was announced. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, your host, and today is going to be incredible. We crown our first ever Global Warzone champion, and we're going to do it all together. Dream Crazy, Enigma, and Dandro. Dream, you're looking great. You've been in Warzone since the beginning. You've been in COD since forever, and now you're finally here on the main stage.
For all of the years I've been a part of Call of Duty, I have never made it to London. So this is my first time. I've never thought that even the World Series of Warzone starting in 2021 would even turn into this. And this is just amazing. The crowd has been amazing. I mean, the players are ready, and I just cannot wait to find out who wins today.
I know. Well, they hold destiny within their fingertips. Enigma, you're back in the Copper Box Arena. You were once here as a fan. Now you're on stage as a talent. Everything is coming full circle.
Absolutely. I couldn't think of a better place to do the World Series of Warzone Global Finals. I sat in those seats when we had Black Ops 4. I sat in those seats when we had Modern Warfare. We're in London, we're in the Copper Box, and UK crowds do not disappoint. We are going to have a show today.
They better not disappoint today. I heard the energy, and it was a nice sound. Dandro, you've been in Warzone since the very beginning. We've been doing World Series of Warzone for a couple years now, and now you're back for the Global Finals. How you feeling?
Dude, it's been 3 years, 3 different maps, and here we are in London, ready to have everybody on LAN. There are no excuses anymore. This is where it all goes down.
That's right. We have 50 great teams, but it was a long road to get to this point. Let's give you a recap as to how we got to the Global Finals. Well, we started in Stage 1, where everybody had a second chance, but we got rid of the second chances in Stage 2 Finals, and then that last chance qualifier was the last chance, where we punched 10 teams to the Global Finals here in London, England. It was an intense run. It was a lot of stages, but at the end of the day, we now know our top 50. Now, as far as today is going to work, we got 50 trios going for the points race championship. That means we'll crown a champion at the end of our 6 games, but then Solo YOLO is back. We're breaking up the teams, and it's going to be 150 solos, one map, one winner to decide it all for $100,000. As far as the scoring goes, well, it all works the same. 1 point per elimination and placement multiplier. Winner gets 2x points. That's a big deal. We've seen teams literally lose out on tickets to this very stage simply because they didn't get those multipliers or didn't get a single elimination, and Huskers was one of them. We'll be breaking him down in just a bit, but a lot to go down today and still a lot to get through, and I hope you're holding on tight because today, well, today's going to be fun. It is truly a global invitation, or excuse me, a global finals. We've had so many regions try and compete to make it to the stage. EU, NA, our expansion regions. And I think it's fitting. Since we are starting in EU, since we're starting in London, let's talk about the crowd's favorite, North America, to start off the day right. North America is going to be looking good. They're going to be looking strong. They have 21 great teams. Hey, I'll come out there, watch yourselves. 21 great teams, okay, and it seems fitting to talk about it with Enigma. Who are we looking out for?
I mean, look, the team that has to be at the top of your list is going to be that Team Allman squad. Allman, Tommy, and Noobs, TBE. They have ridiculous chemistry, been together for years, averaging 80 kills and 130 points per stage, which is quite frankly ridiculous considering the changing metas and circumstances. But this squad is known as a bunch of brilliant minds, and no doubt that will come in handy today. And you can call him North American all you want, but Tommy is our boy. He's here, he's going to put on the copper box, and I'm expecting this squad to be top 3.
Tommy's been here before, he has history. I think you even saw the event where he was getting the crowd riled up. He said he's not going to do that today, but who knows? Once he's feeling the crowd, feeling the energy, maybe performing well, which we expect him to do with TBE, he might get a little bit wild out there. I know FIFA was talking about getting wild, but Tommy, he's going to be our guy. But TBE, a lot of expectation, right? They've been performing well online. Can they do it on land? That's a question we have for quite a few teams that we're going to be watching today. But Dandro, let's talk about the man with the plan, the man with the energy, Team Hisoka.
Hisoka's always going to bring the energy no matter what, alongside the teammates Skullface and Mayapo. They are looking to go back-to-back in World Series of Warzone. They, of course, won last year on Caldera in 2022, and here they go. Stage 1, they were actually playing originally with Shifty before, right? And so Stage 2, Shifty then goes and plays with Biffle and Sage. They pick up the OG trio, Mayapo. They come in and they absolutely fry out, booking their ticket here to London. I love to call this team, they are either the unstoppable force or the immovable object, right? You try and take them out of rotation, not happening. You're not pushing them out of a building either.
Hisoka's a guy that always is ready to go. He's dripped out today, loving the Hisoka chain, but better believe when he gets pumped up, hyped up, nobody can stop him. That's what makes him that immovable object, as you were just saying a little bit earlier. Can't wait to watch him play today. But Dream, let's talk about a great, incredible player, Smixy, the only female to qualify for the global finals. Smixy attracted, flanked. What are they going to be doing today?
Well, yes, you have to give some love to the first and only female to qualify for our global final. And last year, you know, had to do a little bit of self-work, right? Just in a situation where she could not find good players, and also too, as a player herself, needed to make some improvements, needed to make some adjustments. You have to give some love to the first and only female to qualify for our global final. And we're kind of having the same issue, our global final. And last year, you know, had to do a little bit of self-work, right? Just in a situation where she could not find good players, and also too, within stage 2, needed to make some plays, and needed to make some adjustments. You have to give some love to the first and only female to qualify for our global final. And we're kind of having the same issue, our global final. And last year, you know, had to do a little bit of self-work, right? Just in a situation where she could not find good players, and also too, within stage 2, needed to make some plays, and needed to make some adjustments. You have to give some love to the first and only female to qualify for our global final. And we're kind of having the same issue, our global final. Let's talk about EU, because they have some everything good players, and also too, within stage 2, needed to make some plays, and needed to make some adjustments. You have to give some love to the first and only female to qualify for our global dropping 73 eliminations, average place of 13th, but they took first in stage 2, which is crazy. And big reason, Vortex and Blade, they doubled up on their eliminations and needed a next stage. So whatever recipe that was not working for them before, that last stage. So can they take it to land? That's the big question.
That's the big question. Like I said, for a lot of teams, returning champions, that means they are the kings to beat, at least on this stage. We have a couple of them, obviously. We used to split the regions, NA, EU, right? So now, we bring them all together. There can only be but one superior region when it comes to Warzone, at least for this year. So big moves coming out from those returning champions, Savvy Ultra. But Dandro, on to you, a team that is looking to make the dream come true. Team Rocket making their way through the LCQ.
Yeah, you got Rocket, Morpheus, and Zakar, okay? I love this squad. My boy Enigma was breaking it all down live. I got to sit comfortably at my house and watch this, and they were just a blast to watch because stage 2, right? They just barely don't manage to qualify for London by not 1 point, by one single elimination. That has to be heartbroken, right? But you're able to come into the LCQ, and these boys fry. Let me tell you what, you have Morpheus, one of our 10 mouse and keyboard players, hitting the most insane great snipes I've ever seen. You got Zakar, who's flying into buildings, who's absolutely slamming kids. It was just amazing to watch. And I gotta shout out Morpheus, right? Really an MVP of the squad. Stage 1, dropped 6 eliminations. Stage 2, 16, ends the LCQ with 28. Putting the team on his back. Can he do it today here?
28, chef's kiss as far as I'm concerned. Wonderful team. I've spoke with them. They're very passionate. They're happy to be here. You got to think about it. The heartbreak to lose and narrowly lose a spot to the global finals, only to regain an LCQ. I mean, your dreams could literally come true today. The crowd was cheering them on, and they expect Team Rockets to perform. We'll see if they do. And for our third EU team, though, and I think this is going to be the favorite for the entire arena, Enigma, we have Team Jukies.
Of course, it would not be an EU list without talking about Jukies, the home favorites for many, the favorite here for me today. But when it came to the assembly of his squad, there were a lot of questions. Picks up Vision, picks up Lennon. A couple of people say, well, why have you not done this or this? However, unique comms is definitely something that goes with that. Unique strategy and a hell of a lot of chemistry. There's no egos on this lineup. They get the job done. They trust in each other fully. And I'm expecting them to carry on their huge stage 1 and stage 2. The thing is, you are home favorites, and pressure either makes diamonds or bursts pipes. Which one are they going to be today?
You said no egos. There might not be any egos amongst the three, but there's definitely ego with Jukies amongst his competition. He gave one of the best interviews I have literally ever heard in my decade of esports experience, saying in stage 1 finals, we're already winning. We don't care about the EU teams. I said, I've heard this story many times before. Come by the end of the day of stage 1 EU finals, he's the champion. He wins it, wins the money, goes to stage 2, but more importantly, he backed up his word. He's a fierce competitor, a great human being, but more importantly, he'll put you in the grave if you're not ready to challenge him. Hopefully everybody is on the stage, but trust. And you know one thing I do like as well, we've got Jukies right down there and FIFA right behind him, right? So maybe some banter going between the two. I know he was already getting the crowd amped up, but he's looking to do it a little bit more if he gets a victory. But let's move on from NA to EU now to our expansion regions. We have a lot of different regions being represented, very talented teams coming through. And first for me, Enigma, I want to start off with Australia with Zeppa.
Yeah, and this squad for me is summed up by saying underestimate Australian talent at your peril. And we've seen this over in competitive multiplayer with the CDL. A lot of people talking about Fred, but he wasn't really considered to be much of a threat. He goes into the CDL, absolutely tears it up, becomes Rookie of the Year, and Zephyr is looking to emulate exactly that. This guy has huge LAN experience. He's dominated over in that region for a long time, so he's used to putting up in big moments. And I think today he comes in and becomes a part of that top 10 conversation. He's looked good in scrims while here, and I think we have indeed got a future star on our hands.
Mentioned Fred, right? Australia, they have surprised us before, and I'm sure they're looking to do it again today. Australia, a region that always has to prove themselves.
Yeah, I mean, a region, right? They're down under, not exactly always looked at. We kind of forget about them for some reason, and here they are on the world's biggest stage, absolutely slaying out, and I think it'll be turning some heads, right? I think some of these players might pick up a bounty contract, see Zeppa, and be like, that's a free kill. I don't think that's the case.
Not at all. Hey, during these scrims, before we obviously get into map 1, man, they were slow lobbing, 110 towards the very end, right? So I don't know how these teams are going to adjust to that, but some of our aggressive teams, which we're moving into for Asian region, it's going to get intense. So let's talk about the Asia region, and of course, moving into Japan with Sirius, Andrew.
Yeah, you have Sirius, Mariko, and CPA, like you said, qualifying through Asia, specifically Japan. And we saw in the qualifiers, they were just absolutely lighting up buildings with nades, throwing everything they had to try and flush out some of these teams. And they absolutely stomped their qualifier for what it's worth, right? But the thing is, the question I have, you're in a completely different lobby. The caliber of here compared to your regional qualifiers is insanely different. So will that highly aggressive playstyle, is it high risk or is it high reward? At the end of the day, this is a team that I think embodies what it means to be at the World Series of Warzone. They play through their qualifier, they make it here, and they're just excited to be on this stage.
Look at that smile. They're happy to be here. They're representing Japan, and they are looking to go all the way. 66 kills during their qualifying run, a very impressive number as far as I'm concerned. But they're going to have to battle against CU crowd along with the 49 other teams they're going to be going against today. But make no mistake about it, they're here for a reason, and they're looking to win this entire thing. Let's move forward towards Africa, and of course the other region, as we talked about, Saudi Arabian team Zizix, who's looking to go all the way themselves, a talented trio.
Yes, of course, Zizix being the highest player in their qualifier, winning and getting top 4 every every single drop, representing Saudi Arabia to Hamuz bin Wadali, who also in turn dropped 32-30 eliminations. So totaling in 97. What really stood out to me about this team is that collectively we always ask that question. Do teams have that ability to disengage, re-engage, make those in-game decisions that are super important? Playing aggressive when you need to, and that's one thing that I noticed that they do, especially in Zizix. He's that hyper-aggressive Slayer. You have Wadahi who's sniping essentially. Maybe we'll see some surprises here on land, but they seem like they're ready to go. They were essentially in scrims taking out cheap challenger players, like players like Quicker, who we've seen play phenomenal in the qualifier, as well as Tuni too. So I'm like, those close range engagements, winning those ones is going to be important, because I don't know if you guys saw it. We saw a lot of scrims going on today.
We did.
Everyone was using Lockets.
Yeah, that's true. And how many eliminations, by the way, just real quick for that little stat line. How many eliminations did they get?
97.
97, come on. 97 eliminations puts you easily top 10 here, if not more. I'm telling you, you cannot count out these expansion regions. Let's look at the full list, because there's a lot of great teams we want to give our flowers to. And Dandra, pass it to you. Who are we watching?
Dude, I got to shout out our Mexican squad, Panda, Clamp, and Extra J. I've been watching this squad for a little bit, and let me just tell you, I was walking around a little bit this morning, watching that early morning screen go down, and Panda, Clamp, and Extra J, just put on the moves. They were far and above everyone else, and you cannot sleep on this squad. Like, you cannot stop sleeping on our LATAM and Mexican squads, because they're coming out and frying.
Hey, listen, I know from previous esports, Latin America is a passionate bunch, okay? So their fans are going to be getting loud in chat, I'm sure, in the arena. And on top of that, these guys, they understand what they're in for, and they want to prove everybody wrong. Well, there it is, at least 9 wonderful teams, more team discussions to come. But now I want to focus our attention to the actual regions. And if you don't mind, I want to get the desk a little bit spicy, because I want to hear each argument as to whose region is going to be the best. And because we're in the home turf, Enigma, we'll start with you. EU, why are they the best region today?
I mean, quite frankly, EU have had to deal with quite a bit of disrespect over time. They very rarely get given the opportunities that North Americans do. When they do, it's often on awful ping. It's often playing tournaments till the early hours of the morning, and kind of a be grateful attitude. That's despite FIFA Kill flying on over to North America and winning the solo YOLO over there, and 2 of North America's best players being, well, European. And also, today we have 2,500 European fans in the copper box.
That's right.
That are going to be willing the teams on to victory, and that's why I think there's no chance we lose today.
Hey, look, you got a thing called the green wall, and here you got the thing is the EU wall. That's going to be a powerful being and a powerful force to get through if you're an NA or expansion region team. But you heard them say it, Dandro, right? You know, NA, they seem to get wins when EU comes across the pond over to NA. What do you think?
I feel like I'm fighting just a wave right now for trying to root for NA against
Do it, though.
EU, but
be loud.
Listen, Call of Duty was built off of NA, okay? Born and raised, 2 decades, we are here. Now, you might have mentioned, oh, some of our best players, yeah, bring it, let's go. Some of our best players are EU, but they don't get there without the backs of their teammates, right? Raided's teamed up with Aiden and Adrian. Tommy is with Almond and Noobs. You don't get to the top by yourself, my man. And also, why do they have to come to America? Oh, because the competition's better.
Okay, well, look, they're not going to smoke us first and foremost. Now, expansion regions have to be represented. Dream, give your best argument as to why they can win.
Do you all remember a long time ago when NA used to say that EU played weird? Well, NA and EU have been playing, essentially, we have mixed regions over the years. We've gotten used to each other's play styles. So now global expansion will be that region, I feel like, that will play weird, because you guys mentioned the Latin American teams, right? I'm looking at Rodrigo, King Mati, and Zamund, because they dropped 227 points in their qualifier, having over 123 eliminations. Like, you think about that, you're like, maybe some of these global expansions teams will come out with something and some unexpected surprises.
But surprises indeed are going to happen. So we've gave our opinions, and you booed us, you cheered us, okay, but now I'm going to give your opinions. Let's hear what you got to say first. Who thinks NA is going to win today? Is that cheers or boos?
Mostly boos.
Mostly boos? Okay, fair enough. All right, what about our expansion regions? Who think they're going to win today? Oh, don't count them out. You guys are sleeping on the wrong people. I'm just telling you. All right. Well, then let's go here. Who thinks EU is going to win today? Seems like we know who our favorites are in the building, and fair enough. Okay, we are on your home turf. Well, fair. We're going to take a quick break, but check this out. We got a lot coming up after the break, and Drop 1 is about to be underway. We're getting closer and closer to seeing who's going to be our Global Invitational champion. Coming back, we are going to be breaking down quite a bit. LCQ, we had those crazy wildcard madness where we saw not only 10 teams punch their ticket in, but 2 wonderful teams during the wild card. Then we're going to get to hear from Enigma. We'll crack the code with Huskers near miss and Nate Dogg going big. And trust me, that section, you're going to want to pay attention because Enigma, kind of big brain over there. And then at the end of the day, we're going to have Goj and Tiff go talk to Repulse here in the building. They're doing a watch party and they're supporting us, our official side stream of the World Series of Warzone. With that being said, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the World Series of Warzone Global Finals here in the Copper Box Arena will continue.
Follow along on social media for all your Call of Duty esports needs. Get all the latest info in real time. Just follow at COD_esports Twitter and Instagram now. Be sure to link your Twitch or YouTube account with your Activision profile now. Don't miss any of the amazing viewership rewards during the Global Final, including the chance to win a Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 beta code.
All right, so the 3 of you here for World Series of Warzone. Let's go ahead and start with some introductions. Started with you, Jowo.
Hi, I'm Jowo. Warzone player, streamer, content creator, supermodel dating guy. You know what I mean?
My name's Redman. I don't have the same accolades. I'm a better Warzone player, better supermodel dater. I do everything better.
I'm Limax. I'm from Australia, down under. I'm better than both of them.
Oh, also, while we're here, we do have a little surprise. I know we just got hot into this. Bredman has the most luxurious hair.
Oh,
and before we start talking about bucket hats and stuff, I want to see some action. So we're going to have Jowo and Limax braid your hair.
Wait, what?
Limax, Jowo, have you ever braided anyone's hair before?
I have not.
A couple ladies, you know, my mom. I just forgot right now, though. I just forgot.
You forgot how to do it.
I've done it so much. It's like in nature. I just forgot it. Right?
So,
Bro,
perfect.
Bro, do you brush your hair?
Bro, I just got it brushed just a second ago.
No, this is, dude, somebody just got it to the salon.
Brad, you are known for your bucket hats. We see them in the back of your stream. We know that you go through a process of picking them out prior to each and every competition. Which one is your favorite? Will you be wearing it tomorrow?
Okay, so my favorite bucket hat is the purple one that I wear, honestly, only because it fits on my headset really easily. I always wear the expensive buckies for tournaments for sure, especially a tournament like this. I mean, this is crazy.
All is right in the world. We have a bucket hat on the head of Bread. Now, you have to go ahead and rate their braiding skills.
I don't even think you can put on a scale. It was so bad.
Yeah, good. You meant good.
Yeah.
It was
off
a
the
different term.
charts.
There's a different kind of slang term. You meant good.
Good to know. Well, thank you guys so much for being here. Completely good luck this weekend. Hopefully, you guys do win. But do you guys have any last shouts before we leave here?
For all the people that are supporting us, thank you guys so much. It means the world. Obviously, there's like a ton of tweets and stuff. Obviously, it means a lot to us. So thank you so much for cheering us on, and we will bring it home for you guys for sure.
I don't think there's anything that I can say to beat what Joe just said. So I'd say the same thing. A nice little thank you to everyone again that's supporting us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you to everyone. That's it. And shout out the Signal 50.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Series of Warzone Global Finals presented by Prime Gaming. We're in beautiful London, England, here at the historic Copper Box Arena, where so many wonderful moments have taken place. And today will be no different. We crown our first ever Global Warzone champion. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by the wonderful Dream Crazy, Enigma, and Dandro. And I know you like the pre-show, but I know you like drop number 1 just as much. We're about to head in. But just so you know, for everyone at home and even in the audience, if you want to participate, we do have those viewer incentives. Make sure you link your Twitch or YouTube account with your Activision profile now so you can get those viewership incentives. And on top of that, MW3 beta codes if you want to get involved. But without further ado, I think we're ready for drop number 1. So let's send it to our casters, Goj and Tiff.
Thank you so much, Reflections. I am so excited to be here live in the Copper Box Arena, Goj, but we have been waiting from the beginning of the entire year live until now. 150 players behind us, and they're ready to get wild.
Ready to get wild, and not only ready to get wild, we also have amazing crowd. We have incredible watch parties going on online and on site, but game one is ready. Let's take a look at the players flying in.
Bueno, pues ya parece que vamos a comenzar. Les doy muchas gracias, chicos, por pasaros a ver el directo. Vamos a ver si lo comentamos un poquito, a ver qué tal se ve. Mapa 1,
Now
como
we
veis,
said it.
empezamos.
These players have battled through stages, through last chance qualifiers, crossed continents, all to compete here in the Copper Box. We always talk about the leaders, the story of the legacy versus ambition, experience versus hunger, and Goj, the old guard versus the new guard.
The old guard versus the new guard. You've got Tommy, you've got Braided, you've got Alvin, you've got Huskers, and then you've got some of our new faces. I asked the players, Tiff, what is their best tournament experience? What's their most memorable moment in Warzone history? And many said the qualifying moments. London, you are witnessing greatness. 150 players on LAN. This is the largest LAN lobby ever in the history of esports. Let's take a look at the map.
And then we see the map. And the zone isn't necessarily the most atrocious one I've witnessed here. It could have pulled full-on water, but looking at our first team, Nickel, Picnic, and Wagnificent. Wagnificent, such a wind grinder, and honestly, going to do incredibly well here. You really want to land in a relatively safer area, maybe over by Sawa, which you'll see this team is. If you can get money really quick, but we wanted to get into the action, and DBZ, no stranger to it, already engaging.
DBZ back at it again. They had some chemistry rifts and they're already in trouble. The crowd not happy, but Z-Lane are already down and eliminated. Azen, Heed, Gromalok, one of EU's finest squads. They said we're running 3 signals today, Goj. Not 1, not 2, but 3, and already they've got Clutch, Belk, and Destroy in their sights to try to grab.
Vemos que tenemos el equipo de Destroy con Glomako, Kiez y Hyzen. Vamos a ver qué tal se les da.
Is already going down elsewhere.
Madre mía. Este ya ha pillado sus armas por lo que se ve. Lleva 2 kills. Para dar con la MP5 desde ahí, complicado. Vemos cómo se retiran un poquito. Supongo que irán a lootear un poco porque no tenía placas ya. Vale, vemos cómo se han separado. Se han ido unos por un lado, otros por otros. El CZR se ha quedado solico. Está por ahí él solo. Me parece que les van a atacar porque tienen uno abatido. Vale, lo han rematado y se lo cargan a él también. Vamos a ver. Vale, qué buena. Pues les queda uno solo de ese equipo. Vale, se ha quedado ahí tapa un poquito escondido. Está contra Champi, que Champi está también por ahí. Se han quedado 1 para 1 ahí. Y aquí tenemos a otro equipo. Ya sabéis que aquí juegan más técnico, no atacan tanto como se les ve en sus vídeos. A ver, todo el mundo quiere ganar. Vale, ahí vemos que todo el mundo va con la MP5, la gran mayoría. Vale, solo les queda uno de ese equipo. Se van, no, son 2. Atacan por la espalda, qué buena. Vale, Peluca. Él es el equipo de Flex. Están ahí atacando, qué buena. Bueno, les han abatido. Se está pinchando. Vale, tienen ahí acorralado detrás de una roca. Vale, muerto. Vale, parece que aquí también se están pegando. Y está el equipo de Method por ahí también. Vale, ya baten a uno, lo remata, buena. Qué buena. Lo tiene justo encima. Vale, va con el MP5 y va bastante bien el tío. El Bacon Gang, no sé muy bien cómo se pronunciará eso. Vale, Bralik se ha quedado ahí solo y Bacon Gang se ha marchado. Ha preferido no quedarse sin equipo tan rápido. Ahí tenemos a Mutex, a Husker y a Jesús. Vale, parece que van directos a un enfrentamiento. Bueno, tienen a dos equipos alrededor y un... Vamos, y van a por un tercer equipo. Están ahí todos metidos. Aidan también está por ahí. Vamos a ver si entran en combate el equipo de Huskers, perdón. Se lo han llevado por delante. El equipo de Aidan. Ahora que el humo es muy buena, como cubre. Heisen, perdón, antes he dicho Aidan, era Heisen. Se ha metido ahí en un berenjenal, que cuidado. Vale. Ahí, qué buena la ha batido, pero se lo han llevado. Se los han conseguido cargar, qué buena. Muy buena, la verdad que lo han hecho muy bien. Vamos a ver ahí Flex nadando por ahí. Está con Toyor o Tojor o como se llame. Que va a juntarse con él, me supongo. Vale, tenemos aquí a Peluca con su equipo un poquito más retirado. Y tienen a dos equipos alrededor. Vale, y se acerca aquí del equipo 14, que yo creo que va volando, pues se mueve muy rápido. Vale, ahí lo tenemos a Nate Dogg. Vale, quiere tirar un ataque aéreo. Vale. Ahí tenemos el equipo de Flex, vale, ha batido uno, qué buena. Flex está un poquito más atrasado con su compañero. Vale, lo vuelve a batir, vale, si ya no se reanima. Vale. Ahí el equipo de Aidan, que están huyendo. Vale, Aidan ha caído. Vale, Aidan muerto. Y el otro compañero, ¿dónde se ha metido? Vale, está huyendo como puede. Madre mía, cómo corren cuando quieren. Y damos con el dinero que hay en juego como para no huir. Vale, vemos que van a entrar por debajo. Ya sabéis que aquí ir todos juntitos hace mucho, La verdad que, como veis, no se separan ahora mismo el equipo de Flex. Aquí tenemos a dos que están un poco distanciados y tienen al otro equipo ahí, que no les dejará mucho moverse. Pues están los 3 contra 2. Ha tirado un dron. Vale, se ultas, Beyblade. Vale, está observando dónde tienen a los enemigos. Vale. Casi. Madre mía, ¿cómo evita el otro que le den? Madre mía. Vamos a ver, vale, le tenemos en la azotea a Wartex. Va con una Wasp. Vale, por ahí vemos a la izquierda que ha caído Mutex. El equipo de Nate Dogg. Vale. Vale, Wartex, Fried. Vale, tenemos ahí a dos equipos que están un poquito en conflicto, pero no se están pegando entre ellos. Están viendo cómo se atacan porque están en lo alto del tejado. Vale, ha caído uno, solo queda Clown. Vale, tenemos por otro lado a Benzei, Stukex y Lubey, que están dando a los 2 contra 1. Ha caído uno y el otro muerto, ¿vale? Ha venido el otro con el coche todo loco. Pero vamos, ha llegado tarde, casi lo atropella. Vale. Están tirando humo para, por si acaso, aunque están más solos que la una. Ahí, ellos dos. Pero por si acaso, mejor prevenir, ¿no? Están cogiendo un coche cada uno. Vale, Stuka se ha muerto. Vale, supongo que estarán yendo hacia un carro para sacar a su compañero. Aquí tenemos a Big Pavo, Champi y CZR contra Nofoe. Y el otro no he visto muy bien quién es. Contra Donkey. Vale, Donkey se lleva uno, qué buena. Que se ha movido bien el tío. Les han tirado un ataque aéreo, un racimo. Vale, Zanky, Hollow y Hitscolet atacan, que saben que es uno. Está huyendo como puede. Qué francazo, tú. Se está intentando pinchar. Vale, lo remata, qué buena. Vale, Zack le ha metido ahí un buen francazo y ya se ha tirado a rematarle rápido antes de que se reanimara. Aquí vemos que hay 3 contra 1 que le están agobiando un poco al otro, al Frey. Vale, los otros están cayendo en paracaídas, me supongo yo, porque también se mueven rápido. Así que estarán cayendo en paracaídas. Vale, han cogido tirolina y se van a una zona más dentro del mapa porque estaban casi al borde del gas ya. Vamos a ver, B-Blade lleva 2 bajas y ha batido a 3. Y ha rematado a 2. Wartes, Blade y Sayultras, 90. Y el equipo de Flex vemos que están por ahí cerca también, pero están por debajo, yo creo. Vale, han cogido altura, que ya sabéis que la altura da ventaja. Sobre todo aquí en estos enfrentamientos, que siempre puedes cubrirte bien. Qué francazo. Le ha enchufado bien a ese. Vale, vemos que está ahí todo congregado porque se está haciendo el círculo ya bastante pequeño y queda muchísima gente en pie todavía. La verdad que son muchísimos, muchísimos los que están en pie. Vale, solamente hay unos poquitos eliminados, la verdad. Siguen 113 vivos todavía, de 150 y están ya en un círculo bastante avanzado. Tenemos a OK, que está ahí un poquito acorralado detrás de una roca, pero parece que el otro se ha ido a atacar hacia otra zona. A su compañero. No le ha dado ni una, el pobre. Vale, está huyendo como puede. Le han enchufado, le ha batido, qué buena. Vale, pues uno menos de ese equipo. Baking Gang, Gag y Wars. Vale, están ahí los 3 juntos. Y a Prodigy, que está un poquito más para atrás. Vale, tenemos aquí que están están dentro de una casa, un equipo, otro pegándose, el de Rate Daidan, están pegándose con Hayets y Gromalo, que está un poquito más lejos de él. Vale, qué buena, el Hit Adrian, que le han enchufado un par de balas ahí. No tiene placas, pero su compañero tiene 10, a ver si las comparte con él. Aidan le queda una plaquita, vale, parece que las ha repartido un poquito. Vemos que tenemos ahí el equipo de Flex, Peluca y Tojor, que se están pegando con Luquinas y le está rodeando Luquinas por la izquierda. Están rodeando por la izquierda, vale, tenemos ahí, vale, le está dando bastantes. A Peluca le tiene un poquito tibio, parece que le han abatido, ¿no? O le están dando bien. Vale, Fex se recupera después de que le han dado unas cuantas. Vamos a ver, ¿hacia dónde va? Vale, se ha tirado un ataque aéreo. Y aquí tenemos a Hit Adrian. Vamos a ver. Están todo su equipo ahí, o sea que están todos bastante juntitos. Vemos que el del equipo número 1 está cayendo ahí en todo el meollo, que no sé yo si va a durar mucho. Vale, el equipo de Flex ha conseguido salvarse de esos francazos. Vale, vamos a ver, está mirando por ahí abajo a ver si hay alguien. Creo que no hay nadie por ahí. No, por lo que se ve en mi mapa están bastante más lejos. Vale, está buscando una posición elevada. Vale, parece que están buscando, pero no se encuentra nadie. Tenemos ahí a Destroy Islander y el otro es Kluchek. Y el equipo de Beyblade está uno en la azotea y los otros están un poquito más abajo, pero la verdad que está visualizando bien por dónde vienen o por dónde no vienen. Y parece que no se les acerca nadie. Aquí les tenemos un poquito distanciados a este equipo. Vale, le acaban de reanimar a Colors, el Super Evan y Swag. Y están en combate contra otro equipo. A ver, se están recuperando ahí un poquito. Tenemos a Táctica, la Pets y a Eugost. Uf, qué zurriagazo se ha llevado el bicho. Toma placa y que intenta que no te den otra vez. Vamos a ver, están intentando entrar porque están fuera del círculo. Y contra antes entren mejor porque luego les van a pillar ahí con el gas pegado. Vale, se está metiendo cada francazo el bicho. Vale, qué buena, casi le abate. Aunque han abatido uno de sus compañeros, les han stuneado. Vale, vemos que hay 4 equipos, no, 5, perdona, 5 equipos metidos ahí en el mismo, en los mismos metros cuadrados. Vale, ha caído uno, qué buena. Sabemos que la rotación es difícil porque es que es mucho campo abierto. Están un poco ahí. A ver si consiguen entrar dentro del círculo, ¿no? Porque al final el gas se los va a comer. Y por lo que veo no lleva máscara ninguno. Vale, han conseguido quitarle placas a uno. Han intentado acercarse, pero madre mía, cómo la han puesto. Madre, qué buena. Se han llevado al primero, el segundo. Oh, ha batido a otro. Ha caído. Y Pets está ahí con Eugost. Y parece que han conseguido hacerse con todo el equipo. Han conseguido hacerse... El que ha quedado vivo está huyendo. Parece que ha conseguido sobrevivir al menos un tiempo. O sea, luego tenemos aquí a Ratez, Heidran y Aidan. Están metidos dentro de una casa. Se han tirado un carrito. A ver si consiguen hacer algo. Vamos a ver, están ahí un poquito manteniendo la zona. Y ya saben que les va a tocar volver a moverse. Les quedan 30 segundos para que se mueva el círculo. Vale, sé que está ahí en una posición elevada, lleva 6 kills, ya sabéis que cada baja es un punto y dependiendo de la posición se multiplica por un número u otro. Ya tenemos aquí a Seig. Vale, se ha pillado ahí por el lateral. Vale, le ha quitado solo le ha metido unas poquitas balas, la verdad. Vale, granada, qué buena. Vale, tienen tocadísimo, ese cae, vale, buena, batido. Tenían ahí que se han tirado unas armas, no sé si os dais cuenta que han tirado ahí unas armas. Vale, y se ha metido ahí otro equipo, el de Braxton y Empathy. Pero la verdad que están con bastante gente en esa zona. La verdad que si le ves están por todos los lados. Están observando un poquito por arriba, no les vayan a atacar desde arriba, que sabéis que la altura da ventaja. Qué buena ese francazo. Uy, cómo ha escapado, qué buena también esa escapada. Les han gaseado, que ha tenido que alejarse Ratted. Vale, tenemos ahí el equipo de Aidan que también está entrando un poquito en juego, que les ha tocado acercarse. Están ahí con un equipo, vale, lo han eliminado. En The 16 Wiped. Vale, tira nuevo para volver a recomponerse. Y tirarán, bueno, ya están al borde del gas, así que entrarán poquito a poco, me supongo yo. Vale, qué buena ese de ahí arriba afuera. Vamos a ver. Se están metiendo todos poquito a poco porque veis que queda muchísima gente. 56 personas en el sexto círculo. Es una barbaridad, la verdad. La verdad que hacen los combates justos y necesarios para poder avanzar. Vale, cogiendo mascaritas. Qué buena. Tienen autorres también. Tienen una bengalita ahí, que la verdad que las bengalas no vienen nada mal. Tiene ahí un equipo justo delante. Qué buena. Vale, uno menos. Y pues 6, Shifty, Biffle. Vale, van a atacar. Uf, ¿cómo la ha puesto? Vale, qué buena. La deja un poco tieso, pero vamos, han quedado los dos bastante tiesos. Vale, la han abatido, la han pillado por el lateral. Vale, disparando ahí un poco que no sabe ni a dónde. Casi todo el mundo juega con la MP5, ¿eh? Vamos, ahí tienen uno para uno. Le pilla por el lateral, qué bueno. No, han atacado los dos, perdona. Hay un equipo que está comiendo bastante gas que se está metiendo, el equipo 40. El de Blade. Vale, madre mía, qué congregación de gente. Mirad el minimapa, qué barbaridad de gente hay ahí, macho. Pues vamos a ver. Han tirado humo para poder meterse ahí un poco, ¿vale? No ha acertado con ese francazo. Y, uy, destacan por la izquierda. Tenemos ahí un equipo entero. Vale, uno ha caído su compañero, Blade. Vale, tiran humo para que no les enchufen de todos los lados. Vamos a ver, porque hay tantísima gente que es que yo supongo que dan 3 pasos y ya tienen un equipo disparándoles. Ya sea un equipo u otro. Ahí tenemos que están avanzando el equipo de Dark. La verdad que este pobre hombre no sabe ni dónde meterse. Vale, uno fuera de ese equipo. Vale, han acabado con ese squad. Con el 24. Vale, les tiene ahí a tiro. Lo que pasa es que no les está viendo muy bien, pero los tenía ahí al ladito de la mira. Vamos a ver. Mira, ahí le ve las piernecillas. Toma, abatido. Qué buena. No tiene granadas. Es una lástima porque los hubiera derribado de una. Qué buena otra vez para abajo. Cómo corre, madre mía, qué buena. Qué buena, han acabado con el equipo 45. Vale, intentan atacar al tejado, a Skullface. Vale, están aguantando la presión ahí arriba, qué buena. Nada, que la altura da ventaja, ya sabéis, chicos. Vale, tenemos ahí a otro. Opa. Madre mía, intentaba huir, pero le han enganchado mientras intentaba huir. Está en una posición complicada de japar. Vale, tenemos el equipo de Skull, Mayapo y Shoka. Le tenemos ahí en el tejado. Y tenemos al equipo de Clam Strag, el del Limax y el de Reaper. Todos ahí abajo. Y tenemos a un Intech que está por ahí infiltrado, el pobre solo. Vale, vamos a ver qué tal va la cosa. Vale, cubren por el gas, que no le venga nadie por detrás. Bredman, Limax. Vale, están los 3 vivos, que esa es muy buena. Vale, están metidos ahí en la casa. Mala. Entrar, mala idea. Vale, ha tenido que meterse en el gas para poder reanimar. ¡Oh, qué lástima! Casi les pilla ahí por el lado. Tenemos a Clamp. Otro para abajo. Ha intentado huir Strax, pero se lo han llevado también. Otro equipo fuera. El equipo 18. Vale. Vale, pues ahí tenemos una victoria. Tenemos la primera victoria del torneo. Vale, muy buena. Aquí tenemos aquí al equipo celebrándolo, que la verdad que es muy buena, la verdad que la han jugado muy bien, la verdad que había una cantidad de gente ahí dentro que es que yo no sé ni cómo han conseguido salir vivos de ahí. El team de Isoka y Sokat 42 de Norteamérica son los que han ganado el primer partido. El primer mapa, vamos. Estamos muy bien jugado por todos, la verdad que es complicado. Vale, pues ahí tenemos al equipo vencedor del primer mapa. La verdad que el equipo que tuviera ahí lo que era la altura tenía ventaja, porque en el momento que los de abajo necesitaran salir para moverse en el círculo estaban a tiro perfecto. La verdad que la han jugado muy bien todos, muy bien. El equipo de Flex no sé cuándo ha sido eliminado, la verdad. Y ni tampoco el de Method. No tengo ni idea cuándo les han eliminado. Bueno, y ahora continuamos con el siguiente partido.
Look, we can talk about this all day, Tiff. There's so many what ifs. What can we change? The makings of the best Warzone players in the world are the people that can think on their feet and adjust on the fly. You can have all the strategies in the world, you can have all of the practice, but what will you do here on main stage in London, Tiff? What an incredible first map of Warzone, and I gotta say, if that's how the rest of the games are gonna go, couldn't be more excited. Let's toss it over and check out that HyperX victory moment.
Go. That was actually really impressive there out of Skullface, just playing it patient, had the durable gas mask, and as we run back those celebrations, that just goes to show you how important it is to find those gas masks early on and be able to anchor it out. The fact that they were able to filter out Limax and Breadman there, but hey, you know, I talked to them yesterday, and they were really excited. They are the two-time DMZ undefeated winners, and they said they came here to win.
Second place is pretty impressive, I gotta say. The big question in my mind, right, it's kills, kills, kills. How many eliminations do you have? That multiplier is going to be clutch. Of course, 2 times for first place is massive for Team Hisoka. There's going to be a lot of math, but there's going to be a lot of points on the board for that team, Tiff.
I know we're queuing up an interview so we can talk to Soka, Skullface, and Mayapo, and I'm curious if Frankie has got them down on the stage, because I really want to hear, and then I want to see what's going on. So take it away, Frankie.
To be honest, Tiff, I nearly had to go over to the booth and drag them over here because they were so caught up in their victory on land that they forgot they had to talk to me. But it's all right, boys, I'll forgive you if you give me some good answers. Soka, you guys took the W in the North American World Series of Warzone Finals last year, but now you're here to prove yourselves on LAN. What's it like playing in London?
I mean, it's wild, man. The crowd is amazing. The vibes are amazing. Wagwan, London, Wagwan. What are you saying? What are you saying?
London, he's been preparing for this event by watching Top Boy. I'm going to come over to you, Logan. At Skullface on the roof, you were playing hot, you had the Signal 50 in hand. What was your thoughts in that end game as the circle was closing in and you knew you had the advantage?
Just play our lives, and hopefully I use that gas mask to get behind the enemy.
What? Were you aware that you were going up against your NA adversaries, Team JUEGO?
That they were the last right there? I didn't matter who was the live right there. I just knew we were going to win. And if we stayed in our positions and played well, which we did, we won the game.
Skullface, he's not giving me much trash talk. He's being very classy right now, Soka. Were you very satisfied when you heard it was Team JUEGO that you took out?
Say that again. Oh, JUEGO? I mean, don't matter who I take out. They all suck. So.
Is this going to be your only victory on LAN? Or do you feel like more's coming?
No, that's a marathon, not a race, and we're here for the long run.
Yeah, no sprint to the finish, although that was an aggressive game from you boys. I do want to come over to Mayapo as well before I send you back to your booth. We were talking yesterday about the fact that you were caught up in the Canadian wildfires early this year. You had to leave your home during the qualifying period. With that in mind, what's it like now being here on LAN and just being able to blow the competition away?
Like, it's good to be back playing, you know, like the tourney.
You are quiet but incredibly deadly. What's your focus like when you are face to face with the enemy?
What's it like?
Yeah, what goes through your mind? Because you're a silent assassin.
I just love playing like 1v1s. Like, I just love shooting like back, you know?
Have you got a message for anyone who wants to 1v1 you today?
I'm down to 1v1, like, you know, because I always play against Soka.
And who wins in the 1v1s between you and Soka?
Soka.
Soka, that's not true. He's being incredibly humble right now. But you know what? Soka's his team captain. He's got to show him some respect. We're going to head back to the desk as these boys head back to the booth to see if they can keep up this momentum.
All right, what a game, number one, and to be expected, right? I mean, it was exciting with some early exits and some big victories. Hisoka saying everybody, I mean, come on with that energy Juki's had. Hisoka's been the same way. He brings that energy of I'm the best, nobody can beat me, and he brought that and wins game number one. Incredible performance. We look at the highlights, but I want to start off at the very beginning, Dandro, and let's talk about TBE and what happened.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it sounds like TBE, they have their drop spot, they're locked in, they have their game plan, but guess what? You're playing against a lot of players who maybe you haven't played before, and we kind of heard some people maybe shifted their sort of game plan, start landing there, maybe think that they were going to be uncontested landing there, and it just kind of, you heard Tommy say, kind of ended up in a third-party situation, and I don't care how good you are as a player, those are tough to come out, especially if those two other teams decide that they want to focus you.
Hey, Dandro said changing game plans. Let's talk about Azen Enigma, who changes his landing spot very, very quickly off of drop one.
Yeah, well, right at the very start there, we see Azen and Cole land in airport, and actually throughout stage 1 and 2, they were landing at Alstream Pass.
Okay.
They decided to change that because they took a look at where every NA team was landing, and they wanted to avoid Hisoka. Turns out that was a very wise move, wasn't it? But he decides to land airport, and then they bully DBZ away. And the important thing about that is we're going to be watching and seeing what's going on here, but that is going to evolve throughout the day. Certain teams are going to be pushed away from POI, certain teams are going to dominate, but all the way through, we're looking to see who comes out on top in these opening engagements.
And Dream, I want to talk to you real quick and just throw something your way. Tactical Brit, by the way, taking it to Super Evan. Are you kidding me?
I know, that was crazy. I mean, the fact that he's in higher placing, of course, than TBE at the moment, right? It's not like they can't come back from it. But what was really crazy, of course, even in this end final zone, how everyone was fighting for the high ground. And of course, Hisoka's team was already up there. And we saw Breadman Chowo try to push them, right? But they couldn't. Even though having that one knock, they were able to get the self-revive. And then, of course, at least able to take second and having to fight for that high ground. Positioning is key, and Hisoka and Co had it. Not to mention they all were alive, which you want your team to be alive in that late game as long as possible, and they did it.
Long as possible, Hisoka, game number one. But let's not forget Panda. You were hyping him up earlier, making that move top 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I cast over him back in a tournament in Amsterdam last year, and he actually flies over from Mexico, pays so much for his plane ticket just to come and prove himself on land that when he does eventually win the tournament, he just about breaks even on that plane ticket. If that's not trying to prove a point, then I don't know what quite is. And then he comes in here, third in map 1, and definitely a squad to keep an eye on for the rest of the day.
Skullface rocking that Signal 50. A popular gun today, huh, Dandro?
Yeah, it's a little popular. I think we might see it just a little bit. I think we might find some actual hard numbers on that. But the thing I want to see, we see it highlighted here in this HyperX victory moment, is that you saw that they gained height on that building.
That's right.
And we saw the flares popping up. Well, guess what? You don't have spawn protection when you get brought back in from a flare. It was basically shooting ducks all day for them for some very easy points at the end.
That's right, and I also want to go right back to you. Early zone, looks like it's pulling Rohan. That early setup for some teams seemed to be beneficial. How do you think it paid off?
I think for a lot of teams, it definitely worked out. I mean, especially them, right? We saw how important getting that high ground was. Jowo and them were trying to grab it, but then they get kicked off, and obviously it doesn't work out for them.
21 eliminations for Team Hisoka, plus the 2x multiplier. I'm no mathematician. Everybody should know that by now, but I definitely think that should be first place. But don't take my word for it. We'll be tallying the scores. Incredible job from Team Hisoka and Co. We'll see if they can continue to do it. But now they got a target on their back, and everybody is going to be gunning for them. Well, that's map number 1 done. We have some more to go. 5 more games. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, map 2 will be coming your way.
Social media for all your Call of Duty esports needs. Get all the latest info in real time. Just follow at COD_esports Twitter and Instagram now. Be sure to link your Twitch or YouTube account with your Activision profile now. Don't miss any of the amazing viewership rewards during the global final, including the chance to win a Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 beta code.
All right, so the three of you here for World Series of Warzone. Let's go ahead and start with some introductions. Started with you, Jowo.
Hi, I'm Jowo. Warzone player, streamer, content creator, supermodel dating guy. You know what I mean?
My name's Redman. I don't have the same accolades. I'm a better Warzone player, better supermodel dater. I do everything better.
I'm Limax. I'm from Australia, down under. I'm better than both of them.
Oh, also, while we're here, we do have a little surprise. I know we just got hot into this. Breadman has the most luxurious hair.
Oh,
and before we start talking about bucket hats and stuff, I want to see some action. So we're going to have Jowo and Limax braid your hair.
Wait, what?
Limax, Jowo, have you ever braided anyone's hair before?
I have not.
A couple ladies, you know, my mom. I just forgot right now, though. I just forgot.
You forgot how to do it.
I've done it so much, it's like second nature. I just forgot it. Right? Second. Bro, bro, do you brush your hair?
Bro, I just got it brushed just a second ago.
No, this is, dude, somebody just got it to the salon.
Brad, you are known for your bucket hats. We see them in the back of your stream. We know that you go through a process of picking them out prior to each and every competition. Which one is your favorite? Will you be wearing it tomorrow?
Okay, so my favorite bucket hat is the purple one that I wear, honestly, only because it fits on my headset really easily. I always wear the expensive buckies for tournaments for sure, especially a tournament like this. I mean, this is crazy.
All is right in the world. We have a bucket hat on the head of Bread. Now, you have to go ahead and rate their braiding skills.
I don't even think you can put on a scale. It was so bad.
Yeah, good. You meant good.
Yeah.
It was
off
different
the
term.
charts.
There's different kind of slang term. You meant good.
Good to know. Well, thank you guys so much for being here. Completely good luck this weekend. Hopefully, you guys do win. But do you guys have any last shouts before we leave here?
For all the people that are supporting us, thank you guys so much. It means the world. Obviously, there's like a ton of tweets and stuff. Obviously, it means a lot to us. So thank you so much for cheering us on, and we will bring it home for you guys for sure.
I don't think there's anything that I could say to beat what Joe just said. So I'd say the same thing. A nice little thank you to everyone again that's supporting us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you to everyone. That's it. And shout out to Signal 50.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Series of Warzone Global Finals presented by Prime Gaming. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by the wonderful Dream Crazy, Enigma, and Dandro, and we are getting these games ready. Map number 2 is literally right around the corner, and I hope you like map 1 because we got a lot more where that came from. Hisoka already talking trash to each and every one of you, by the way, representing NA. So get loud and, I don't know, maybe try to intimidate him, but he's ironclad. Game 1, it's done. It was impressive, but Dream, we need to find out who's in first because I'm thinking it's Hisoka. So Dream, let's take a look at our standings.
Yes, indeed. Well, in the standings, I mean, in terms of the eliminations, at least, we did
26.
see. Yeah, we did see 26, 21 from them. But here, yeah, the standings. Biffle, Sage, and Shifty, I was going to say, they had 20 eliminations, 28 score. But the fact that this squad specifically, they needed to find that recipe for success. Even though stage 2 they did take 11th, but they found it right in the last couple of weeks. Been winning tournaments and probably the most feared roster on the lobby.
Dandro, Team Rocket in 9th place. Got to feel good coming from the LCQ. Who else do we got 11 through 20?
I mean, I'm looking at a couple of our teams that are here. I'm a little bit surprised to see Aiden a little bit down there in 16th. But hey, number 12, right? That's Team Serious, our Asian region hailing from Japan. They're here and they're making a name for themselves. I love seeing that they're so far up the leaderboard.
Up the leaderboard indeed. Tactical Bread also making it a 19th. Not bad at all. TBE nowhere to be found. That's not surprising, Enigma.
No, it's not. Not after they drop out in the opening stages and pick up our wooden spoon. But the thing is, overall there, the concern for me as a European is we have not got off to a good start yet. So I'm hoping to see a couple more European teams pick it up, put on a show today. And one of the things is about our region, we have a lot of consistency typically throughout our squads. So that is what I'm hoping to see today to pop them up the leaderboard.
I like they got Rockets on their shirt. I don't know if that's for Team Rocket or not, but they're representing either way. I'm going to take it as Team Rocket. Good stuff, Dream. Saw Diaz Biffle, who just came off a tournament where he wins 4 out of the 5 weeks, including the final game. He's absolutely on fire. For the longest time, he held first place until the end.
Yeah, I mean, you think about Biffle, right? And he's like been the most feared player, I feel like, over the last couple of years, especially when he was dominating and destroying CDL pros, right?
That's right.
But consistency is key, and this is one of the rosters, at least in terms of the kills, they're always consistent. They just need to keep the placements up. And I mean, having second, again, throughout this tournament, we still have many maps to go.
Yeah, and let's take a look at some of these weapon eliminations, right? 40% of the total eliminations coming from that Lockman sub, which just kind of goes to show you that when these players have to get up in the face of their opponents, this is the gun that they are going to. And well, 20% of the total elims coming from that Signal 50. So reminder, you know, when players are kind of, they get bought back, they have to come back in, they're kind of using ground loot a lot. But even that ground loot Signal 50, you can do a lot of work with it. So it's no surprise here when players are hitting that loadout, these are the two weapons that they are kind of leaning towards and leaning on to get the job done.
That's right. Hey, Signal 50 is going to be impactful today for your long range setting up early for your zones. Rohan was going to be one of those zones. It did pull a little bit away. Regardless, though, Lockman up close and personal. It's going to melt you. It's kind of the tried and true staple when it comes to at least this meta of the World Series of Warzone. Hey, we're going into map number 2, though. It's about to get exciting once again. So let's get loud. Map number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Goes Tiff. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Reflections. It's kind of crazy. 40% of those eliminations straight from the Lockman. I was actually really surprised to see that many from the Signal 50, but I knew a lot of teams were looking for that opening moment, and it's crazy because all I hear in my headset is not you, Goj, it's not the program, it's the Copper Box Arena, because our fans, granted, this is just map number 2, they're already getting crazy.
Yeah, you know, it's funny, I think Enigma said it, map number 2 is here, but EU, they gotta step it up a little bit. Now, Savvy Ultra's team has done well thus far, currently situated in 5th place, right ahead of Team Jowo, who got 2nd. So we talk about this often. Of course, Biffle in 2nd overall because of their eliminations. You've got to find kills. Sure, multiplier, fantastic, but guess what, Tiff? 2 times 1 is still 2.
That's true. I'm glad you can do simple math there, Goj. Good job. Well, anyways, as we get through our beautiful overlooks of Hydro map number 2, we had a relatively nice ending in that Rohan oil on map number 1 to kick things off, and I know Goj is such a fan of anything that ends near water. He wants to see some F-Tech Siege action, but the question is, where will map number 2 go? Will we be relatively open? Will TBE be able to find their footing? Because as we get into map number 2, we have to start thinking about that mid-game, that mid 3rd through 5th map where things get really close, because if Hisoka and them are already starting to like kind of draw out on that kill point differential on the leaderboard, you gotta start now.
Well, London, get loud. Map number 2 is here. Let's see where these team drops and which team will be able to rotate out and maybe after a bit of trouble in the early fights, in the early game, find some footing and make a name for themselves. A lot of teams trying to do just that. There's a couple teams we want to shout out. You see DBZ on the left-hand side. Take a look at that circle, Tiff. Pretty much dead center.
Hey, everything is free. You can see Juki is there finding that first action on to Team Shucks. We did have the playground lane line go from the southeastern to the northwestern, so teams that land airport, teams that land village, and then Juki is notorious for landing over on that H5 positioning, will have priority to get there crazy, but DBZ at airport going up against Team 32.
Yeah, it was funny. Again, I was talking to Aizen literally right before we walked to the caster booth, and he said, hey, good to see you, Coach. Guess what? We're contesting DBZ. Get ready. We're rocking 3 signals, and it's about to get crazy. So, hey, I respect the confidence. Confidence is key when you're playing Warzone. TTK pretty fast. That means you have to go into every single fight immediately with confidence, or you're going to fall very quickly. We're going to swing over to another early fight on the other side of the map here. Can't be yet again in a fight. And guess what? DBZ, because again, they are in trouble. Aizen, one of our 10 mouse and keyboard players, leading the charge here. He's in trouble.
Their ability to swarm in and outnumber, even with clutch melt already sent to the gulag. Z-Laner and Destroy working in tandem here, just to get a little bit closer to Aizen. And honestly, if they could just save at least one player with a gulag on that spot, it would be nice. But Destroy that will be all 3 of them in the gulag. Destroy Z-Laner last alive for the team, and while they wait for their member to come back from the gulag, has won the initial contest. But something I want to ask you, Goj, one member of Juki's squad elected to land
Creo que se están
over by
alejando, se están
airport,
alejando unos de otros.
completely differentiated away from the other duo. Now you can see they're actually reuniting over there in H5. Why do you think that was?
Están aquí un poquito luchando, el otro está buscando la altura del edificio y el otro está en el edificio de al lado. Aquí tenemos el equipo de Mutex, Insus y Huskers. Radongi, Nofoe, vale, que están pegando. Ha tenido que retroceder un poquito para buscar la cobertura de sus compañeros. Vale, va a tener primero. Aquí, vale, han habido dos. Un equipo de Huskers, solamente queda uno. Ahí ha fallado unas cuantas balas, está complicado el combate. Vale, ahí han acabado con su equipo, el squad número 9. Y la 48 han sido eliminados también. Han puesto un poco de tibia ahí a Huskers. Termina otro equipo, el de New, Salmon, Tomei. Están aprovechando un poquito para rebañar ya que vienen de pegarse. Vale, Mutex ha caído. Jesús busca la espalda, vale, le da. Se ha quedado vendido, vale, ha caído. Y Huskers está intentando huir como puede, busca un poquito de cobertura detrás de una roca y está huyendo como un desgraciado. Se ha escapado una balida. Vale, Newt se le está buscando, le tiene. Vale, y cayó Huskers. El equipo 22, que es el de Huskers, también ha caído. Vale, tenemos a Vikinga, Jaguar, están pegándose con Redder. Están poniendo esas plaquitas y están detrás del Redder, que solamente está solo. Vale, lo que veo, creo que ya ha caído, ¿no? Sus compañeros están allí detrás.
But I want to re-emphasize it. Ward said, I'm the old head. I'm one of the old guard. Don't forget about me. I was at the top since the very, very beginning. I started competing. I was playing this game before anybody else was. And that's certainly the case. We'll see if they're continuing able to creep up the leaderboard. Let's check in with our team in 6th place just on the outside of Tapa.
Están ahí, vale, han abierto puerta. Se comen la granada, no se la han comido, han conseguido evitarla. Equipo de Nate. Que Nate ya está muerto, por lo que veo. Y vienen los dos atacándoles como posesos. Me han tirado humo para poder salir. Que ha caído justo donde está el otro que se está poniendo placas. Tiene que retirar. Vale, qué buena. Ah, vale, se ha llevado a uno y al segundo. Qué poco le ha faltado para llevarse al segundo. Aquí le vemos que están en el regular de Bridman y Limax. Han conseguido acabar con otro equipo. Y ya esa zona es solo para ellos. Aquí tenemos al otro equipo de Confi, Fernal y Brelo, que tienen ahí Vision y separados a sus otros compañeros. Es Nenun y
Yuki's on main stage. Team Infernal, a team that I talked to before the broadcast, and they said their crowning achievement in Warzone history was qualifying for this LAN, and a lot of teams said the same. They're so happy to be here, so happy to be competing. And I think some of these teams are going to surprise not only the other competitors, but
y 49 equipos de 50, solamente han muerto un equipo.
Look, I'm just happy to be here, Goj. Honestly, we've been here since the very
morir el primero tiene que dar una rabia que te
dance when all of our players started competing. Hisoka back then in the Rising Stars of Warzone here, taking that map.
Están aquí pegando Redder contra Wars y Vikinga. El Torristo y el Lube y todos están atacando un poquito por detrás. Les van a sacar, parece. Porque el compañero está batido. Vale, Wars está buscando un poquito otra zona por donde atacar. Huir, está intentando huir ya que les atacan los tres. Al menos buscar una posición mejor. Vale, va a tirar un ataque racimo para que le jure un poquito la huida. Because
it looks like Prodigy lost that gulag or just completely rotate out and let them go.
Están pegándose todavía. Entre Vision y Nenun. Tienen ahí al otro equipo, al número 27, que le tienen bastante pegado.
Think of the areas that we saw the highest congested area in Satik Cave. That was where people started to get a little mixy, and Team Huskers currently situated in a solid positioning just on the north side of Said. You can do a lot
están luchando un poquito, a ver
seems that they've gotten some of their numbers back up, so that regain is happening, coming back from the gulag and showing out strong. Sitting on one, they're going to hop in a vehicle and hit their rotation as well. But when you start to think about that eastern side of the map that they're going to be going
ahí está intentando huir del otro equipo que le está persiguiendo como posesos. Vale, que tienen ahí contra las cuerdas. Vale, abatido.
Uh-oh, Savvy Ultra's team in trouble.
El equipo de Aidan ha
the others able to
conseguido
get out
hacerse
though.
con
Team 2 just barely sneaking out. Team 21, that's going to be
tienen a uno que
for
se les ha
expansion
escapado por
team
el
trying to creep
lateral.
up and maybe grab this third party. Aiden
Vale,
and Rated
tiene
are
otro
going to
equipo a
have to play
atacar.
really good
Tiene
here
otro
and
equipo
climb
ahí
the mountain a
encima
little
que
bit.
están viniendo a
Just
atacar.
narrowly passing each other. There it is.
El equipo de
Method
Method.
sick. Apologize. Method sick.
Tenemos el equipo de
Cams
Method, el
and
número
Gaga
21.
here from EU region, creeping up the bottom
Huskers está
side
el pobre
of the
también
mountain,
intentando
but
escapar
enough
de la
cover
muerte.
where they're not going to interact.
Madre mía, cómo le están poniendo a Huskers.
Huskers yet again in trouble. TBE is still hunting down this team. Even
Vale,
after a
pobre está intentando huir,
restabilization
pero no sé
coming out of the
cuánto va a
gulag,
durar.
Tommy is not going to let his prey get away. Huskers in the water trying to do
Huskers
everything he can. Tommy
todavía está consiguiendo
does
escapar,
go
madre mía, qué
down, but not
Vale,
dead
consiguió abatir a
yet.
su amigo.
Nuke
Vale,
should
ya
clean
está,
this up,
abatió a
no
su
problem.
compañero.
Huskers get it
De los que le
taken
atacaban,
out
pero
again.
al final
Three
ha caído
teams have been
Huskers.
eliminated, and folks
Ha
at
peleado como
home,
un caballo ahí
we're going
porque
to check in
estaba
with the
entre las
first team
cuerdas.
that was fully eliminated. Let's see what Frankie's got to say on the
Vale,
stage.
ese equipo ya
Thank
se
you. I'm with
recupera.
Team Rocket, who've come all the way from Poland. I know the Polish fans are cheering them on in the audience right now. And in the Team Rocket booth, I've got Zakar with me. Zakar, you got really unlucky in the gulag. Tell me what happened.
Como vemos, tienen ahí altura
I just missed one
el equipo
bullet.
16 que se va a juntar contra el 36. Parece que están ahí bastante cerca.
I should have killed them to be
Así que
fair.
entrar en conflicto rápido.
It is.
Well, it's only the second drop out of 6. How are you finding things on land so far?
I'm loving land so far, honestly. Like, the land is actually treating me great.
Vale,
But
tienen encima.
first game was pretty
Se
much
han tirado
it was
una V para
unlucky
saber dónde
for me
están.
because my PC just turned off.
Tiene ahí
So
encima
I
a
had to
Levi.
get that fixed. I'm still fixing my settings and stuff, so I hope I will get them sorted by now, like by the next game.
Vale, tira granadas, a ver si consigue que se eche para atrás.
All right, well,
Se le
Jinkoyo,
ha
thank
caído
you so
cerca,
much for talking to me.
Ha
Polska
tenido que saltar
Goran,
Levi,
let's
la
head
vale,
back to
ataca
the
por
map.
detrás y ya bate, qué buena Levi.
Polska Goran, thank you so much, Frankie, for checking in with them.
Tenemos
They
al
were
equipo
sitting
de
in
Isoka,
ninth
que ha
place
sido
after
el
map number
equipo
1.
ganador del
Now
primer
going
mapa.
out first, and you heard him. It's
Están en una
unlucky.
azotea
One
con
bullet.
Maya
That
porque le tiene
time
por
to
debajo.
kill
Y
inside the
Skullface
gulag
que le
is
tiene en la casa de
unforgiving. So many
enfrente.
of our teams, once they go in there, start
Luego tenemos el equipo de
pre-firing
Method, que
every
está bastante
angle
cerca
they
de
get.
ellos.
And with the
Siempre
private
están aquí
lobbies, you never
pegando
know who we're going to
debates.
go up against. He said Jay, and now DJ Moss.
Uy, qué buena, qué buena.
They
Ha
are
caído, qué
fighting it
lástima.
down on the edge here at Observatory
DJ
now.
más.
Ebates and DJ,
Vale,
they're not
tenemos aquí a
actually
Zepa,
competing for any
Levi
kind of
y Tenny,
organization here. They're
comiendo un
actually
poco gas.
doing it for
Zepa está
DJ
ahí comiendo
Moss's
gas como
brother
un desgraciado.
Maddie, who could not be here today, and they are laying it on the line.
Vale,
And I'm
consiguen
so
salir del
excited to
gas y
see
ya han
how they
vuelto a la
perform.
zona.
But so far, you've got to get
Y
out
porque
of
parece que están así
Observatory. You have
alejados
Team
del otro
Zepa
equipo, así
just
que por ahora
ahead
mismo
of
están un
them.
poquito en zona de
And that's gonna
confort
make
hasta que se le
things a little
acerquen, hasta que
Yeah,
se le acerque el
Observatory,
equipo número
after
11.
being demolished in their last
Parece que
couple
se van a
updates, of
enfrentar de
course,
aquí a
not
poco porque
necessarily
van
the
en la
favorite
misma
drop
dirección
spot
por
for
lo
a
que
lot of
parece.
these
Vale,
teams, a lot of nooks and crannies that people can hide
Vale, aquí
into,
tenemos
but
al equipo de
definitely one you want to
Sparks,
rotate
Fuji,
through because of the high ground. Let's
contra
take a look
el
at
de
another couple
Ori
teams
y
interacting here
Hard Press, que
early. I
le
see
tienen
Tony
encima.
White here on main
Este equipo lo
stage,
tienen están
an
debajo.
EU team as well. He touts himself as the
Vale,
oldest
están
competitor
escapando
here
ya que
at
saben que son
32
minoría
years old, so
seguramente,
shout out
pues
to
están
Tony,
buscando
still
el salir de
competing
esa
at
zona
32, doing it with a full-time job and everything in between.
para poder
Man's excited to be here, and I'm sure this team
mejorar un poco
is
su
excited to
situación.
potentially have a solid
Este
map.
equipo
Now
está
I'm
ahí un
taking a
poco
look
más
at that top
buscando
right-hand
el
corner of our
esperar a
screen here, and I
que
see
empiece a
Team
hacer el círculo,
Intex,
yo creo,
we
¿no? Ya que tiene una
believe,
buena
really
posición ahí
creeping up
en
the
entre
leaderboard.
plantas.
They weren't even inside. I think they were
Y
fourth
los
place
han
going
marchado.
into
El
this
equipo
map,
de
so
Aidan bajando
they've crept all the way
montaña.
up into second place. They've got a nice solid map going, especially in the early game, already finding
Siguen los
what looks
atrevidos
like
por ahora,
7-8
vale, están buscando ahí
eliminations. They
bajar,
can
el que tiene el
really
equipo
bide their time
37
and hold
pegadísimo y
out
el
their
equipo
own
21
into
también.
the end game
Y
and
del
just
23
set up
parece que está
going
solo. Madre
into
mía,
the
toda la
final
gente
couple
que hay ahí,
circles. We'll see
chico.
if they're able to do just that. Ixion finding a couple off
No,
screen
no,
as
es
Aiden
complicado
and
porque
Rated,
esa zona,
well,
como no se
rather
pongan a
Rated
cubierto
and
rápido,
Adrian
les van...
moving
Ahí ha
their way
caído.
in, getting
Que
picked up
se
by
veía
Signal
venir que estaban en el medio
50.
de todo el
See you
mundo.
later. That's Ahsoka waiting,
Este watching
and finding it. Adrian in trouble, rated in the gulag.
It's going to be really tough. Adrian with no flares does have a precision airstrike available to him, but just trying to get into some cover. You start looking at the money situation. Will Rated come back from the gulag? Doesn't necessarily have enough to buy someone back, and once you start getting into hydroelectric, there's only like 2 or 3 buy stations right now on the map. We have a modo as well, but you know those will be watched like a hawk. So Smixy, let's check in with her. Typically lands over in Rohan Oil. You said it best. They're climbing up the leaderboard, and Smixy is gobbling down, looking to get a not only the deload, but attract the numbers advantage. You stack every engagement, and then you reward yourself with that durable gas mask.
Yeah, nice win. They're going to continue to play hand in pocket, just work together all the way through each of these buildings, clear the high ground, set up for the next rotation, and hopefully pick up a couple in the process. I believe this team, I was talking to them before, and they said they were going to run 2 signals this time around. Flanks running one and attract north running one. And who knows, maybe they're running 3. So every single time I asked the team, they were like, we're running 1 signal. Then I asked them again, they're like, we're running 2 signals. And now I think they're running 3, so who knows. But the team, I think, in 6th place going into this, JUEGO squad got 2nd overall in the map. Needed a couple more kills to creep up the leaderboard. They're in trouble as well and rotating. Let's take a look at that map. They've actually got a nice, pretty clear rotation around this water. If they're able to cross over, you can see Team 11 is JUEGO squad. And as we see the circle, pretty centrally located still. Everybody's kind of staring at Hydroelectric as potentially the end game.
Yeah, that's going to be a really tough one to get into. You have the cluster of teams that are going to be exiting out of the further southwestern side of Al Mazrah City. You can see Team Jukis have kind of stapled along the side of Marshland and carried that forward, making their way to Hydroelectric, but they will still have to cross through the open and through Team Stuvo, so that's going to be
DBZ, after winning their early encounters, rather maybe in trouble in their early encounters. They were able to answer back against Azen after map 1, and now they've got some high ground here on the outside of Hydro. Look, you've got DJ Mas Z-Smith on the building next to you. You're not too worried about them. You don't think they're going to leave their location, so instead, let's find some easy eliminations if we can, as other teams are rotating in. There's several squads in this area. You've got to hold your position. Elo in trouble, but answers easily against Echo. They're going to be able to push this fight with ease. 3-on-1, 3-on-2. They've lost 1 in the process at least. Down. I thought it was going to be an easy fight, but Tomsterbaum goes big and then might be able to sneak his way out of it.
Look, if anyone's going to go big, it's going to be Tomsterbaum, and you have to play your life. Once you get out of that player advantage, you can see the dolphin diving happening behind the tree, just trying to separate themselves a little further out. But with so many teams, 43 in particular left in this lobby, only 7 have exited. This is not where you want to start your map number 2, and especially as you see some distance there for FIFA kill. Ab was there going down on that kill feed, but seriously, they're setting themselves up into that upper high ground engagement against Super Evan and Z Colors. Now, let me just tell you, I saw them getting their photos done yesterday, and they were here with pure confidence. They knew that this was a job to be done, and they were like, we had so much fun throughout the stages, we're going to bring it today.
I love it. Well, hey, confidence is key. We'll continue to say it today, but Sirius on your screen is going to have to try to push into this next circle, and you're going to be met by, I believe that's Nico Infinite on the other side. We can talk about the coach all day today. Crowder, an incredible competitor, coach, and everything in between, has a chance that no one else has to potentially be a Warzone champion on top of winning champs as a player and a coach. An incredible player that came through in the wild card of the LCQ. Ridiculous performance through the water, and you're always going to find them near the inner circles. The question in my mind always is, do they have enough eliminations to make it not only into the money, but make it into the top 10 today?
That's true. It's a good shot on the money right now. Top 25 here on the day of our 50 teams will land themselves with a portion of the prizing. It's going to be all the eliminations that you need. You see Team Biffle creeping up the score, trying to close that distance on to Hisoka, but Team Luki on your screen. Orin going to fall, go to the gulag, and some Semtex going out to anchor down on that staircase. But the question of the day is all these flares. It's flare warfare here. I just saw 2 on the ground. Trav's able to pick up another one, so anytime they run into issues, you just got to do a little dolphin dive 360 out of a window and hit the Hail Mary flare.
That's exactly right. That flare, of course, an easy way to get your teammate back. It will pick a random teammate, but a teammate nonetheless. And at this stage, at this level of Warzone competition, you trust every single one of your teammates, regardless of the situation. Team 36 having to rotate in. That's Teeny and Levi had a chance to sit down with that squad. That's our Australian expansions team. And, well, they really were relying on Zeppa to kind of lead the charge from an IEL standpoint, having land experience. And speaking of Crowder, in trouble, and it's Swag answering against Nico, against Dez, and against Crowder, and I believe that's a full team wipe. We'll see you later. Gonna have to come back in map 3.
What's up with Swag always running into the wildcard teams?
Hey,
it was Ashika Red map number 1, and now Nico Infinite, Crowder, and Dez in map number 2. Look, if that's how you gotta do it, you gotta do it. But this positioning is quite nice. You can see there's a handful of teams just around them, so they will run into issues from the north and from the west and the east. So playing that position is key. Hopefully you've got smokes for rotation and the signal for picks.
All right, now this zone is going to be ridiculous. You just saw that the gulag is closed, so no more safety nets. Look at all the loadouts falling out of the sky. There are still 35 teams alive. We're just now creeping into the first multiplier. So when we talk about kills being king, this is what we're talking about. This is not chance, but there is a lot of things that you need to do to mitigate RNG to have a chance in the final couple circles. Juki's already finding more. Look, you're going to find kills because there's still 89 people left on the map going into this next zone.
Now, Coach, this was the engagement that I was telling you about just prior. We knew through their rotation out just north of Marshlands, they were going to run into Team Stuo, and you can see Patzuka is able to grab a knock onto Juki's, but so far, 2 members of that team are still up. They're able to take that squad out, but Soka, they've already made it into Hydroelectric. They're prioritizing those early rotates and keeping stocked up on multiple plates. They've got gas masks, and they prioritize taking high ground where all the teams are. You can see DBZ in the distance. You also have Empathy and Finesse still up for their squad. But to get a hand at Soka and to chow them, it's going to take everything that you've got.
I don't mind this spot by them, especially if they get that southern zone pull. They've got a huge advantage here on the edge. Now, they've got to clear their backs. There are a lot of teams to go through yet. This isn't even hardly in-game, although technically it is. There's so many teams alive and so many pieces of cover they could be hiding behind. You've got to assume every single corner you check, there's going to be a team. Every single wall you peek over, there's going to be a team. Tip, this isn't multiplayer, but I think the snakes are about to be in.
Let me tell you, you guys at home thought your Warzone ranked matches were tough, that you were like going for your SR. Well, think about being in the World Series of Warzone in endgame with 30 squads to go. We are 18 minutes into the game and 30 teams alive at Skullface. They have set their sights on the next team. They want to clear out the south, so they're going to take that southwestern rotation and try to take up as much space, claim this building, because it is a game of space towards the end and high ground.
Skullface again. This team is in such a good spot, but they're going to have to now rotate in. They didn't get the zone they wanted, but still not a bad spot. Swag pushes forward, getting held by J-Tech. Colors goes big with smokes and nades. You've got to use your resources effectively to zone off the advances. If you want a chance to make the in circle, you better have smokes, and you better find them on the ground after you use them. Binzi, Boog, Stukex, underrated squad from this area, trying to hold down the other squads as well, and this is going to be a tough rotation, and Swag has the chance to have the high ground here, but they've got to win the gunfight. He can't find his opponent. There's too much smokes. He throws the flare up. They at least have a floater. Somehow still alive. So much smoke and so little time to get to the next zone. In trouble with the floater. Hopefully he can farm a bit of those multipliers. The question is, how many kills do they have?
Just on the outside in the gas. You saw the flare go up, so Super Evan will come back in. Boog's able to get the full onto Swag, but it's TBE with the high ground in the tower, and you can see Boog's just checking up into the sky. Hey, what is going on? I have a signal 50, and Panda goes down. This is where it starts to be really tough towards that end game. You don't have resources. You run low on plates, and that signal 50 is a heavy hitter. It just takes one sometimes to knock them down, but Mayapo, Hisoka, Skullface going for that ever-coveted high ground, utilizing smokes, and this could be the engagement that they need. They're going to clear out this building, one of the last ones in the zone, but Skullface is a little bit of a bathroom camper. Sometimes you got to do it.
I saw a lot of Team 40 there in the kill feed. Shifty alive as well. Some of the top teams from the first map still up, but some new faces here as well. Sway, Punticity alive without their third, but alive nonetheless. Inside, about to be the top 15. You're about to see a new multiplier, and Shifty on 6. Here they are. They've lost Sage, but Shifty and Biffle alive, continuing to slay out. This team is frightened. Well, rather, the other teams are frightened of them. Gonna hide out on the edge of zone with the smoke. Should be able to pick up a few more eliminations. Might have actually been able to get a buy off as well. Squad 12 goes down. That's Zungod. We're down to the final 13 teams, and everyone biding their times. Again, just a moment of peace before the chaos that are the last final circle.
Team Joa went out. Team Almond went out, but Tom Sturbaum from Team Echo, the longtime duo of Echo, still poised alone in that building. They had any eliminations throughout this game, getting that coveted multiplier. Now, mind you, in 10th place, you're sitting with a 1.6x. You hit 5th. You go to 1.8, which is almost as good as that coveted 2x, but Hisoka
Your map 1 winners, they're pushing the issue. They're getting a little bit closer, just taking all of the stun grenades to the face. But as a duo, he's got his full face. We chop out that Hail Mary flare, and then we go in for more.
Unreal, Hisoka challenging everything. Gets the flare off and Hisoka goes big. Will fall in the process of the third party, but finds the team-wide sway. Answers back, but Hisoka's going to feel good about that one, especially with flares in the sky, especially with some floaters. Who knows what they'll be able to do, especially if they make it into the top 5, Tiff. This could be another monster game, and all three up. Let's go to Team Biffle. They've got player advantage, they've got high ground, and they are farming the skies.
Look, they were already so close to Soka on the leaderboard, so Biffle taking the prioritization, because Z-Colors, he's not paying attention, he's going to fall to Biffle. You know that Repulse Check is in the building, and Biffle looking to put on a show for them, and as they clear out Sage, just capitalizing, number stack, Biffle wins through Sage, Sage is going for the trade, now they just have to turn their tides towards it, but Shifty hits a flare.
This is about as free as it gets. Stuka trying to go big with the starter pistol. Castillo, our Mexico squad goes down. No, yes, Biffle answers back. Shifty, Biffle, Sage are your map 2 winners.
We knew that was going to be it. The moment Soka took that win, you could see everyone cheering for Biffle, and that is what they needed to do. They saw the 16+ point differential between them just after map number 1. They knew they had to come back swinging, and they do that tenfold. Looking at Biffle with the Signal 50, just poised, playing Duck Hunter out of the air is everything that I was excited for.
Unbelievable job from the trio. They've battled so much adversity as a team. They had so many expectations and had to work through the team chemistry issues that come with creating this new trio of Slayers. But they found it in map 2, potentially the biggest map of the day. The math will check out for us, but a massive victory. Biffle with double digits already in map 2. They were in second place, Tiff, and likely going to be in first after that one.
You know, you think about the roster changes that we've kind of hinted throughout the stages of World Series of Warzone. Shifty was actually on that initial roster, but let's take a look at that HyperX victory moment and Biffle just shooting out of the sky. Oh, Z-Colors going down. He's on double digits here, but he doesn't quit there, Ghosh.
I love what they did here because they knew they had player advantage and they were willing to split up to farm this lobby, Tiff. I mean, everybody at home's cheering for them. Of course, there's a lot of fans back in North America, but I saw a ton of fans here as well for them. Shifty gets the buy just in case. Now, we gotta give a shout out to our Mexico squad. Castillo and Z-Dark, they actually won the Mexico region and they went big here for top 3 as well. Biffle flies in after getting bought back. StukX falls, and there is that victory. Congratulations to that team. I know they're excited. You can see it on their faces. But not only are they excited, Tiff, they're excited to be at the top of the leaderboard. There is $100,000 going to the team that wins first today.
Ooh, and not only the money, but the pride. The first ever to do it at the largest Warzone LAN that has ever been seen. We talked about the 150 players behind us. 300 computers are in this building, Ghosh, so it's starting to get a little hot. But if you at home want to watch them, you know, go find your news creator. Maybe you want to check out Biffle's stream, Shifty's stream, Sage's stream. They're streaming live right now, so you can check out their POV as well.
Yeah, a lot of watch parties going on, and I know you called it out. The Pulse Check is losing their minds. Hector's probably jumping up and down. Maybe already ripped his shirt off. I have no idea what's going on over there, but they got a lot of love over there on the on-site watch party. Go hang out with them. And I think we're going to get an interview with that squad, which I'm really excited to hear about. And let's go check in right there with Frankie on the stage.
Thank you very much, Tiff and Goj. And these boys are so hyped about their victory, as well they should be. Shifty, what were you just saying there? You were talking about the squad clicking.
Yeah, I said basically the gears are clicking. We've seen it before when all 3 of us play great. We have big wins. And I told them going into that second game, let's win. We need it. We want this. We want every team to know that we're coming here to be dominant and that everyone should watch out for us. And it was a Hydro end game, so I mean, we couldn't ask for anything better. And these guys played out of their mind end game.
Talk to me about the tactics in the in-game. You're going in and out of the gas, you're playing a risky game, but you knew you had it in the bag. What were the comms like? What were you saying to the boys?
Oh, honestly, the comms were pretty intense, all right? Shifty was just trying to play his life inside a building, and I looked up, Sage called out there was a bunch of people floating, so I looked up and got like 3 free kills with a sniper. Yeah, it was really insane end game. So like you can't really call on what's going on, but you know we were doing our thing.
You boys are known as a bunch of aggressive slayers. How are you finding the Signal 50?
I think Shifty's the only one sniping on our team. So as long as he keeps getting all those picks, he's had like 10 kills that game. So we're doing pretty good on slaying wise.
Let's come over then to you, Sage. So tell me about why your team did have trouble when you got together to take on the World Series, and now how you've managed to bring things to the point where you're standing on stage with me having had a victory.
I mean, in stage 2, we barely formed the team. There's not really much practice, no chemistry. We knew right after that we didn't want it to destroy us. We said it's a humble. We didn't want to go into stage 2 knowing, you know, we're the best in the game. We wanted it to be like, we need to know our ground and know how we're going to be. Ever since then, we've only mainly lost 2 to 3 tournaments out of maybe the 10 that we've played. I trust my teammates. I trust D to get my trades. I trust my IGL Shifty, and ever since then, we've been playing perfect.
You've been playing incredibly, second in the first drop of the day. Now you've got a victory to your name. Do you think you're the best team of the 50 here on LAN?
I think that my team is probably up there. I wouldn't say we're the best. We still got a lot to work on, but I know for a fact when everything clicks, like how we played that last map where our comms are still crazy, but we still understand each other and we still trust each other's judgment, and we play it perfectly.
Well, your trust is well-founded. Thank you so much, London. Give it up for Team Biffle.
All right, game 2 is done. What an exciting ending once again with a new, fresh winner. Will we get back-to-back? Well, maybe so, but we haven't got it just yet. Hey, check it out. Danjo, straight to you, or excuse me, Enigma, straight to you, because I want to talk about a good recovery from TBE. From first out, they run into Huskers, they run into Dongi, but they have a better chance this time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we spoke a little bit previously, or at least I did, about the landing spot situation and how that's going to evolve throughout this afternoon. And one of the things is that TBE here refused to be bullied out of their spot after they end up falling first in map 1. It's a heck of a bounce back indeed, taking out Team Vombot and hunting Huskers to the river to make sure they're out of the way. And I spoke to Tommy literally seconds before map 1 started, and he said what he wants to do is establish space. In this meta, he wants space, time to get his team together, and he's doing just that by pushing those squads away.
TBE, good recovery without a doubt. Dream, I go to you. Aiden recovers just long enough to run into Hisoka and just find trouble once again.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, being able to fall, but I mean, right here you saw it hopping down from observatory, and then like they were rotating in. Guess what? They rotate into a Signal 50 into Huskers. But the good thing about that, even though Rated went down, yes, he still had his gulag. So right. Yes, recovery was the name of the game. I feel like for some of these squads though, the way that everything was rotating though, it was kind of like a little more centralized to where they had to get to those buildings first, right? So recovery the name of the game, but for these teams here, reflections, I will tell you, this part specifically with Hisoka was absolutely insane. If he found a flare on the ground right here, which you saw, oh, if he was able to pop that off, that would have been a different game.
He secures top 10. Danjo, talk to me about this end game.
I mean, this end game was just insane. You see, obviously, Shifty, Sage, and Biffle. Huge thing that was a little bit minor. Shifty hit a flare to, I believe, get one of the other players back in. And we just see Biffle pick up that sniper and is going absolutely crazy.
Yeah, you hear them speak in the interview there about how much they believe in each other and all of this, but I was speaking to Repulse himself last night late on, and I was talking to him about this squad, and there was a bit of a difficulty for them when they first came together, some inconsistencies, they had real takeover moments, but some underwhelming performances as well for a trio as talented as this, and the problem was that they were having was that the 3 superstars, the 3 slayers, that's very difficult to merge together, and what they've done as a trio is come together, assess where it is that they can be the best team, and they are delivering today.
Can we talk about Team Diaz Amir representing Mexico, Castillo, and Z-Dark? Like, they have been coasting silently in that 4th place spot.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they have been, and 4th place is big for them because we talked about our expansion region. They're outnumbered, 21 in A, 20 EU. You only got 9 expansion regions. We've already seen Japan make an impact, and now you're seeing Mexico with 2 teams make a big impact. And that's what I was saying, like, crowd wasn't getting loud for them, but they're a team that is still making an impact, and also could, in fact, win today. Your team are map 2 winners, Biffle, Shifty, and Sage, 24 eliminations. Wow. That's the biggest game we've got yet. Hisoka, I thought, was setting the pace after map 1 with 21. 1. But Diaz, Biffle, Shifty, and Sage say, enough is enough, we got this. And I thought it was funny. During the interview, Frankie asked, Biffle, Signal 50, how's it treating you, right? And Biffle goes, I'm not even using it. Yet we see evidence in the final clip of him just beaming players out of the air, okay? So wonderful job coming out from Diaz Biffle. He's an incredible player. We didn't talk about him pre-show, but we didn't forget about him either, right? He's that guy that can make some magic happen, and he is making some magic happen. Well, that's it for map number 2. 4 more games to go. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have our standings as well as map 3 coming your way.
Get free games and in-game content with Prime Gaming. Visit gaming.amazon.com and link your accounts. HyperX is the official peripheral partner of Call of Duty. The World Series of Warzone Global Final is here, and so is the Solo YOLO Pack. Drop into the game with the essentials, including the Red Mist XMR Blueprint, the Solo YOLO Chimera Blueprint, animated calling cards, emblems, and more. The pack is available using COD points. Visit the in-game store now.
Hey, we're here with Team FIFA Kill and FIFA. You gotta tell me who your teammates are.
My teammates, I'm sure you guys already know, but I'm with Oki and Wiz, the boys, repping the European squad, obviously, on the stage, front and center.
Except you haven't met them in person until today.
Until last night.
Okay, sure.
Last night, and both of them were, a little bit stumbling around, enjoying London, but
Sure,
it was.
sure.
I mean, it just felt natural. We've been playing together so long.
So you're comfortable. You're 30 minutes outside of your house.
Yep.
But you're not in your shed. Talk to me a little bit about it, okay? Why the shed?
Originally, I'd be sitting playing in the front room, 60-inch TV, and you can't really sit playing a tournament for money when you got your little brother walking through, drying his hair out the shower. Didn't really have the room for a setup, so my dad just took every penny he'd saved, built a shed in the garden, got me out there, put some internet in it, and just went from there,
You really have become the shed expert, right?
Oh, 100%.
And so as such, we're gonna actually have you rate some sheds between 1 to 10. We're gonna start with this nice shed here, FIFA.
Lovely. It looks a bit like mine, actually. I'm not gonna lie.
Sure.
I'd give that a solid 9.
Okay, so how about this shed? What do we think about this?
I love that shed, man. I'll give that shed I'll give that one a 7 because it is wall bangable.
What about this shed?
Yeah, that's prime real estate, actually. But I'll give it like a 5.
Okay, great. Okay, this shed, this is a fun one. You've got some tools that you could potentially use in this shed. What are we thinking?
Funny story, actually. My dad loves flowers, and there's a lot of flowers outside the shed. He likes to decorate, and my house only has 1 bathroom. So if someone's in the shower, the flowers become the toilet.
Well, FIFA, this has been an incredible interview thus far. Really wish you the best. You and the boys, I think you've got a great chance of winning it. Thanks for rating those sheds. A lot of fun. So thanks for being here. I appreciate it.
You're not a shed connoisseur like me, so I wouldn't.
I mean, why am I here?
No, come on.
Final shout outs to the Shed Gang. Anybody you want to give a shout out to?
Obviously, shout out to my dad. He's my number one, my best friend, manager, dad, obviously. Shout out to the Shed Gang, supporting me every day, getting me here. I mean, obviously I wouldn't be here without you guys, so thank you very much for that. I'll see you guys out there, hopefully put on a show, and I'll see you tomorrow. Woo!
Ladies and gentlemen, to the World Series of Warzone Global Finals presented by Prime Gaming here in beautiful London, England. It's been incredible, without a doubt. 2 maps down, about to hop into map number 3, which means that will be our halfway point. So if your favorite team isn't doing too well, get loud for them, because they need your energy. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, your host, joined by Dream Crazy, Enigma, as well as Dandro. Today has been wonderful, right? 2 maps, 2 different winners, but some heavy hitters players starting to rise to the top. Now, I want to give a shout out right to one of our great teams who makes Codcaster everything that it is, and that's our B-Nox team, who's constantly giving updates and upgrades. So B-Nox for the Codcaster, that's who you can thank. I'm not gonna lie, Codcaster is like, it's beautiful. It's just a beautiful thing, right? We're able to see everything. But without a doubt, it's time now to see our standings. I gotta know who's in first place. Enigma, who are we looking at?
I mean, it's going to be Team Biffle right at the top here. 76 points after 2 maps. The big thing, though, 44 eliminations. So one of the things at the end of map 1, I was a bit worried that maybe they'd go into aggressive, getting a lot of eliminations, and then not placing too well. They fixed that in map 2, and they're going huge right now. Massive gap over the rest.
Going huge indeed. Well, map number 3 is getting queued up. Let's get it going. Goes. Tiff, take it away.
Hey, thank you so much, Reflections. That's right, map number 3, almost halfway through the first 6 maps of the World Series of Warzone, which means we are that much closer to that solo YOLO 100K prize, Gosh.
London, are we having fun yet? I think we can do a little bit better than that, but we'll try again later, Tim. I'm excited for map number 3. You're right. We're almost halfway done, and you're right. Solo YOLO right around the corner as well. We have $600,000 to give away today, and, well, maybe not give away. Maybe it's earned. But let's take a look at this next drop. Map number 3, and Cam's first out of the plane. We'll see if that bodes well going into this map.
A very similar play line to what we witnessed in map number 2. So teams in Aktar Village Airport, they're going to have priority even over in the coveted H5 where Juki's typically lands. He's made history there, competing from that POI quite some time, celebrates a lot of quick cash. But let's jump on board with DBZ out towards Airport. Now, mind you, they had initially won this contest in map number 2, so they're looking to pick up a couple more eliminations.
Yeah, and this has been an early contested spot since the very beginning of this tournament. Azen versus DBZ. A fun fight, a difficult fight, 2 really good teams. And the question is, are they going to interact again? Are they going to try to push each other? Or are they going to grab their loot and move on? It looks like a lot of the same. Both teams think they can win this fight every single time, and so far it's 50-50.
Look, you just got to go with confidence. You said it yourself, Goes. Confidence is key, and we need to have a little bit of consistency here, because with that fight at the top of the leaderboard starting to get incredibly close now, just 15 points separating Team Biffle and Team Hisoka. Everything is going to need to matter, and Mutex, Jay, starting off to an incredibly strong round here. There are 3 squads nearby. Team Savvy Ultras just north of this trio of Chaos, Sirius, and Moriko. They need to stand back, but Huskers and Mutex, they were able to get the high ground here at Observatory.
Yeah, and again, this is a spot that Huskers and Mutex has been dropping into since the very beginning, right? They actually contested each other, I believe, in stage 1, and then of course, they came together for the LCQs and made this kind of a hodgepodge team, and they've played together before, but not a ton, and Jesus is an incredible third add into this. Mutex and Jesus had a little bit of Kim as well. Jesus actually went and hung out with Mutex, so they've got some chemistry, they've got a chance to prove themselves, but Sirius goes big and finds Jesus from distance to take it to a 3v2. Huskers and Mutex likely going to try to rotate out here. Looks like they actually might be splitting. Mutex might not see that there's a pathway out, and all of a sudden, this could be a very difficult fight for Mutex to take. Sure, he has high ground, but a 3v2, a streak landing on your head, what are you going to do?
Mutex still has high ground, but he's going to be forced off of the roof. But when you have such good drop, CPA is able to grab the down and finish onto Mutex, sitting into the gulag just early on. So Huskers Co, you know they had such a long journey to get here, and so far have run headstrong into resistance. But Nico, Crowder, and Dez, your wild card winners out of NA, starting off really strong, just on the low ground, trying to dolphin dive behind cover so Nico can get back into with his team.
Yeah, that CPA team, that's our Asia expansion region team. They play extremely aggressive, so it makes sense they like Observatory.
Okay, Crowder fades up here.
Take a look at Crowder, sniper. Maybe not the signal, but we'll take it. Whatever you got in hand, find it down. That's going to open up a pathway moving into the next building. Potentially could move into this fight. Still a very difficult fight to push up on, and this could be one of those fights. I gotta sneak the word in at least once in this broadcast. This is a quagmire fight. They're going to be fighting this fight for a long time, and sometimes that's good, but but most of the time that's bad. You might sit here and fight the same team for 5-6 minutes, while a team like Hisoka's already wiped 2 full teams and then setting up for their in-game.
You can see Goat and Co. able to call in their loadout, but Dez able to apply the pressure with the ground loot Cronin, and if you're ever going to get a ground loot weapon, getting the one with at least 50 rounds in the mag is going to be nice. It's going to be allowing them to put as much pressure as possible, but you're right, this fight isn't going anywhere anytime soon, but being able to whittle down your enemies, get all the plates out from them, but if they had one PA, one missile, everything would change the tide of that engagement. As you can see, Rated and Adrian on the rooftop trying to take down CZR, but it's going to be one, but it's going to be another, and he drops him. Rated, the IGL, able to capitalize on that and immediately fly in.
Yeah, this is a great elimination because this team can do nothing about it. CZR goes down, but answers actually from a third party. Z-Smith comes in from behind and wipes his former teammate. Aiden sent to the gulag. Z-Smith, Ebates, DJ Moss on the hunt, and Rated knows they're coming.
Look, if anyone's going to do it, having it be Z-Smith is pretty nice when you think about the storylines that he had going throughout the stages of World Series of Warzone. Kind of came out of a semi-retirement, and he always knew, I have so much to prove. And knowing how many tournaments Z-Smith has won throughout the history of Warzone, having him say, I am an underdog, is kind of scary, because we talk about everyone that has their own stories and what they have to prove. Z-Smith, you know, this is the stage to do it on.
Está atacando solo
Lage. We've got Diego Soros and Lage on your screen. Lage looking for an elimination here. Lage actually one of our 10 mouse and keyboard players as well. Coming through the expansion regions. Lage goes big. You can tell based on his sensitivity what he's able to do. Snapping around, having to fight against some of these controller players, but it's a smoke. He doesn't get first shots down. Luckily still alive though. He's going to use the smoke to his advantage this time to get out of dodge and replay back up.
See all the smoke. Zaf in the distance, gonna hit the parachute and try to expand out to another building. This is one of the toughest buildings in my opinion to push, but Hollow, he's going to jump out, try to get a different angle onto Lage. Able to capitalize. Here we go. The shields are going to be cracked, and yes, it's a 2v2, but it's going to be Zaf that goes down.
Lage last alive.
In trouble, running away.
Third place from the Brazil qualifiers. Has a chance here to stay alive and should be able to get out of dodge, but it's going to be difficult to not get hunted down. Lage might actually be readdressing. Back to observatory tip. Look who's here. Hisoka on main stage and trying to hunt down this Asia qualifying team. CPA, Sirius, Mariko. Looking to answer back, but down on the low ground. This is going to be a tough fight to win, and they actually might just take the tunnels out.
Están pasando por
debajo
Sirius.
Best to actually prioritize the disengage. Mayapo, though, already has the high ground. They've got loadout weapons. They're utilizing the buy station here at Observatory, because you start to think, wow, this POI is dead near center of the next zone. Where do you go from here? You want to wait and see, because typically they are in that end game with some of the best positions. And similar to what we saw out of Biffle and Sage from map number 2, just being able to get to the end game and have player advantage can be nice. But Invader, Sway, and Huntsy on the main stage here already with 2 eliminations, and Clown in the gulag.
Yeah, those are 2 teams that I was talking to before the broadcast. They're like, nobody knows us, nobody respects us. We're here to prove our name, prove our worth. So excited to see if they're able to do that here on main stage against some of the best Warzone competition in the world. See TVE sneaking out of that fight. Everyone's still biding their time. Now we have seen the first team fully eliminated. Question is, who is it, Tiff? 49 teams alive, and many of our teams, if not all of our teams that are at the top of the leaderboard, still up.
Vamos, le están buscando, Aquí tenemos al otro equipo que está pegando. Limax y Berman, que han caído ya un compañero suyo. Limax se va a hacer 10.000, que está en la parte alta del edificio. Vale, por ahora creo que no tienen intención de subir, al menos por ahora. Vale, poquito a poco, ya hace mucho ruido.
But it's Limax from down under, crawling to the mid-level of this building. Now, one thing when I was getting to talk to them, I had a chance to sat down with Bread, Joe, Woe, and Limax, and he's like, I just shoot my gun. I'm here to show out and shoot, and he's still infiltrating this building. Now, I've had this happen to me several times. If he's able to fully flank them, that's kind of scary, bro.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Vale, sabe que los tiene
Can he catch an angle? I don't think they know he's here.
Dude.
Trigger Discipline's gonna hold on to it. If he can catch an angle here, he's getting some comms from his teammate. He's gonna sneak up. Is he gonna find it? Couple grenades? No. Goes for the nades instead of the gunshots.
muy arriesgada, porque subir tú solo contra 2 o 3 me da igual. Sabes que al primero le puedes fundir y a menos que el otro esté muy distraído. Si están todos jugando muy juntos, no vas a conseguir hacer nada. Se ha quedado pillado. Vale, le está interrogando Sifty, a ver dónde están. Vale, le remata. Vale, pues ya han acabado con la amenaza ahí. Tenemos el equipo 13 que se está acercando poquito a poco, son 2. Y el equipo 40 es el de Biffle, son 3. O sea, no tiene muy fácil. Ahí le han aturdido, vale, le tienen, vale, sí, claro, que buena y solamente queda Ashika. Que está huyendo como un desgraciado, el bicho. Madre mía, deja de correr el campeón. Vale, se está poniendo placas, mientras se aleja, se ha comido algo, se ha comido una granada. Vale, le está buscando, la ha visto. Vale, está consiguiendo escapar, la verdad que está haciendo maravillas para que no se lo carguen el bicho. Madre mía, cayó por fin. Bueno, aquí tenemos el equipo de Deathmon, que está contra el de Kubi. Vamos a ver cómo surge la cosa. Ya se han cargado a uno. Quedan 2, están ahí en pleno enfrentamiento. Es que te ves un poquito obligado a hacer bajas porque tienes que dar lo que puntúa, solamente la posición. De todas maneras han muerto solo 15 personas y se han cargado 2 equipos, con el rato que llevan ya. Ya que siempre huyen a tiempo para intentar salvar al equipo. Aquí tenemos a Com, que está un poquito acorralado. Vale, ya cayó, se veía venir. Está atacando el equipo 7, el de Eloman, perdón, Elolam. Vale, Solitud tiene ahí a Nico Infinity, Crowder, que lo tiene difícil de al lado, que lo tiene bastante complicado para salir vivo, le va a atacar por detrás. Tenemos a Crowder, se está acercando a Solitud de atacarle. Es uno solo, están yendo a arrastrar como enfermos, a ver si se lo cargan.
And let's take a look at our map view. Of course, you can take a look at the map view as well with the Call of Duty Echo Twitch channel. Go check it out if you want to see that view. And it's a fairly central zone. It looks like Observatory is still inside the zone, so you know Hisoka's happy about that one.
Muy bueno, a ver, era evidente que tarde o temprano le iban a pillar, pero ya sabéis que una huida a tiempo es una victoria, sobre todo cuando estás jugando un torneo de estos, pues si juegas en multijugador normal o en ranked tampoco te importa mucho. Aquí tenemos al equipo de Flex, que está pasando un poco inadvertido, con Peluca y con Tojo. Me parece que están bastante sonidos por ahí mientras se están pegando el equipo de Aidan. Con el de Savi. Vamos a ver cómo pasa la cosa. Está recargando. Consigue recargar su ultras y está intentando huir un poco de la situación, nos está buscando un punto mejor para el que atacar. Parece que está buscando un punto elevado, ¿vale? Y Vortex también ha subido con él, luego tenemos a Clayset, Igoat, Ilgoy, perdón, Igoat. Se ha cargado casi todo el equipo y Stone Terbon está huyendo como un desgraciado, ¿cómo no? Está poniendo los pies en polvorosa. Aquí tenemos a Hit Adrian, tenemos a Aidan y a Rated, que tienen al equipo de Sevi Ultra al lado suyo.
It's a 2v2, Aiden and Rated versus the former World Series of Warzone champions from EU.
Vale, tenemos a Aidan.
See if they can do it again.
Que lleva una kill.
Rated on low ground, Aiden mounted up, looking for an elimination.
Oh, Savvy,
vale, ahí cae uno, va el otro a ayudarle. Vale, ha caído Rated. Vale, Aiden revive a su compañero con la bengala. Madre mía, no le da 3 balas, la ha dado.
Aiden not able to get the down there, but they know, and there's a medic vest on the distance. So we talk about the different med vests that are available. If you grab a gas mask, and some teams even filter through those different types of vests where, hey, if you got to hit the res on a team, you want the medic, you want a quicker res, but they've got comms, they've got stealth, and Aiden on the rooftop still.
Let's take a quick listen in with Team Aiden and hear some of the comms. I know the team at home are going to love this, and people in the stadium might be booing them.
Está buscando una posición elevada o está intentando huir. La verdad que están los otros bastante bien cubiertos. Por mucho que dispara, Aidan no está consiguiendo batir a ninguno. Se está quedando sin balas. Como siga este paso, le va a tener que escupir o tirarle la de humo para intentar hacer algo de daño. Le están intentando buscar la espalda. Mira, ahí está buscando altura para ir a por él. Y Aidan, que está todavía intentando cargarse a Wartex. Vaya tela, cómo ha conseguido escaparse. Luego le pesto en sus directos y no se le escapan nadie. Pero aquí se les escapan como si agua.
Is what Aiden and Rated are always. The Cheddar brothers having played together for years now and earned, well, a lot of cheddar. Hundreds of thousands of dollars earned, not between both of them, but singly. Each of them having earned well over $300,000 and trying to add an extra $100,000 on top of that here today. You can see the map. Increased view on your screen. You can see all the teams having to rotate in. Observatory outside of the next zone. We are headed over to Saeed City.
Vale, por ahora va el equipo de Biflex en cabeza con 88 puntos, en Bishoka aquí con 64, luego el de Deus Amir con 51 y Stukes con 49. Vale, tenemos a Ishoka, Mayapo y Skullface, al equipo ganador del primer mapa. Ahí tenemos a Empathy, Finesen y el otro, ni idea, tenemos a Kong. Madre mía, Mayapo.
That was going to be the issue with the Signal 50, but for another issue, it's the fact that Huskers taking on Tony White, man, for everything that they've been going through early game, their ability to regain is exponential.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with Huskers' team's ability to stabilize. I've seen them hunted down time and time again from TBE, and yet all three are alive and trying to take this fight from potentially multiple angles. We'll see if they can hit a couple jump spots up, or they're just going to all push up together. Sweezy's team, of course, has the advantage here, being that they have the high ground, some pinches.
Aunque creo que desde esa casa se puede acceder bastante
bien. I'm worried about a third party. There's a ton of teams close by that can potentially do it. Here are the jump spots I was talking about. Looking for any angle they can get a chance to shoot through those windows and find their prey. Speaking of prey, as the team near the top of the leaderboard, quick wipe of DBZ. It doesn't look like a full team wipe, but certainly not one you're happy about.
Yeah, but Skull on 0, and we're already on circle number 4. And the issue with that being is they need to be able to maintain the pace that Team Biffle has set. Yes, they won map number 1, but Team Biffle answered back at map number 2, and now well into map number 3. Biffle is just extending and capitalizing on that lead that they've already created. And Shifty, the former member of the Stage 1 roster with Soka and Skull, finding so much success here alongside Sage and Biffle. Tenemos un equipo de Method metidos en una casa.
Savvy Ultras team that was full wiped out of this map, so not going to be a great one. We just missed out on the multiplier. We're just now inside the multiplier. Shifty and Sage are missing one, so they're going to play patient here and hopefully just pick up a couple picks as teams try to rotate in. There's Castillo, one of the other teams, fantastically performing today from Mexico in third place going into this map with Deus Amir, a team that a lot of people were watching out for, but there was really a lot more chatter around the second place team from Mexico, which is Panda and Goat Clamp, who are nowhere to be seen, at least inside of top 5. So we'll see what they can do in this map. As Ahsoka continues to push the equation, continues to push the pace. You're dictating pace, usually you're on top. The problem is when the team's on top, you're going to be in trouble. High ground is everything. Gets caught out in the open. Skullface has to go for his position. Finesse it. Braxton not going to make that easy. Skullface in trouble. Risk out of this map.
Oh, Skull in trouble, no flare in sight, and this is what they were talking about with Team Soka. Their ability to get out of fights with at least one of them. That's why they're like, that's so hard to kill. But for Nesson, Empathy, Braxton, let me just tell you, they just made it look so easy to take them out, and they hit the redeploy drone and continue on the rotation. Team 25 taking to the skies, trying to get across the river, they'll do so. But it's Shifty, it's Sage, just answering back.
Se lleva uno, se lleva dos, solamente queda uno, que buena. Vamos a ver si el compañero hace un poquito de cobertura para poder ayudarle. Solamente queda uno, que se ha marchado. Ha conseguido ir de la situación por el agua de Noram, pero le viene el gas y está un poquito jodita para salir de ahí. Lo tiene a Halo, Wars y Bacon por su derecha. Y un poquito más adelante tenemos a Deus Amir y tenemos a Castillo. También en otra casa metidos y
is out of this game without a great map to show for it.
Yeah, but the issue is they have 10 seconds and they are not in circle. They have to move. So look at King AJ. They have to be able to clear out the right side because the squad that's in the top 5 just ahead of them, Deuce Amir, is in the building that they want. And even then, they will still have to keep moving to that eastern side. Squad number 5, that's going to be FIFA Kill, is already positioning themselves well into zone with Sage and Bibble, your map duos. They're going to have to get there.
Que como no salgan pronto, la palman todos. Vale, están rodeando por detrás. Están tirando bengalas. El equipo de Deus Amir está dándose con fines en empate. Ahí Wars ha caído. Qué buena Sage, que ha conseguido llevarse a los dos.
Another team wipe going to Sage. Now the entire onus of responsibility on his back to stay alive. Continue to creep up this multiplier. A massive map yet again. Last alive for his team. What can he do as there's a ton of teams on the other side of these walls?
Burning through the gas mask, does need to stay inside, out of the gas. He was pilfering through the loot to try and do his best to find a flare to no avail. But now you have to play your life. He's crawling in through the smoke, through the chaos. But it's going to be Deuce Amir.
Se carga el segundo que viene por detrás, que buena.
Sage is just better.
Tenemos a Deus Amir ahí que está en su cara.
And a couple plates just inside the zone.
No
the gas mask is gone. Gonna have to fight the team in third. No! Mexico on top. Sage goes down. It's still a fantastic map. They're going to be at the top of the leaderboard. But it's the Mexico team winning their Mexico qualifier. Still alive. Dave Samir, last alive for his team. A team wipe to boot. Mexico going big.
I really respect the ability from Sage to try and hit that mobile buy, but to no avail. But still, the Titans, the prodigal son, Tommy, on your screen, returning to the copper box, looking to find success, but he's got to get through the end game first. 12 squads remaining, and they seem to be at least north of 8 eliminations. But with half the fight forward, utilizing Semtex, you can only imagine how to clear out a building. No connects, so they're making sure they can check, is anyone still inside this building? Can they get it for free?
They actually can get it for free.
Vale, por fin han acertado, vale, ven movimiento. Abate el primero. Me tiene justo debajo. Qué buena la roto placas.
Tommy goes big for 8 currently and should find a 9th. They've got high ground position, they've got player advantage. This could be the map they need to creep inside not only the money, but potentially the top 10.
The money starts at top 25, so halfway through the lobby, and now you've got them on the roof. You hear the signal 50, but Team Braxton, they're not going to let TBE take it so easily as Braxton absolutely turns on that guy, able to get just inside before falling, but finesse and capitalizing on the rest of Team Huskers.
This is such a fun team to watch. Again, another team that on paper are underdogs, but really, can you call anyone underdogs in this stadium? They've earned the right to be here, and they have a chance to go big to win map 3. You've got to go through the behemoths that are TBE, who have the clear advantage. Signal 50 in hand, sure. You'll connect, but can you find a knock and a full wipe? You love to drop some of these teams of 3 down to 2. Gain every advantage you can. They don't get the zone pull, but it's still not a bad one because they've got angles and they've got, at least Tommy's got a gas mask to use.
We're into the top 5 as Team FIFA Kill goes down, and guess who's got the pull? It's going to be Team Braxton, but TBE look to capitalize on that, but they don't have any Semtex. They've got to do it with the Braxton he takes down, and Tommy with the signal 50, angering for the squad, hits the Hail Mary fire before he goes down. Did it connect because Noobs has landed? He hits the flare. We knew it was going to be flare warfare, and Stukax able to end Team Lovey, and now we're into the final 3.
TBE not only got everyone back with flares, now we've lost Noobs, and Almond gets shot out of the eye. The sky is just Tommy last alive. What we thought could be a TBE victory now, all signs are pointing to Team Braxton. No, Benzi Boogs going huge, finessing falls. It's Tommy versus Boogs, and there's one other team remaining. Who else is floating in the sky? It is Braxton, still up.
Hay un tío que podría hacerle algo, podría hacerle algo a la que intente salir. Vale, está rodeando.
Tommy fighting some weapons.
Braxton que está cayendo, está sacando gente desde el carro. Ha conseguido coger algún arma. Vale, está cubriendo el carro, la verdad que no me hagas eso, la verdad que tenías ahí el carro, tenías una buena posición y te podías sacar a tu compañero como yo que sé, romper placas como sea. Ha caído Braxton. Vale, Fines se le está cubriendo desde atrás, le dispara. Está buscándose dónde caer y ya.
Map 3 victors. Team Braxton
Era muy buena, ha sido el tercer ganador de esta
but
tarde.
thinking on their feet. Congratulations. Another Omid victory.
Omid on top, guys? Omid on top. Something about those players are just
jugadas, han
performing
aguantado presión ahí
different
como
on
jabatos, se han
land. We've
reanimado en
seen
el
it
carro
throughout
y han
all of the
conseguido
stages,
sacarlo
stage
a
1, stage 2. Last chance qualifiers, they were all remote, and the questions were asked, would our players be able to perform on land, on this stage, in front of a crowd, more than 2,500 people in the building cheering them on, and they're locked.
It's an incredible team that's come together. A fellow Tennessean with Braxton, finessing, been in the scene since way before Warzone, even into Blackout, and yet they're still proving that they're one of the best here on main stage. Map 3 victors. That's huge for their point totals. I'm gonna have to look back and see where they were. I don't think they were in the top 10, Tiff, but you can see the excitement on his face. They're pumped about that one.
Look, I'm pumped, right? You have to think about the journey that our players have made. They've been grinding, crawling for whatever tournament they could get their hands on, but to perform and take a coveted win, a map win on LAN is something that hardly anyone can say. And so far, we've had 3 different winners. Soka, map number 1, Biffle, map number 2, and Braxton taking map number 3.
Look, I gotta give a shout out to TPE as well. They stayed alive as long as possible. They had a fantastic map. They grabbed a massive multiplier. Tommy had 11 or 12 eliminations by himself. They're back. The question is, where are they on that leaderboard? Braxton, the same. Where are you? You could have a fantastic third map, but if you don't have a first, you don't have a second, you're dropping some goose eggs, you're dropping some 5-point games. It's not gonna be enough to maybe earn your way to some money, but not earn your way to $100,000 at the top of this leaderboard.
Especially during map number 1, we were looking to see what that first team eliminated from our entire global land would be. I was not expecting Frankie to give TBE the coveted wooden spoon, and you can tell Tommy didn't really like it because now they're answering back, and honestly, if you're not gonna get that 2x multiplier, that empathy and Braxton were able to get for the map win, a 1.8 is still pretty good. But let's go ahead and take a look at that HyperX victory moment.
This moment, Tiff, and as Tommy with the pistol in hand, doing everything he can. This is the flare meta that we're in, right? Of course, you've got the 3-2-1 meta with the signals, but when you've got flares in the in-game, for a moment, you have a bit of reprieve flying up into the sky, but the question is, can you land on weapons? This is a key moment looking back at this victory. Braxton was able to find not only a Lockman sub, but also a signal. Gets a couple shots down lane, and guess who's alive to back him up? It's Finessin. Tommy cleaned up by Finessin from distance to keep Brax alive. Down, but not out. Finessin alive, they clean up the victory. Very well done to think on their feet. Sure, they played the last circle well, but thinking on their feet at the end was what won them that victory.
Not only were they able to find weapons, but it's Braxton who comes back in, lands on the mobile buy station, gets himself a Lockman SMG, a Signal 50, and a buyback to bring his team in. So now I know that Frankie is on the floor looking to talk to them, and I'm curious to hear what Braxton and co have to say.
So am I, Tiff, because that final fight was absolutely electrifying. Braxton, you actually managed to take the victory with all 3 of you alive, which was a miracle considering the chaos. Talk to me about how you managed to take the victory.
Yeah, so we got building control. We knew we were going to hold the building. We knew we had a good zone pull. So I basically told my boys, you know, stay true, stay home, stay in our building. And once we saw that zone pull farther to that portable buy, I knew we had won the game pretty much because we had the best rotation, and I ended up getting knocked and got flared back, and I was pinging for my teammates, and they held it down, got big kills, and that's how we got the win.
The flares were flying from all of the teams, and when that is happening, are you noticing the other teams around you also using their flares?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of people coming back, but a lot of free kills for us.
A lot of free kills, is that what you call the kill on Tommy?
Yeah.
The Brits offering up the free kill. That's where we're going wrong, Europe, I think, because North America, they are doing incredibly well at the moment. Finessin, how are you enjoying the spirit of LAN?
It's really good. I'm a little nervous, but it's really good. We just got to focus. Second half of the tourney, the job's not finished yet.
Do you think that your focus was much better going into that map?
Of course. I put a lot of trust into my IGL Brax. If he says to rotate, we rotate.
And Braxton, that's lovely words for you, but have you got any nice words for your teammates? Because clearly you're pulling things together here in London.
I mean, I've been playing with them forever. I've known them forever. They got trust in me. I got trust in them. No one I'd rather play with. They're the best in the world.
And why is North America looking like the best in the world right now?
Because EU sucks.
Oh, London! Braxton saying EU sucks. Are you going to let him get away with that? What do we think of Europe, London? I think we got some fans in the audience, although to be honest, London, I think we need to work on it. We're going to head back to the desk, but Braxton, congratulations on the victory.
I heard a lot of boos, but I heard one scream from like somewhere over on the right side. So I was like, here we go. There's somebody out there for NA. Well, NA is looking good. 3 games, 3 different winners. And Brax, for the first time, gets up on the leaderboard super high. Well done. So game 3, a lot to take away from that. First, I'm going to you, Dandro. We discussed StuKX landing and just, or excuse me, StuKX leading the way for EU as a whole. A team that we didn't necessarily cover too heavily in the beginning.
No, I mean, we didn't cover a lot of them at the top, but this is kind of one of those Europe squads that on the back end, you know, I mean, sure, there's like the best of the best, and there's sort of the teams that we want to keep on there. But, you know, the one thing I really like is that I'm like seeing them come online. We saw Brax come online. We're starting to see some of these other Europe teams come online. And I'd be curious, Enigma, you're kind of my EU guy. You were hyping them up. You were getting excited while we were watching that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting Team StuKX to be the leading line for Europe. I mean, a couple of our star players aren't performing right now, but the one thing about this Team StuKX squad, they average placing 16th throughout stage 1 and 2, average kills 43rd. But one thing is that they are just here to enjoy themselves, and they certainly are doing today. Some of the interviews I had with them in stage 1 and 2, they were talking about how some of them, they set their roles. One of them is the low amateur that just carries the equipment and plays, while the other two slay out. It is indeed that squad. So yeah, I wasn't expecting them to put up today for Europe, but they are doing that, nearly take a map win there. Right. We have got off to a slow start in Europe, but we're getting better.
Getting better and better, and speaking of which, let's keep that narrative going. TBE recovers game 2, and even better game 3, Dandro.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they do not do what they want in map number 1, right? They go out there, the first team here, it's global land. You don't want that to happen. You need one of these resurging moments to get you back in the game, and that's what happens map number 2, right? You win this critical fight against Huskers and Zidongi, and then you're back in it. And map number 3, well, they just play it all the way to the end. They had high ground, they had positioning. I think they just got a little unlucky with the zone pull. Tommy tries his best, but that's still a really good map 3 out of there to jump up the leaderboard.
Very good map number 3. I go to you, Dream, as we pull up our winner player card, right? Brax, of course, winning there with empathy and finesse, and the first time we really see them shine, and shine they did. A lot of credit given to Brax as the IGL.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy because Tiff is like, yo, on top, like some of those players, man, I think they had like 9 in stage 2. It's crazy, but recovery from them is absolutely crazy. But one thing that I wanted to point out was how a lot of players were disengaging and re-engaging. I mean, the fact that like Sage was able to stay alive for so long, that was the craziest engagement that I've ever seen. But I mean, with Brax, finesse, and empathy, this is actually an interesting squad, and of course, players that have been around for a while, wanting to be here to make a name for themselves. Right. But Finesse actually used to play with Invader and Hunt Cities, right? So making a roster change, being able to take that map right there.
That's right.
Putting in them a good spot.
And 20 eliminations, that's the lowest when it comes to map 1 and map 2 and map 3 winners, but a victory nonetheless, and 40 points going their way with the 2. It's still a lot, right? And it puts them up there within conversation, maybe even top 5. We'll see when we come back. But we are going to take a bit of a break. 3 games down, the halfway point has been reached. Therefore, we're going to take a break. When we come back, your halftime show will start.
Get free games and in-game content with Prime Gaming. Visit gaming.amazon.com and link your accounts. HyperX is the official peripheral partner of Call of Duty. The World Series of Warzone Global Final is here, and so is the Solo YOLO Pack. Drop into the game with the essentials, including the Red Mist XMR Blueprint, the Solo YOLO Chimera Blueprint, animated calling cards, emblems, and more. The pack is available using COD points. Visit the in-game store now.
Hello, I'm Frankie Ward, London resident and the stage host here at the World Series of Warzone 2023 Grand Final. And I'm so excited to have one of those grand finalists with us now. Smixy is joining. Hello. Welcome to Europe. This is the first time you've been on this side of the world.
Yes, it is.
I think there are a few people who are really looking forward to seeing you perform on stage as well.
Hope so.
Definitely, I know so.
No, you guys did not make a video.
You're out there to...
Oh no, I'm gonna cry. Stop. I'm always so emotional. I'm already gonna cry. Okay. Whew.
Yo, Smix, congrats on making it to London again. You absolutely deserve to be there. You have been killing it all year, and we're so proud of you. No matter what, make sure you go out there and show the boys what's up.
Hi Smix, it's Kins here. I just want to say congratulations on London. You've been killing it all year and kill it in London. Good luck.
Hello, just wanted to stop by and tell you that I'm so proud of you, Smixy, and I cannot wait to watch you and your teammates go crazy on the main stage. Good luck.
What's it like knowing that there are so many people who want to see you do well in London?
It's awesome, honestly. I feel very grateful and excited to be here. So the fact that there's so many people rooting for me is very nice.
I don't think there's any doubt that you have the respect of your peers. We've seen messages from some of your friends, and I think they're your fans as well. How do you feel knowing that you are representing other Warzone streamers and competitors like yourself?
I wish that there was more women here with me today. Honestly, I wish the room was filled with women, but I'm just gonna try my best. All I've ever wanted was to prove that women are just equally as good as men in games, so we'll see what I can do.
Yeah, anything you'd like to say before we let you go compete?
Thank you for having us. Thank you for hosting this. This is awesome. I'm super excited to compete in World Series of Warzone. And yeah, I'll see you guys on the stage.
Watch out for Team Smixy.
Yeah.
Otherwise, she's going to take you out.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Series of Warzone Global Finals presented by Prime Gaming here in beautiful London, England at the Copper Box Arena, which has been great. You all out there have truly been wonderful. Normally, I'm just looking at you as Twitch names, but today I get to match you all with faces. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, your host for today, joined by Dream Crazy, Enigma, and Dandro, and today has been truly electric. With all of our games, or excuse me, 3 games done, we're now at our halfway point, but don't you worry, 3 more games, including Solo YOLO, still to come your way. Also coming your way, COD Next, right? COD Next is going to be coming through October 5th, and it's going to be a great event. Modern Warfare 3 is arriving on November 10th, and we wanted to call out a couple of big moments you should know about over the next month. First of all, make sure to tune in to Call of Duty Next on October 5th, which will be the premier showcase event for Modern Warfare 3 multiplayer, Call of Duty Warzone, and Call of Duty Warzone Mobile. Get your first look at Modern Warfare 3 multiplayer and what's next for Call of Duty Warzone and Call of Duty Warzone Mobile with live gameplay from your favorite creators. Additionally, get inside information about these games directly from the studio teams making them. Also, tune in to Next to get additional details on zombies coming to Modern Warfare 3. Then, be one of the first to get hands-on with multiplayer in the Modern Warfare 3 Open Beta, which kicks off soon after the next event. Pre-order on PlayStation and get early access to the Open Beta starting October 6th, and pre-order on Xbox or PC and get early access starting on October 12th. Hey, it's going to be a great event, a lot going down whenever it comes to COD Next. I can't wait to get it started, and we'll see what's going to be taking place, because, hey, always good to get those little sneak peeks, right, Dream?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, not to mention, we have that sneak teaser of it being Modern Warfare 2 2009 maps. So that's kind of where I was born at. I'm excited to play it. I was already looking for my beta code. I was like, man, is there one laying around? But I'm super excited. I cannot wait to get my hands on it.
That's right. First female Call of Duty professional.
Free franchise.
Free franchise, but don't think I forgot, all right? You were the GOAT. I was casting over you way back in the day. Well, that's 3 games done, and we need to check out our standings, okay? And Dandra, you haven't had a chance to cap it, so let's go ahead and recap it. How we looking?
All right, hey, we're halftime point. Let's go ahead, and unsurprising to anybody, it is Biffle at the top. We have 63 eliminations, 102.6 points total, but I gotta give a huge shout out to Team Stukex. After that map number 3, they have leapfrogged their way to second above Team Hisoka on third. So I'm looking at a couple of those squads. TBE though, with that map number 3, also jumping up 4th to 5th, so a couple of big teams coming up here at Enigma. Who else are we looking at?
Well, I mean, I think overall, I'm actually taking a quick look at that Team Zach squad there, coming in from the European side to the French lineup, and they're giving us a bit extra when it comes to the performance that we're needing out of the European teams right now. We've got 3 teams in that top 10. I was hoping to see 4 or so we're doing not as bad as I thought we were. Hopefully build up more throughout the afternoon to see our superstars such as our FIFA kills and our Jukis come on through and see them rise to that leaderboard.
Yeah, and for me, I mean, I'm looking at Aiden, I'm looking at Huskers, I'm looking at Savvy Ultras, like top players that obviously previous Warzones have been in that top spot, previous winners, and of course Aiden Huskers and rated winning World Series of Warzone 2021. So being in that spot, I expect to see them maybe make a huge jump up.
Yeah, huge jump up indeed. Team Swag there. Of course, Super Evan Z Colors. You know, Super Evan, a great human being in general, but a fierce competitor. He's excited to be here. And, you know, to being down there, at least top 20, that's okay. Still time to recover, right? 3 more games to go, only 3 games down. And we have already seen some recoveries, TVE being the biggest talking point, but Diaz Biffle being in first by about 30 points is a tremendous talking point, right? Because he comes off the back of a huge tournament, 5 total weeks that he played, and he wins 4 out of the 5 weeks, second place week number 5, and now he's here in first place. The man is absolutely on fire. But let's take a step back in time and go to map number 1. And Dandro, this is where we started the day, right? It was a big, big moment off the rip. Azen, keyboard and mouse player, going against Heeds, or should be with Heeds and Gromalog, loses 1 player, but gets first squad wipe on TVE.
Dude, for it being the map 1 of Global Finals, this was so aggressive. I thought everybody was going to be shaking in their boots. I thought they were just going to be sticks in the mud, not moving. We're seeing teams get aggro. I'm watching Team eBay from land to bay and rotate all the way across the map into Rohan. I mean, players are just here to play, and I love just how unafraid some of these teams were to take these early fights.
Yeah, seriously, I'm being unafraid. I mean, Enigma, that's the way of a competitor. You've got to come in here. You can't be shaking in your boots. No shaky hand syndrome here. You got to be going for it.
No, absolutely. I spoke to Hisoka actually at the Jukis and Benny Central World Series of Warzone warm-up event just last week, 10 days ago-ish. And the thing is, he was super locked in to the point where he's flown over early in order to get himself set up on the correct settings and so on to make sure he is spot on the day. And if you want to check to see just how locked in him and his teammates are, go back and watch the winning clip. As the gas mask comes in, Skullface's face cam shows him actually trying to do the movement to put the face mask on himself. So that squad are ready to go today and are putting on a show.
Final moments coming up here, Dream, and it was a pretty good hold from Hisoka and Co. standing up top.
Yeah, and essentially that was Breadman and Jowo and Limax's position that they were fighting for early, because in Rowan, the way that it rotated out from the buildings, it did rotate in that more open space, and that was the only building that could potentially take the win. And of course, fighting for it, it was Hisoka, it was Skullface, able to dominate right there and able to take it.
That's right, dominating, taking it, and a goated interview, by the way, which we expect from Hisoka. Yeah. That was a 21 elimination game. Well done from them. You see Hisoka in those final moments. Skullface obviously on your screen, and he's pumped up. He knows what's taking place. He was sniping people out of the air with the Signal 50, and he held that rooftop like his life depended on it, and quite honestly, it honestly did. I mean, and they were able to take that victory, and 21. That puts them up, right, at least within the top 5, which is a big deal, and they're looking to take it all. Top 3 right now, in fact, 3rd place for Hisoka and Co. So they set the pace. They let EU know we're here, we're on your home turf, and we don't care, Dandro.
I mean, top teams here are NA off these first 3 maps, right? I mean, I don't want to say I said so, but we still have 3 more maps. I'll give you some credit. We got 3 more maps to go through. We're seeing some of the EU squads are starting to heat up, so I'm definitely looking forward to see, you know, what the back half of these map set looks like.
Hey, but top 4 global expansion team, right? In Mexico,
that's right.
They've been doing and holding their own, and even in this map number 2, they took 2nd Enigma.
They did indeed. So you see in those teams step up again, about proving themselves, about showing that when they're in a fair environment, when the stakes are even, they are able to take part and play. So they did a great job representing their region. And that's a lot of pressure, by the way. You've got an entire region on your back. This is not just about, you know, we're talking Italian teams, French teams, Spanish teams, whatever. That's individual countries, and they've all spoken about what they want to do. They're bringing it for an entire region.
Anybody's region indeed, and any region can win today. But overall, Smixy even showing herself there, which is great to see. But game two really came down to that big in-game. Diaz Biffle really showing what he was made of, Dandro.
I mean, it's Biffle Sage. And of course, Shifty, right? I mean, we're not surprised about that. They have these amazing endgame plays with the flares. They're able to get the team back, and they're able to clutch up the map.
Yeah, as said, when I spoke to Repulse yesterday about the way this team works, they fixed so many of the problems that they had. When they came together as a trio, everyone looked at it and thought, those are 3 superstar Slayers, that's not going to work. And sure enough, it was very inconsistent. They managed to sit down and talk together, which is something the top teams often struggle with, figure out the little kinks, and now they're fantastic teammates. And, well, I mean, delivering here when we come to our World Series Warzone Global Finals.
Yeah, and a lot of people would question that, right? Because stage 1, with Shifty especially, or excuse me, with Clamp, they got 10th, right? They replaced Clamp, they get Shifty in, and then they get 11th. And people were like, you guys didn't do any better. But then it's like, hello, they needed to build up that chemistry. They built up that chemistry, and then since then, the last 3 weeks, it's been dominating every tournament.
That's right, been dominating indeed. This was a massive game, 24 eliminations to outdo Hisoka & Co. from game number 1, which was 21 eliminations. So that put them in first place, and they really haven't slowed down since. After game 2, they set the pace, but then we headed into map number 3. And map 3 had a lot of exciting moments and some big plays as a whole. But I think the big talking point of Enigma was Stukas, who came in and leading the way for EU.
Yeah, absolutely. We, as we've said, Europe, we've got off to a slow start. I fully believe in the boys to bounce back throughout maps 4, 5, and 6. We are on home turf. We have the home crowd. We cannot disappoint in the copper box. But when it comes to Stukas, Benzi, and Cole, we didn't expect to see them leading the line, but I will take that all day. They're here to enjoy themselves, they're having a fantastic time, and all they want to do is show that they deserve a little bit more respect, and they should well get it after that map 3.
That's right, in map 3, a big talking point for TBE. They recovered in map 2, we highlighted that, but then in map 3, Dandro, they looked even stronger.
Yeah, I mean, they played it really well. They make this read on where the zone is pulling. They have the high ground up on top of this building. You can see from their POV, they're just looking down at the rest of the lobby, but an unfortunate zone pull pulls them off of that building, and unfortunately, they just get caught, right? Tommy tries his best to try and stay alive, but that zone pull, you got Team Brax who's able to read it perfectly, and they come out on top. Brax kind of throws his life away, so that way Vanessa can be there for the cleanup, and that really leads them to be able to take the map.
Can I just point out, though, at least, if you notice, FIFA Kill was alive on the other side, just lamping, waiting. So at least we did have some type of, bounce back for the EU regions.
That's
I didn't put that out there anyway.
Hey, I'm telling you, our superstars will step up. I have no doubts. I spoke about it at the start. There's a lot of pressure on the European teams to deliver, and it makes diamonds or it bursts pipes. But some of these guys have already turned into diamonds in the past. They will shine this afternoon, I guarantee it.
That's right, 20 eliminations. Not the highest we've seen, but 20 is still great. That's taking first place, 2x multiplier, 40 points. And for Brax, Finesse, and Co., that is a big game for them to have. Now, how will they stand after 3 more games? Well, we have yet to see, but either for them, it was great to see a fresh face starting to rise up. And like I said, familiar. Again, going back to first place, Diaz Biffle is like not the biggest surprise to me, right? But I mean, just he's so incredible, and he is just truly rose up to the occasion from the previous weeks now to World Series of Warzone Global Finals. This guy's on fire.
Yeah, I think that one of the things is that there's a lot of stuff on the timeline, right, about who is in the best form going into this World Series. And one of the names that was regularly missing actually was going to be Biffle and Co. Yeah. They were kind of not included in people's top 5s, but the form that they've shown throughout these last couple of weeks, they really have given themselves every right to be considered contenders. And again, they had some inconsistencies in the past. They've managed to fix it now. Realistically, looking back, we probably should have expected this.
Probably should have, and honestly, it was a team that I did want to highlight, but we had to highlight 9, and 9 is what we got. But Diaz Biffle was always in my mind, okay? But now transferring right from the trio now to solo YOLO, which is going to be taking place after our 6 games. 1 game to win it all, 150 players, and 1 person walks away with $100,000. Last year was incredible. This year's going to be even better, I'm sure of it. But this is the thing, right? There's a lot of players who could win, all right? And anybody can make a prediction as to who might win it, okay? I'm not necessarily asking you who's going to take it, who's going to win it, but we do have this special thing, right, where we put 150 players on 1 wheel. And Dandro, you were actually the guy who came up with this, so I'm going to let you lead this segment.
So if you happen to miss the LCQ, right, we talked a lot about some of the teams that were going to be winning that wildcard map, and it gave me this idea of, well, why don't we put all the teams on a wheel? So we thought for the solo YOLO, let's just do the same thing. We have this giant wheel with all 150 of our players' names on it, and we're just going to spin it because this is about as good as us trying to make an estimated guess on who's winning. I'm going with the RNG. I'm leaving it up to the universe on who is taking home the solo YOLO, and it's landing on DJ Moss. And you know what, Reflections? This would actually be maybe my pick if I was actually picking a player. DJ's been a long-time player. He's my homie, and that guy can play like an absolute rat.
Hey, you know what MJ said, like, and I took that personally. Juki's was right below that, and Juki's like, nah, hold up. I'm winning. Okay, I'm coming in. I'm going to do even better. But, like, Tommy, you got just so many great players. From what I'm hearing, though, DJ Moss, he might be one of the winners, but let's at least, you know, collectively see how or who else is going to win. Let's spin the wheel one more time and see who's going to win the second go-around. Dandro.
All right, here we go. Let's get ready to spin it. It's coming on through. Let's get some hype in the building, London, for who is going to be winning the solo YOLO. Someone's taking home $100,000. That's a lot of money, man.
It's a lot of money, man. European. Begging for a European. Come on.
Oh, come on. Well, we tried.
Bit greedy, isn't
he? Doesn't need it. He's leading the way. His team
greedy. Like, he's first place already, and now he's looking to win solo YOLO. Why not take it all, though, Enigma?
This is rigged. This is, you know.
Oh, don't do that.
I'm not happy. I'm not happy right now.
Now you're going to get everybody acting wild, and you're coming at us, all right? We don't have any control of the magical wheel. Okay, you think it's rigged, Enigma? Well, then take spin number 3.
Oh, I get to take the honor. Thank you very much. I will indeed spin the wheel for the 3rd time, praying that Europe managed to win something this afternoon. I have said that 4, 5, and 6. I expect them to bounce back, but it's been a rough afternoon. So please do spin the wheel. Please do give me a European champion for our solo
Come on, Breadman.
YOLO.
I don't think you guys notice. I just keep saying, come on, Breadman. I've voted him for every year. Come on, Breadman.
Oh, okay.
6 figures off for grabs.
Come on.
Well,
you tried.
You tried.
You know what? I quit.
Not rigged. Not rigged because we gave you a chance. That's 3 down. So Desmond, DJ Moss, as well as Biffle. Like I said, Biffle getting greedy, but there's honestly, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. The guy's absolutely insane and incredible. Well, there it is. We spun the wheel 3 times. If you want to put in the effort, I don't know, and add 150 players to your own wheel, make your own prediction, might as well go for it. But hey, we have Frankie, and this is special to me because I had a chance to do this event myself with the Code Bowl champions of last year.
Thank you very much, Reflections. Yeah, we are kind of struggling here as Europeans on the World Series of Warzone. But back at the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl last December, Europe came out on top because the RAF Reapers, and Matty here especially, were able to slay the competition. Tell me what it was like to represent the UK.
It was all down to the last game. It was very tense towards the end. But we managed in the end to clutch the win. I think it was only by 3 points, so it's relatively difficult, but we got there in the end.
Do you think your military training helps that focus in game?
In some respects. Communication.
It's always key with every esport. How long have you been playing Call of Duty?
Quite a while, probably 5 years or so.
And so the RAF, they're saying we're putting out trials for an esports team, and you're like, I'm right in there.
Say again, sorry?
So the RAF, they said, we're putting together an esports team. We're going to send you out to represent us in Call of Duty. And you were like, sign me up.
And exactly that. I was like, yeah, sign me up. I'll play.
Was there stiff competition for the spot in the RAF team?
In the RAF, yes. However, the other services, you know, were the best, so.
What is it about the Royal Air Force that makes it the best?
We just have a better skill set, I think.
Tell me about your skill set.
Our communication's better, our gun skill's better, everything's better, especially than the Army.
You know what? I might send you in to go and talk to our European teams and maybe give them a bit of a pep talk, teach them all about communication. But I know that you also have to focus on yourself and your team at the moment because you're actually going back to the next Code Bowl in a couple of weeks' time. How's the team feeling about the competition this time round?
We feel pretty strongly at the moment. Yeah, we feel confident in our own skill set, but we'll see on the day.
And you good at team talk? Can you pep talk maybe some of the players on LAN here today?
I had a little chat with Louis CM before the break, so hopefully he starts performing a little better.
Oh, okay. And what did you say to him?
stop landing with Team Biffle.
You know what? I probably would have given him that advice myself. No one should be landing with Team Biffle right now. Matty, thank you so much. Thank you for representing the UK so well at the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl, and good luck at the next one. We are going to head back to the desk.
Well, there it is, Royal Air Force taking everybody by surprise during that event. Literally came down to last map and saying the Army, it was, by the way, that was a dig at me. I'm Army, and he was like, hey, we're better than Army. I don't know, but maybe this year in Code Bowl, we'll see what you got. Hey, we got game number 4 ready to go. Gosh, Dandro, take it away. Spider Tiff.
Gosh, it's okay. Dandro's handling down on the desk. We got Spider Tiff here. And Frankie, what a beautiful interview there. You heard it there. Louis CM, do not land on Biffle, because Biffle's team right now coming into the second half of our World Series of Warzone Global Finals into map number 4 on 63 eliminations, Gosh.
Yeah, they are dominating, and they're starting in Hydro, right? So when you have a zone that lands in circles around Hydro, they don't even have to leave. They just slay out the entire lobby and then hang out and wait for in-game. So, hey, it paid off once. We'll see if it pays off again. Let's head in to the second half of the World Series of Warzone Global Finals. Map 4 is here, Tiff. I am super excited to see if maybe Braxton will be the first team to go back-to-back in map wins.
That's right. We've had 3 different winners in our 3 different maps thus far, but even then, Biffle's team is averaging 34.2 points per game, Goj, but it's okay, because our 150 players, they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to throw it all on the line here at the Global Finals.
All right, London, one more chance. Get loud for the second half of the World Series of Warzone. Tiff, map 4 is here. Had a chance to talk to Empathy on Braxton's team right before this. Said he's known Braxton for about a year and a half now, and he DM'd him out of the blue, begging him to team with him, swearing that they could be one of the best teams in the world. A chance to go back-to-back here and prove that. And guess what? Guess who's fighting at the very beginning of the game, Tiff? Neither team relenting. Who's going to come out this time around? It looks like DBZ, a full team wipe. Send them to the gulag. DBZ, they need to move different. They are not in the money currently.
We're talking all about EU versus NA. Well, the contested airport is just that. And so far, Clutch, Belk, Z-Laner, and Destroy have been able to win this contest each and every time. And that was even more atrocious than the last, because half of them didn't even get to pick up a weapon. It was just starter pistols, but Rated, Aiden, and Adrian, the young gun that has joined up, now known as the Cheddar Brothers. And Aiden himself, I believe his nickname that they told me in the interview was Buddy McBuster. So Buddy McBuster has entered Village.
Buddy McBuster, I'll use that one later. Hey, there's Meeks and Santify. They had a great showing in the World Series of Warzone qualifiers leading up to today. So far, not great, but we still have an entire second half of the World Series of Warzone to play. Lovey says he's got the best beard in the game. The question is, does he have the best grenade? Needs to find a knock. Playing low ground's gonna be tough. Looking for another angle. They've lost Reader already, and they've lost Authorized. Lovey in trouble. No, sirree. Bob Meeks on top. Reader in the gulag.
Reader in the gulag indeed, and I did see Aizen in the gulag as well. He was going up against Team Smixy, so Rohan must have been a little bit of turbulence for them, because they found themselves early on in the gulag. But Savvy Ultra's back again here at Observatory, collecting cash up, hitting the buy station, trying to get their quick loadout in game to make sure that they can get aggressive. You can see squad number 39 just on the distance, closing up on them, but they're going to be underneath, so no real issue just yet. But Blade trying to get a line of sight, maybe he can get an early pick.
Yeah, we're definitely picking up on some patterns here from a lot of these teams. Of course, they have favorite drop spots. When you have a fairly central zone, you can land in whatever spot on the map that you would like. And it looks like our Asia team, the team that dominated the Asia regional expansion qualifiers, they've been hanging out here in Observatory, but they've been going underground to rotate out nearly every single time. They do not want to risk their life. And we always talk about the high-risk, high-reward playstyle that maybe a DBZ is playing. And some of these other teams, they're worried about staying alive. So that's what our Asia team is doing. We'll see if they're able to find some eliminations and continue to move up this leaderboard as well. A hometown favorite and a shed expert, FIFA Kill, finding a bit of fire, but looking to take down Diego Torres.
Diego Torres from the back does go down. Abwiz on the low ground. Reaper trying to cover fire. As you can see, Laga just getting into the mix, but Oki, FIFA, and Abwiz able to swarm, and unfortunately Reaper is just able to plate back up and overlook his teammate while Oki peppers from afar. Now the issue of this is if I'm Reaper on the rooftop, I'm getting out of dodge, I'm playing my life, but you can already see that FIFA closed the gap and is able to wipe the entire team. To the gulag you go.
A huge take early game. FIFA Kill's team really needs to start moving up this leaderboard quickly. All of a sudden, we're going to be taking a look at that leaderboard. Not only who's near the top in the top 3 spots, but it's top 25 walking away with any cash today. You get 26, you're walking away with $0 to your name, unless, of course, you win that solo YOLO in the 7th map. Of course, it's all going to be on your own back, as it is solos. It's called Solo YOLO for a reason. We've had a modicum of different winners in the past, Tiff, and could be anyone's game. We saw that wheel being spun, trying to get some predictions. Intex not leaving anything up to chance, though. Quickly cleans up GUI. Teammates on the move.
I've seen him hit a crazy shots throughout Warzone competition history. Able to stow a flare for later should they need it, but Team eBay going big, taking out Team Jowo, and Elo finds a little bit of distance here. And Champion close the distance. CZR goes down. Elo able to grab that, just going through, cleaning it up, and now adding some eliminations to them. But I keep an eye on this. StuKX and Hisoka, they've been going back and forth in that top 3 positioning, and honestly, they're doing incredibly well here, averaging 24.1 points per game. But let's toss it on over to Frankie, who's got Smixy on deck.
Thank you very much, Tiff. These interviews are sometimes very hard to do because obviously the team wants to focus and get back into the next game. Smixy, tell me how your day's going so far, because I know the last map has not been great for you.
Yeah, no, we're definitely struggling, but you know what? The last 3 games we weren't playing as a team, and then we just lost our initial gunfight in this map, so it is what it is. All we can do is do better in the next 2.
Do you think you can spend the time now focusing on how you can rebuild as a team?
Yeah, we've been discussing, but you know, if we don't win our initial fight, then there's not much that we can do.
Why do you think you're losing that initial fight? Is it always the same team that you're dropping with?
No, we've been getting contested by different teams, so we'll see.
Okay, we'll see. Well, I'll let you guys get back into focusing on your opponents, and we'll head back into the game.
Well, Tiff, that was a good, interesting interview because, well, sometimes when you take those early fights, they don't go your way, and we've seen it happen time and time again, not only with a team like Smixy, but also TBE at the very beginning of the game. Now, TBE has bettered themselves, though. They had the massive last couple maps, and you can see a fight going on screen. Echo finding his first elimination, but it gets revenge from his teammate. TBE is inside the top 5 after a nearly dropped map at the very beginning. Be interested to see where they fall at the end of the 4th.
That just goes to show you how it just takes 1 game to turn the tide. Second in map number 2 and already breaking into the top 5, but it's this team on your screen that has been, lo and behold, the front runners of the entire global finals seal at World Series of Warzone so far at 109.4 points, well into game number 4, and they're going to continue on that momentum. Shifty, Sage, and Biffle, the titans here of the lobby.
Nice aerial view of Shucks. There was a couple teams out there that said they needed to watch out for Shucks, and a couple teams that said, well, if I see Shucks, I'm sending Shucks. So some difference in opinion on skill level, but everyone has something to prove here, Tiff. Taking a look back, I would love to see Juki's really has had a tough tournament thus far. I was looking back at the leaderboard. I think they're outside of the money currently, and it's not all that close. They've been contested off drop, and seemingly things aren't going their way. They need to get a move on, and they need to get a move on now. Juki's, Vision, Lennon, a chance to go big here. They need a monster map to climb back into the running.
Lennon found himself in the gulag, and it looks like Vision's gonna join him. Juki's last on Al Mazrah for the squad, and they have the high ground sway, but they're gonna be able to push the issue. Invader doubles down and completely stack onto Juki's. That is a full squad wipe to the gulag, and you heard Smixy in that interview that Frankie just had with her, how tough it is to go to the gulag early. 1 bullet can make the difference. Now checking in with Aiden over here at Observatory.
Well, every team did a ton of research, which means every team knows that Savvy Ultras and Blade are gonna be at Observatory. There go Blade, and the entire team is wiped. I think they're out of this map. Unfortunate circumstances, and when you can't pivot off your initial landing spot, maybe you haven't tried something new and things aren't going your way, you only have a couple more maps to go, you've got to make a move now. I would love to see where StukeX is. We got to show the EU folks here in London some love, and they've been playing fantastic all day today, currently situated in 3rd place, just right behind Hisoka. StukeX has been going big today. I'd love to see what they're doing and what's setting them apart from the rest of the EU competitors.
Yeah, they've been really solid. StukeX out of Germany, Boogs and Benzi both from the UK. I mean, look, they've transferred the leadership on that squad pre-stage 1, pre-stage 2. At this point, StukeX is the brain behind that squad. They only thought they would get maybe top 10, top 15, and they are nestled into a top 3 position as we work our way through the rooftops with Z colors on your screen with Team Swag.
They get Stuo, Inxian, and Patzuka on the other side. They're actually picking up the rotation. They found Super Evan on rotation. Find him off the top of the building. Swag's down as well. Color's in trouble. Color's last alive for his team. It's Inxian, it's Stuo, it's Patzuka going massive. Looks like they were able to answer back on 1, but they are able to get the cleanup. Still a 2v1, and Almond's right around the corner to potentially pick up a 3rd. This could be massive for Stuo and Inxian. Hey, I know there's a lot of people watching at home that have never seen Inxian's face, and he's showing face today. Full wipe on Team Swag.
Z Colors was just trying to get out of that engagement. He didn't have any smokes to cover for his rotation out, and you can just see as soon as they swarm, but Super Evan was able to win his gulag, and you can see we're hitting the rotation with Team StukeX, but Empathy, Finessin, and Braxton, your former Map 3 winners, taking on the Titans of Aiden, Rated, and the young gun Adrian. You know, we were talking about nicknames earlier. Well, you know, Adrian's is little A, dubbed by Rated. It's kind of cute, but he is that young up-and-comer, just turned 18, finally able to be one of the first major competitions here from Activision, because that's just how it is. He moved and wanted to compete, and they are throwing it down here.
Yeah, totally agree. Somebody that's continuing to prove that his name and the kind of reputation that follows him is true to form. They've got an opportunity to do here at map 4. They got to win this gunfight. It's going to be tough. Let's take a look at the map. And again, if you want to take a look at the map, go head over to the Call of Duty Echo channel on Twitch. You can see this at all times. And you can see where our zone is pulling to. Well, Tiff, it's probably going to be the marshlands or just outside of Al Sharim Pass. I'm excited to see what happens as the teams coming out of Observatory have a little bit of a moment of reprieve to fight each other and see who the last team standing will be in Observatory before the next zone pulls.
Well, then where Aiden and Co are is going to be absolutely solid to rack up a ton of eliminations, holding Marshlands hostage, but I'm keeping my eyes on the teams that are rotating out of that southeastern side. Team Echo and Tom Sturbaum are going to have a really tough rotation, but so long as Aiden and Rated can hold this tight, you can even see Empathy and Braxton, they have the same idea. If they can just lay the land, take space here, even Azen going out early on to DBZ at Airport have made a nice regain because they went up against Smixy in the Gulag and mostly won theirs.
Yeah, I was about to ask if we could take a look at this because it's our top 2 teams fighting. Mayapo, Skullface on the other side of Sage, Biffle, Shifty. They've already gotten their better of their opponents once. The question is, can they do it again? Shifty needs to go big here against Mayapo. Fantastic place, grenade to break plates. Mayapo had to back off. You don't hit that nade, Mayapo grabs a knock on Shifty.
Sage is down, but does have a self-res. You can see that Shifty is able to tap him. Basically, what that'll happen is he'll be able to preserve it, but look what that does. It gives Hisoka time to get a pick onto Biffle and send him into the Gulag. We knew Mayapo from Team Soka was on the rooftop. A man of few words lets his gun do the talking, but Shifty able to navigate the fence line, just looking for an opening. He spots Soka, but not able to connect just yet. The former teammate looking to take Shifty down.
Sage is gone as well because of a third party from Desmond, Nico Infinite, and of course Crowder. They've got to get involved. They're lingering on the edge of the money. They're a fantastic team on rotations, but they need eliminations, and they found a third party to get one pick. You get a couple here, there, the next zone, and the next. All of a sudden you're looking up and you're closing in on double-digit eliminations. Mayapo in the Gulag, and it's against Biffle, Tiff! This is huge, and Biffle wins it! Biffle wants the 1v1 against Mayapo, and this time proves Mayapo wrong. Biffle wins the Gulag.
Hey, you heard Mayapo talking about the 1v1s that he likes to take. Well, he lost it straight to Biffle. That nade forced him out of cover and straight into Biffle's weapon. But you can see we're looking on the flare. We've got smokes in the distance now. Hisoka has taken to the roof, but Sage, can he take down FIFA in the Gulag? Lethal's going out. Snapshot's not connecting. He's got the Molotov in hand, throws it immediately where he thinks FIFA is, but FIFA gets the opening shots.
Plays the wrap. FIFA should know where he is. FIFA rotating in kind. The crowd is starting to cheer FIFA's name, but time is running out.
Skynade.
The Skynade hits. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna run around this stadium. FIFA on flag here shortly, pushes the fight. No! Sage answers back and wins it. And the five-person NA crowd over to my right goes crazy.
The entire crowd, primarily being from EU, here to support them. But for those who have traveled across the pond to support their North American teams, flying out. But here's the deal. Aiden and Rated have maintained the positioning here at Marshlands. It's giving them that overview. You can see in the distance, Team Echo has still gone into zone, but they're relatively split on that northern river across from Marshlands. But this is what I was worried about. We knew it was a 3-2-1 meta with the Signal 50, and Adrian has it in hand, keeping an eye out. We got a crack already. Castillo, you gotta be worried.
Yeah, this is exactly where you want to be if you're Aiden, Rated, and Adrian. I did spy Azen down below. I think it was Gromalok somehow stabilizing after the DBZ encounter. You got a moment of reprieve here before the chaos ensues of all the teams trying to rotate in, and we might finally see some water zones. We might finally see some F-Tac sieges. I know Skullface had pulled one out earlier to prepare for it, but it stayed on land. This time around, I have a feeling we're gonna see something crazy underwater.
When our players make that F-Tac siege loadout, they come up with such cunning names. I think Z-Smith himself called it like the shark catcher or something, like my shark loadout, so you can just get into the water. And that makes such a big difference, because if you don't have that F-Tac siege in hand, you will not be able to fire underwater. But Mayapo back in to join Skullface and Soka. A nice buyback or a flare. Let's jump into a listen and check out what their next move is.
Mate, you have your blue launcher, right?
No. Oh,
behind you! Behind you!
Three in the bridge, three in the bridge. Under the bridge, right under.
Somebody lagging, holy shit.
I can't get the flare.
Probably underwater. I'm gonna smoke again, I'm gonna smoke again.
You got the flare though?
I do, I'll flare.
How did you want? Under the bridge.
Okay. We gotta keep swimming. Swim to these other buildings.
We gotta go march.
Guy landed in the water over here.
Yeah.
Keeping eyes for Skull.
No more smoke, by the way.
Hey, good use of the flare and smoke to get Skullface back into the lobby. And you know what happens? They're not necessarily going to immediately drop down on them. It's not necessarily safe, but Skullface can call out for the rotation that Soka and Mayapo are making. But Sage over here intense, running into a little bit of an issue. Shifty and Biffle still alive, but Sage on the ground going up against multiple teams. But it's the starter pistol from Palooka that comes in and takes him down.
Flex, Palooka, Tojo, they got 15th in stage 2, just barely eking their way skipping past LCQs. Here making a name for themselves on main stage, taking down the current leaders and the reigning champs of the first 3 maps in terms of point totals. And there are a ton of teams in this area, front, back, left, right, and everywhere in between. You gotta fight together and fight as a unit. Which team do you focus? And will Stukex finally on main stage, all of a sudden getting shot from behind. They still come out on top. Stukex last alive for his team, and King AJ right around the corner.
Able to survive thus far, but the rotation's not over. You can see just in that mini-map to your upper left-hand side of the screen, all of the congestion that lies ahead of them. Team 26, that's gonna be Tactical Grit, is going to have the ultimate high ground, but not before they have to get through Dongy and co. So things are gonna look a little messy for them, as you can see Team JUEGO going to fall.
Wars does win the Gulag against Clown, so should be coming back free and clear. Question is, do you land or again kind of play that aerial recon, almost micro UAV that you can play up in the skies? Stukex trying to stay alive, and it looks like Prodigy's gonna leave him alone for now, so Stukex might be able to buy some time and hopefully buy his teammates back, as TBE all up, all alive, but not a lot of resources to share. Question is, where do you go from here? You're not quite in zone, but you want to pick up Crowder and co as they rotate in. Problem is, if you expose your back, all it takes is the, 3, 2, 1 signal shots, and you're out of here. They need a knock to pave a way going forward.
At this point, with Almond not having any shields, no ammo, no resources, you just have to prioritize what you got, but Soka doesn't care. He's gonna go through, down, and out the building, able to grab a crack, but Skullface back in, and Mayapo now
not with the squad, but they have found themselves just inside that next circle. And when it closes in 25 seconds, squad number 9, that's going to be Vonbot, is going to be forced directly out of their building and into Soka and Skull. And this would be a well-needed team wipe for them so they can get resources, maybe find a flare, get some cash, because buy stations are going to be few and far between. And you see the smokes come out, TBE in the water just ahead of DJ Moss, but not before Sage and Shifty are nearby.
Noob's in trouble, last alive, goes down, TBE is out of here. That opens a door of opportunity for rest of the teams inside the top 10 and top 15 to start creeping their way up the money. The shark catcher in the water. Unfortunately, when you've got that pistol and you can't shoot down, and good luck, my friend. Z-Smith fully eliminated as well. Sage still alive and finding more kills to boot. Left, right, and center, and a flare up into the sky. A full stabilization for Sage, Shifty, and Biffle as they creep into the next area of land they can find feet upon.
It didn't even matter that DJ Moss did have that F-Tac Siege, was able to find a couple eliminations before they were taken out by that starter pistol. You see Biffle flying back in, Shifty in the distance, just trying to anchor down, but he's coexisting nearby. Nico Infinite trying to pay for placement as well, because now that we're into 19 squads, that multiplier 4 kills is going to be climbing up, and Soka still alone with Skullface. There is typically a buy station just ahead, but look how many people you have to go through, Goj.
That's a rude awakening if you're Dongi. Hisoka goes big. Skullface in trouble. Question is, can you get the revive off? You have to play patient. Don't want to give away your position just yet. Other teams are focusing forward, and you've got a moment of reprieve to get it. Skullface able to stay alive. Huge for the team. Skullface goes down again, though. It's all going to come down to Hisoka. The fact that he's even alive inside the top 15, Tiff, is ridiculous. They've gone through so much adversity in this map, yet somehow still alive. Speaking of still alive, Shifty on about 2 HP, hiding out in the smoke with 7 eliminations.
Out of plates, forced to dump into the water, but there's Bushwookie C standing on top of Believe and gets taken down. Unreal, unlucky, and Believe racks up another one down to the final 10 squads of this match. The 1.6x multiplier. You asked for water and you've got it, but Deuce Amir in the distance, now inside the top 5, solidified, are going to prioritize their rotation, but it's going to be Aiden. They were here first. They prioritized mid-game to make sure that they were able to stay in Marshlands. Throwing out the Semtex, is looking for it, but he focuses forward, doesn't see the man on his right, Goj.
Empathy, Braxton, Finesse, and have an opportunity to do something that no other team has done on land. A back-to-back victory could push them all the way up inside the top 5. Empathy in trouble, but Finesse going massive. Somehow Biffle is still alive with health and plates to boot. But the last remaining player for his team, and finds the flare.
Finds a gas mask, finds a flare. Here comes Shifty. Things are getting a little mixy. He finds another flare. I told you the Hail Mary. Welcome back, Sage. Let's get another dub. We're so close to the top 5. 6 squads remaining, and he is fighting his way forward, but not before Deuce Amir, Z-Dark, and Castillo push the issue because his teammates aren't on the ground to help him, and numbers advantage is important, and Biffle takes down one, but he goes down.
A huge double flare from Biffle means their team's still in it, and they're inside the top 5. They've got the multiplier. Anything else is just bonus, but Mexico has a chance to go big. Not before Shifty tries to answer back. Shifty falls. Finally, the team's eliminated, but inside the top 5, a monster effort to grab a massive multiplier. Mexico is not done yet, Tiff. It's a 2v3. He was on the other side. It's DBZ, all 3 up with the high ground. DBZ needed this to make it to the top 10. DBZ needed this to win the map. DBZ wins map 4, and they're excited for it.
Look, I'm excited for them. Destroy, Z-Laner, and Clutch Belt, your winners of map number 4. From the early game contest at Airport to clutching out the end game. The vibes are always real with Destroy, who often competes with Chrissy and co-eds, but now here in the World Series of Warzone, they take a win.
I will never forget the conversation I had with Clutch Belt 2 champs ago when he was talking about teaming up with Destroy and Z-Laner. He said DBZ is going to the moon, and they've had their adversities. They've had these mountains to overcome, but they're back and they're in final form. There was a question in my mind, Tiff, of you're getting contested every drop. You're outside the money. You're having to fight for every inch, tooth and nail to get anything going in any game. And they proved me wrong. They said, we stick to our strategy. We're confident in it. DBZ on top. Let's take a look at that HyperX victory moment, Tim.
Biffle with one flare. Grabs some plates. Biffle with another, but it doesn't matter. At this point, you can see 6 squads remaining. DBZ positioned around all of them. And when that next circle pull comes through, DBZ gets the advantage because Biffle runs into a lot of issues here with Team Juice Amir, forcing Shifty and Sage to land on the high ground with the starter pistols to try and help with some reprieve, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, and it's just such a crucial moment, too, because that double flare allowed Biffle's squad to get the 1.8 times multiplier. They made it into the top 5, and they weakened Mexico. They opened up a window of opportunity that DBZ had to climb through, and they did it. Here it is, the final 2 trying to fight back against DBZ. You see Sirius there, shout out to our Asia team, but not enough. When you've got a full team of 3 in the final fight against 2 or 1, you're coming out on top 9 times out of 10, Tiff. A massive victory for DBZ.
Drill charges, Semtexes, restock on, allowing them to have so many lethals there for the end game. But it was Biffle fighting Juice Amir on that northern side of the zone, kind of taking a lot of those initial engagements that DBZ was able to spread out on the south, on that high ground, and just really focus on that end game engagement.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They set up perfectly for the final fight. They didn't overextend oftentimes with teams like DBZ that can get really aggressive if not reined in. They might have high ground and they say, there's some free kills, we gotta go get them, but hang out and stay on top, keep the high ground so you can grab the 2 times multiplier. Very well done, systematic win from DBZ.
It is the discipline, you're right, the patience to take that in, but they actually opened the door with those drill charges and the Semtexes a lot for that initial, because if they can pick up as many KP at the end, it will only further that 2x multiplier that they get. Let's jump on over with Frankie, who's got DBZ on the stage, so we can hear from him.
I do, and you know what? There have been some pretty hyped teams stood with me in this position today, but this has got to be the most hyped of all. They were in 29th before that drop, and now they should be safely within the top 10. All right, Destroy, debrief for me. You were just excitedly going over the match with your teammates. Share it with the crowd here in London.
Yeah, we had a couple of rough games the first 3. We weren't really getting any zone pulls, wasn't going in our favor, and then this last game right here, we were able to get a black site, which is just great for our zone pool. So we got our black site, got our money up, and we had a little sense of direction going into this game. So we got a little back pocket UAVs, and we were able to capitalize on that and get 15 kills as a squad and get a 30-point W.
Yeah, the 30-point W is definitely something you needed. You've still got 2 more maps, though, ahead of us finding out who is going to be taking home the prize today. But talk to me about the end of that last map as well, because it seemed like you were waiting to join the party. Biffle and Samir, they were leading the chaos. You guys were watching from the sidelines. When did you know it was time to make your move?
Oh, after that halftime, we had a 15-minute break. We regrouped with the boys, and we were like, look, we haven't been having the best luck the first 3 games. It's time to turn it around. DBZ is going to win these last 3 games, and we're going to bring this big boy home. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
You know what? There's been some boos for NA so far today, but London is loving DBZ. You've got a lot of fans here on this side of the pond. I can see them cheering for you everywhere. This obviously is a team with a lot of history. What would it mean for you to win today in London?
It's been a long time playing with these boys. I consider these guys my brothers at this point. We've been through a lot of ups, a lot of downs. This year wasn't enjoyable for me in the first little half, but this last little bit we've been putting a lot of time in. It's starting to show. That last game right there, it's got us team. We're ready to go back to back on this.
Zelena, are you enjoying yourself now?
Sorry?
Are you enjoying yourself now?
I'm enjoying.
I'm enjoying you enjoying yourself. All right, lads, get back to your booth while we head back to the death. London, give it up for DBZ!
Well, there it is, Destroy and his crew taking game number 4 in spectacular fashion, and it feels good. You know, Destroy is a guy that I've been watching literally for the past 4 or 5 years. Every single time I watch him in a competitive landscape, he's always bringing that energy, bringing that hype. I had a chance to ran into him in backstage, and I said, bro, you know, I love you. The hype you bring is crazy, and he brought it, right? I mean, that is a big win, to say the least, and they said the next 3 games are theirs. I don't know if that's going to be the case, but at least they're going they're shooting for the Stars. What a special occasion that would be. Let's recap game number 4 because a lot went down and it was a very fast lobby, Dandro.
I mean, it was just insanely quick. By the time we got to Zone 3, 14 teams were already eliminated. This is kind of feeling more like the World Series of Warzone lobbies of the past, where right off top, we just see a ton of action. Players are trying to get these eliminations and get these kills to their name. But then when we transfer into that mid game, it's slowing down. It's like these players are walking through molasses or something, because this just goes to a crawl. And finally, towards that end game, we even saw it there with DBZ. Teams are just fighting at tooth and nail, trying to wipe out the rest of the lobby. So it's getting a little weird. The pacing's kind of coming together.
That's
Hopefully
right.
these teams can read it.
You know, I think teams are understanding we can't play too different. We have to go with what works. What got us to this point? If we play too timid, if we change things up way too much, we're not going to find success. And we saw that in game 4. Let's talk about Jukies, because Jukies was, you know, a fan favorite. I'm a big fan of Jukies myself, but he hasn't found success today. Why is that, Enigma?
Well, one of the things is about the way this team works, and I spoke about at the start about how they have this unique comms setup and the unique strategy in which they play. And the way in which they are as a 3 is essentially Jukies is more of an aggressive individual vision, more of a passive individual, not in a disrespectful way, but assessing the situation. And what they do is they both plead their case to Lennon, who essentially plays pair and IGL and decides on the strategy in which they all trust. Every time we seem to tune in with the 3 of them, Lennon seems to be either down or far away, and I think right now that's really offsetting the rhythm of this Team Jukies lineup.
Dream, we got in-game here. Walk me through it, because it was exciting.
This was so crazy because, first of all, Sage beat FIFA in the Gulag to even make it to this point. But all of those redeploys, that was dropped. If you saw, Aiden went down, and there was like 3 that popped out. And I was like, okay, maybe Adrian will get to pick off one. But no, of course, Dark, Amir, and DS, like, Castillo, like, they all were alive, right? Strength in numbers. But to be able to even stay alive that long from Team Biffle was insane, because as Goj mentioned, it did put them in the 1.8 multiplier. But DBZ having that zone, having the high ground, everyone being alive, impressive stuff from them, because even in scrims, just even last week, like, that's kind of like their zone, their strategy, right? Like, the black sites are important because you can get so much economy from them.
I think one of the incredible things actually is watching how they've evolved through the afternoon. They got off to a really slow start at the start of map 1, right? They got bullied away from their place of interest, their airport landing by Team Gromalog, and they've ended up over the last couple of maps fighting for that back and setting themselves the correct foundation for starting maps, then gaining the black site, as you correctly said, and then putting themselves in the best position for a map win.
Well, there it is. We got a couple bananas out there in the audience. Hey, you guys are going nuts. I like it. We're going to take a quick break, but 4 games down, 2 more to go until we figure out who our global final winner is going to be. Until then, we'll be right back.
Free games and in-game content with Prime Gaming. Visit gaming.amazon.com and link your accounts. Herman Miller Gaming is the official chair partner of the World Series of Warzone. HyperX is the official peripheral partner of Call of Duty.
Attention all Warzone warriors. Gear up for the ultimate Battle Royale experience. The Call of Duty Endowment Bowl, presented by USAA, is back.
Y'all ready to get the stage set?
Get hyped for an elite level of competition. 10 military esports teams representing 3 nations.
Oh, Canada.
Competing for a single trophy.
You'd love to see it.
It's an all-land showdown. Tune in on October 5th as we drop into Al Mazrah. Squads will clash. Strats will develop. A champ will be crowned. See you in the drop zone. Stay frosty, troops, and level up the life of vets.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Series of Warzone Global Finals presented by Prime Gaming. We are 4 games down, and we are about to hop into Game 5 quickly. So we got to pull up our standings in just a quick second and lay down the law. See where Destroy is landing after that wonderful victory. Well, Biffle still in first place with a tremendous lead as far as I'm concerned, 50 points. I don't do math in public, but I just did, and maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, but I think that's about 50. Dandra, who else do we got?
I mean, look at that. Soka back up in second, right? They are here. They have the 95.41 points, and Duzamir not too far behind them. But I just got to call this out a little bit. I mean, they have such a significant gap in first place to the other teams. So some of these squads that we see on our, kind of screen right here, specifically Team C-Laner, number in 13th, 49.2.
That's it. Well, there's your top 20, and it looks like map 5 is ready to go. So without further ado, go Spider Tip, take it away.
The top 15 after going through that map 4 victory, but it is time. We are in map number 5, and I was perusing the timeline, Goj, and one name stood out to me the most. It was Juki's. He said the first 3 maps were absolutely not going their way. Time to step it up in the second half, but now it is time. Do or die, 2 maps remain.
Do or die indeed, and it's really do or die for anyone else in this tournament besides Team Biffle. They have a 50-point lead over second place. That is absolutely ridiculous going into the 5th map. And I gotta give a shout out to Team Braxton, by the way. Empathy was able to stay alive as well into the top 5 last map, hanging out on top of that arch. Sage grabbed the kill, however got 5th place, and now they are 5th place overall. So very well done from that team as well. Let's see, can EU grab a win today in the World Series of Warzone? It's kind of now or never. 2 maps left to go here, Tiff, and I'm excited for it.
That is true. Map 1 went to Soka from NA, Sage, Biffle, NA in map 2, Team Braxton map number 3, and DBZ with map number 4. As we check out that zone, our teams making their way in. It's relatively central, but this could pull towards maybe Al Shireen Pass, so I'll look to the teams over there to maybe solidify that high ground, but we're not going to check in with DBZ just yet because no real massive there, but Wars & Co. Intex getting into early action. They're able to grab a knock on to 1, but looting through the tents, looking for that, but it's TBE who are able to grab an early game helicopter, one of the rarest vehicles on Al Mazrah, and just peppering down from above.
Peppering down from above with the starter pistol. I love it. TBE just letting people know they're coming through. Maybe grab a couple pieces of damage just to pad the stat sheet. We'll see. FIFA kill, though, already in an early encounter. They know they got to get a move on. They got to play aggressive and quickly taking down one of our Brazil teams.
Yeah, going for the stronghold here is an easy way to maybe get a load of cash or maybe an early loadout, and FIFA looks to be doing that, but has that in hand. And the Vel, not a bad SMG, and here you go, getting that loadout early and with at least 2 minutes into the 5th map. That's going to give them that advantage to any team that they run up against that wasn't able to get it. So you can see that team that was challenging the stronghold is forced to resend.
This is the best part of the tournament because this is where most of the teams down near the bottom of the leaderboard have to make some major adjustment and go for broke. They're going to be playing highly aggressive. You're not going to see as many teams in the in circle. Teams are going to be flying at people. So a team like FIFA Kill that can get a loadout that quickly are going to push the fight. Like I said, quickly finding Reaper to find the full team wipe on the team from Brazil.
Bro, Reaper hypes in the vehicle. He's like, I'm trying to get out of here, but Ab was able to cut them down. But it's Shifty, Biffle, and Sage that are taking on Louis CM, and you heard it from our Royal Air Force. They were talking earlier on the stage with Frankie. Stop landing near Biffle, and what are they doing? Map number 5, they are sharing a corridor with them, and Sage is just looking for an opening.
Yeah, the saying is if it's not broke, don't fix it, but if it's broke, do something about it. Let's make a change. This time, though, Sage is going to try to grab a different angle as Shifty is still in the building nearby. Maybe there was some secret strategy that our Royal Air Force wasn't sharing. Louis CM going to push the fight. Smixy now pushing the fight as well, finding an elimination on King Maddie. Rodrigo, Zungod down below. Now with the player disadvantage, they're going to try to grab some inside cover and reassess. Zungod in trouble. Attract pushing the fight. Attract, no! Doesn't get the better of it. Zungod goes huge. A nice answer back, of course, from flanked. Rodrigo grabs another angle, grabs a sniper, breaks plates. No, can't grab the knock.
Just a sniper from the ground, but Sage able to not capitalize on that because Louis CM's teammate Vapular was able to take him down, send him to that gulag early on, as well as Jay from Team Huskers will meet him there. But here's Louis CM able to reunite alongside his squad, operate this building, but that's exactly what you need to do. So they have forced the issue, they are winning engagements, and hey, that's enough for me, it's enough for the Royal Air Force.
Hey, look, Tiff, Vap said, I asked him a couple questions before the broadcast. Vap said he's not here to make any friends. He's here for business and business only. So time to take care of business, my friend. Let's see what Biffle can do and see if he can take care of business here in the Gulag. Biffle, 1v1s is where he thrives. Attract on the other side has a ton of experience and a ton of prowess. Doesn't have a sniper though, so I think I'm leaning Biffle, but anything can happen in the Gulag.
Well, you remember what Smixy said, you gotta win the initial gunfights, and her teammate Attract is gonna need to win a 1 here. Burning the Thermite early, Biffle now doesn't have any more lethals or utility. Does spot Attract, puts out some initial bullets, and is forced to do a dance. You don't want to repeat, but he is going to pick up the gas grenade. It's going out, the snapshot connects, and Attract pushes. Will it be enough? Real Biffle wins that 1.
Gosh. Look, Biffle doesn't lose 1v1s often. He's not going to lose it on main stage when they're up by 50. If there's anything I know about Sage, Biffle, and Shifty, they're going to be pushing the equation. They're going to stay aggressive regardless of what the score line is. Another team that's going to do a lot of the same, well, it's the team on the screen. Hisoka, Skullface, Mayapo, still in second place, but the team from Mexico is hot on their heels, less than 4 points behind them. Deus Amir, Castillo, Z-Dark, constantly finding themselves in the final circles and constantly finding themselves with a couple of eliminations early. And here's a couple more to boot. Colors no idea where Castillo is, and Dark from down below. A huge pinch. Super Evan has cut it off short though. What can Castillo do? Last alive for his team.
Hey, need to stand up. Z-Dark and Deuce already in that gulag. You can hear them calling in the missiles and trying to disengage, but not quick enough. Goes down to maybe about 15 HP, able to start the process of plating back up. But sometimes when you get onto the balconies, they're really tough to get out of. You can find yourself stuck, but he's looking for a jump to the roof, going to miss it as Super Evan and Swag are closing the distance, outnumbering Castillo, just looking to put some initial damage, but they are in full run. Castillo through this, utilizing the Semtex to try and block off the staircase, maybe re-finesse them, but he only has one way to go here. He's gonna wait and try to go for the knocks, put some initial damage out, but it's not gonna be enough. There's just too many. Super Evan and Swag outnumbering Castillo. To the gulag you go.
I'm not gonna lie, if he would have won that with the no-scope signal, I would have lost my mind.
That would have been crazy.
Done. Should head to the gulag, should come back. We'll see. Braxton, Finessen inside the top 5, looking to continue to better their performance. A lot of money on the line, and every single time you move up this leaderboard, every single dollar you start counting into your bank account. But the question is, can you count it early? Maybe for Biffle you can, but for Team Braxton, still a long way to go. 5th place is gonna net them $36,000. 4th place, Tiff, would be 50K.
That's worth it here at Marshlands. You're surrounded by Team Zeppa, as well as a few others. So taking to the high ground will be very important. They do have a flare alongside them to boot. You can see Teeny just kind of laying low, knows there are players nearby, and that's really kind of what you need to do, is make sure you're not overextending, not peaking, because of Signal 50 on a roof, you're 2 bullets away from finding yourself towards endgame. So Teeny likely is going to rotate out, try to join up with Levy. Let's check in. Biffle and Shifty, your current leaders, north of 50 points. Just a staggering pace that our squads are having trouble matching.
Yeah, I was taking a look at the leaderboard, and the only EU teams inside the top 10, 10th place would be Stuo. You've got Boobs and Stukex in 4th. You got Team Wars in 8th. So 3 teams from EU trying to better their performances here. Several outside of the top 10. 1 Mexico team. The rest are in a quiet team inside the top 10, by the way. Team JUEGO, after a fairly strong start at the beginning, still finding themselves in 9th place. We'll see what these teams are able to do in the final 2 maps. We've got Freed. You got 8. Clown is down. Should be a 2v2 on the other side. 2v1. Yeah. See you later. 8
Bueno, la verdad que está muy solo contra ellos, era un poco difícil que se hubiera conseguido hacer con ellos, pero bueno, lo he intentado.
Squads out of our initial 50 here in map number 4, 8 minutes into the game, and the rotations
tenemos aquí a Panda, Clam y Strax, tienen a un equipo enfrente.
On the distance, go Clamp and Extra J. Trying to find some initial engagements here, but a relatively slower start for them. About 150 damage and no eliminations. Well, 1 for Clamp.
And I gotta say, a team that there was a lot of expectations on. Anytime I asked players about teams they were threatened by, especially from other regions. Anytime we're talking about Mexico, they were actually talking about the second place team from Mexico, which would be the team on your screen. You've got Panda, Extra J, and Clamp. They have a large, history of experience in not only the World Series of Warzone, but also in tournaments in the past. Go Clamp even playing with one of the teams at the top, right? Before changing out teammates. So, an interesting team to watch out for. I don't think they're having the best shake of it thus far, but they might be getting better opponents here. Clamp now on 2, looking to find Smixy. Little to no help though. Smixy finds another Panda. Last alive for his team. Is able to knock one. Find a moment of reprieve, but all of a sudden, he's going to try to clean it up. Self-revive. Yes, spots him through the smoke.
Vale, con el humo la verdad que se ha sabido mover muy bien.
Throughout her competitive history here in Warzone, and it's just like they're losing that initial gunfight and can't keep that momentum.
La verdad que se mueve muy bien, Panda. Muy buena, la verdad que se mueve que flipas.
We saw Attract early on lose that
Ya tenemos al equipo 10 contra el 40 que es el de Virgen.
but unfortunately running into Goat Clamp and Co. just not able to stay the distance. But Sage, Biffle bringing back Shifty in, and they're over here once again against Louis CM.
They've been fighting since the very beginning of this map. And so far, it's been fairly even trades across the board. They're going to continue to fight. Now, one thing that Louis CM's team has done is really stifled the aggressive early start that Sage, Biffle, and Shifty have been able to do. The last 4 maps even, finding their way to the final 5 and a ton of eliminations. Right now, they're struggling to find even one. And I think in White Louis here, they pretty much have the entirety of this POI by themselves, at least this side of the river. So a huge moment and a huge fight, and I think they know that, which is why they're sticking here. But it's really weird to see Shifty on 0 kills and Biffle only on 1. But they're playing smart. They don't necessarily need all of the points, and they'll pick up the pace should they be able to wipe Jama here.
Well, I mean, if you're going to stay in Hydroelectric and fight for the dawn of time and completely sandwich the captain, Team Jama, so unfortunate for them. But I do see Louis CM out in the distance, but Sage parachuting in directly behind him, looking to capitalize on it, but he does get knocked and eliminated. Was the last team ever able to get out?
Definition of gross. Great elimination there from Sage. They've grabbed Hydro, half of entire POI to their name. They can hang out for a little bit waiting on this next zone. Now we got a couple swimmers here. We got a Quiz in the water with 4. We said FIFA Kills teams got to go fast and they got to go crazy at the beginning of this map to have a chance. Hopefully they can set up for in-game. Just 9 kills between 2 is a fantastic start. So we'll see what they can do at the end. Of course, multiplayer again doesn't start until top 35. We still have 46 teams left in the lobby. TBE trying to get the better of their opponents here with methods.
We saw them early on with the helicopter. Now have made their way down south towards airport, and with that circle starting to close, they will likely have to rotate out, and we know a lot of heavy-hitting teams typically rotate through this out, but it's going to be Jukies and Co. that are going to be leaving that H5 area on the map and pushing towards the double gas station POI ahead of them. But Soka, they know the pace that they need to get to, and they're looking to hit triple digits, but they're not there yet.
Not there yet. Mayapo's still looking for his first, but the team playing well. Inside the next zone, just barely. Couple teams trying to rotate in. That's E-Bates with C-Smith on the outside, having to cross over these train tracks. But Ahsoka remains on the hunt, seeking Gromalok, seeking more eliminations, while Mayapo is looking for Picnic. Easily finds Team Ultra out of here. Really had a tough shake of it this game and in this series. Haven't really had anything going, likely because of some of these early fights. Ahsoka continues to push the equation and continues to win. That's Ahsoka's 6th.
They knew what they needed to do if they wanted to track down Team Biffle, and they're looking to capitalize on it. But we've seen just how well Shifty, Sage, and Biffle were performing, and they're on the move again, just on the outskirts, coming out of Hydroelectric. So they'll be pushing towards the marshlands, which, if we checked in earlier, there was a plethora of teams over there, but just needing to find that pace, because if Soka is able to rack in kill after kill after kill, that is going to really allow them to close the distance. But I think it's going to take a 2x multiplier for Team Soka to really do some damage.
Still looking to creep up this leaderboard and quickly eliminates Method's team. Cam's out as well. Looks like their 3rd flying back in is going to say, yeah, I think I'm going to stay away from this one. Nice win here from TBE. They continue to move up this leaderboard. They were in 5th going into the last map. They're now in 6th, but kind of maintaining their position into the top 10. An impressive feat considering their first map. But they've got the gun skill and they've got the aggressive game style and gameplay to win this thing still, but they need to get a move on. Let's take a look at that map, Tiff, and see where some of these teams are at.
Yeah, this is what's really interesting, right? You've got TBE. They were able to clear out airport on that southernmost side, but what's to note is Team Smixy has made a full regain. All 3 members of Team Smixy are up and rotating straight into the TBE, so that's going to be really challenging for them. But what's going to be even more tough is that zone is likely to pull furthermore north towards Village, towards Double Gas, and that road that separates airport and Double Gas is atrocious to cross, especially late game, because there's so many high buildings. We know it's the Signal 50 meta, and that's where things will get tough. Mayapo showing us just how it's done.
Great hold here from the top. Gotta have that high ground. Okay, if you're taking a look at that Call of Duty Echo Twitch channel, you just saw the new zone, and well, it went to pass in Village. You're going to be creeping up on kind of the north side of Village and just kind of encompassing all of Pass. It means everybody coming out of Marshlands has a long way to go, and there's going to be a ton of teams holding it as well. Huge shout to the production team to have that going. Go check that out on Call of Duty Echo on Twitch. Mayapo looking to follow up. Hits one, but not the second, allowing Hees to get out.
Rapid succession there, and as you made the shout to go to Pass, there were some teams that had already rotated in early. That was going to be JUEGO, Limax, and Bredman taking Pass early, and Sage and Co. trying to get there. We know just the verticality that is over at Pass. It's entirely difficult to rotate in. Shifty electing to go up by foot because the zip lines at this point in time are likely not going to be safe. Running into some resistance, forced to reassess the situation. You see Bredman with ultimate high ground. You know the Signal 50s in hand, and I hate to say it, when I saw the initial Signal zone, I did say Pass, did I not?
You did. You definitely
did. It's almost like I played this game or something. It's almost like I did.
Look, Ahsoka plays this game often. He's fighting against Finessen here. Finessen has a ton of prowess. These are 2 teams inside the top 5. Who do you got? Finessen really thought he was going to come down lane. Ahsoka not only cracks plates, but gets quite a bit of health off Finessen. This should be a free victory. Somehow gives up position. Ahsoka thought he was so free that Finessen wouldn't chow that quickly. Finessen peekaboo. Takes down Ahsoka. Now is that all she wrote for the team, but still, I mean, I was walking away from the screen.
Well,
looking down at notes, I didn't think that was going to happen.
You think back to when Mayapo was on stage after their first initial victory and how many times he faces Soka in the 1v1s and says Soka wins them. Well, Finessen does on land. Finessen wins those ones, and Village is chaos. DJ Moss from Team eBay still alive. Skullface just a little bit south of them, but it's Biffle who was utilizing the flares earlier, hitting the smoke and rotate.
Stukex, this is a big one. Mayapo versus Stukex. Stukex, some of the lone soldiers for the EU go down. Mayapo wins his ones. Called it out on main stage. Executes it this time.
Hisoka's back already as well. Shifty, Biffle, Sage just in the opening of the road, trying to think about where they want to pull straight to. As you can see, the circle is pulling further and further into Al Shireen Pass. Last time we checked in, it was Bredman with the ultimate high ground that is going to make it so incredibly challenging to get anywhere close to them. JUEGO grabs another, Bredman grabs another. They're likely running 2 Signal 50s on that roster.
Yeah, we've seen JUEGO play this style before where he kind of plays anchor, and when you give Bredman an ultimate high as well, they should be getting free picks all day today, especially in Al Shireen Pass.
A mí por lo menos no me gusta esa posición ahí, también es que es todo campo abierto. Han conseguido batir a uno, a Sepan le ha conseguido batir, vale, se lo llevan, qué buena. Madre mía, ese también, madre mía, qué bien lo están haciendo, la verdad. No tiene placas, Vision. Shifty ha vuelto, creo que estaría en el Gulag o algo y acaba de volver.
I'm hearing the crowd go wild.
Levi was able to get a flare off, so one member of Team Zeppa will
y el equipo de
come
Hisoka sigue dando guerra por ahí,
random,
están
but Sage and Biffle, they're
avanzando a la
not
siguiente
going to
posición.
let them get in that easy.
Que
Levi
ya sabéis que
does
avanzar en
fall.
el
They've
último momento
set their
tampoco
sights
viene bien en
onto
este campo abierto.
more gatekeeping of this, as Nico Infinite is going to be that next squad with Crowder and Desmond. It looks like Nico might be the last alive.
Le ha reventado, vale, vale. Se lo han llevado, qué lástima. El equipo de Hisoka juega muy bien también, acaban de reanimar a Mayapo.
Finally hitting triple for the total scoring, but Tom Tommy plating up, and Noob's able to get back on his feet. Can he finish that self-res?
Could be a potential third party from distance too by Limax, throwing down covering fire. The old guard versus the new guard. Hisoka in trouble. Skullface on 1 HP in a tree. Goes down. Mayapa last alive for his team. Can he get the revive?
Para que puedan atacar entre dos, no solamente uno.
You got 2-3 teams staring
Tiene un
down your
equipo que les
back,
viene
and
por
Allman
detrás.
getting shots down from Rocket, it looks like, on the other
Ya,
side.
vale, el equipo de Haifu también se ha encargado al más. Mayapa puede reanimar.
Meanwhile, Joe, Bredman, and Limax take out Team E-Bates from high ground. Playing that position early is what they needed, and Heeds tries to flank onto Mayapo. Initial shot out, he's able to grab the knock, but Hisoka has to play from inside the building. Now all three back into the game, but they cannot take out the squad.
Qué máquina Hisoka.
Soka is able to grab it, but
Se lo ha
not
cargado el
before
último de su
Gromalock
equipo,
able
el
to take
Gromalock.
down two members of Team Soka.
Grom did everything in his power to win that, but Gromalock's squad
Vale, la verdad que están haciendo un muy buen torneo.
Y
tiene a los tres encerrados ahí tumbados. Vaya tela.
And look who also is still alive in several eliminations now. They picked
Qué bien
up
lo ha
the
hecho.
pace tiff, and they are not letting any team close the gap on them. Sage on 5, trying to take down Rodrigo.
He's like, knock, knock, here's a Semtex, I've got a flare. Able to find even more eliminations. We were worried about the pace that they were maintaining here in map number 5, but sitting on 5 eliminations thus far will keep that momentum moving forward. But as he gets a beautiful free cam shot, I did see a Juki's in the distance. He said he wanted to step up on this back half of the series, and so far is doing so.
Still alive. The question is how many are alive on the team. Lennon went down in the kill feed. They might have flared him back.
Ahora que el equipo de Usamir le sigue bastante cerca al equipo de Hisoka y a ellos al de Almond. Almond también está jugando muy bien el torneo. Almond, Pedro y Thatcher están ahí escondidos en una casa. Me parece que está un abatido, creo. Method, que está totalmente solo, escondido en una casa.
Especially as we get into the final couple circles here. Mayapo still up, last alive for his team. And look who's also still alive. Z-Dark and Castillo continue to find themselves in the final circle, and there is Juki's finally.
Well, here's the issue. It's Mayapo last alive for their squad in second place. And yes, he's trying to rack up eliminations. But when you have Sage and Shifty clearing out the northern side of Pass, rotating in, they're able to maintain a pace that Mayapo's not going to be able to get. He needs some rogue flares to be able to get that teammate back, but
no tiene muchas más opciones que meterse en una casa. Hay Method no hace nada contra Biffle. No ha podido hacer absolutamente nada. Se lo ha ventilado como si fuera un pálamo, cojo. Bueno, gracias.
That is the question. Can we answer back? They were able to get all three of them
back alive down to the 11 squads.
About to be in a 1.6x multiplier, but it's Juki's. Juki's taking out Jowo. Juki's taking out Allman from TBE, finding a lot of success here, prioritizing that positioning, and they will have an advantage on that zone pull, but not before squad number 12, Team Tyson, is going to prioritize.
Ya que el círculo se está moviendo. Están todos un poco obligados a salir de ahí, la verdad. Qué buena, Mayapo se lleva uno. Que está solo, pero está dando guerra. Bueno, hasta ahí llegó. El equipo de Biffle está uno abatido. Se han llevado a Sage. Ese squad también fuera. Creo que está reanimado.
And they're executing it. The question is, can they win it? High ground to King Maddie. Finds a couple plates, but not a knock, and it's go ahead and burn the flare. Here's the footsteps of Juki's and
Tiene un montón de gente abajo, King Maddie. Qué buena, qué máquina.
King Maddie goes big, wins the one. Where's the second?
Teammate was flared in, likely going to join them soon. Gets eyes on Juki's, but not able to grab that knock. And with 4 squads remaining, Juki's is able to get the res onto Visions, who duck into cover.
Vale, estamos viendo el equipo de Rocket también, que son 2.
3 players still up.
Ah, la han pillado, la han pillado.
from Jukies. The crowd goes wild. Vision is on 11 TIF, going absolutely massive. This could not only get them into the money, potentially top 15, but they need to win it. They need to capitalize on these eliminations with a 2x multiplier.
Nelson Good ha muerto. Otro equipo fuera. Y queda un equipo contra otro.
Here comes Jukies. Here comes Jukies. He does get cracked and Rocket not able to land a sight on him.
Vale, han reanimado a Morpheus, qué buena.
He grabs back Morpheus, but
Jukies se carga al último y ya solo les queda el último. Vale, pues victoria para el equipo de Jukies y Vision. Muy buena partida.
Jukies on top.
They needed it. They manifested it. And they won it. Map 5 goes to the team. Only a couple hours away. Jukies, a massive victory. 2x multiplier for what likely will be well into the 30s, if not a 40-point game. You can see the excitement on their face and the excitement from the crowd.
Peep him there, Lennon right there. Every time they celebrate, Lennon is shouting out his family, and Jukies was like, hey, you know, he's got that dad buff, but let's take a look at that HyperX victory moment here. Jukies able to find one, immediately flank, but they didn't make it easy with the utilization of flares, but Vision anchoring from above, sitting on double digits.
Yeah, call it COD timing, call it God timing. Jukies went huge here to take out, I believe it was Rocket after grabbing the flare. This was such a massive moment. Of course, EU on EU violence, certainly not one that the fans here in the Copper Box love to see, but a flawless executed victory. Here's Rocket, able to get the flare off and goes for a reload at a bad time. Jukies finds the elimination, and then it was finally a 2v1, and if I'm Team Rocket, I believe they just splatted. They knew they couldn't win it, weren't gonna give away the kill. Very well done from Jukies and co. This is our first EU winner here in the Copper Box, and it was well earned and well timed. Finally grabbing one for the fans at home. Congratulations again to Team Jukies.
Vision, Lennon, and Jukies. It's crazy, right? Maybe I gave them a buff by reading out their tweet early on. I was like, hey, Jukies himself said it. The first 3 maps were not what we wanted it to be, and there goes the walkout. Going down to meet up with Frankie, who's standing by to interview our first EU winners on land today.
Yeah, super excited to hear from them. I know the crowd is. Let's send it over to Frankie on stage with our Map 5 victors.
All right then. All right. First of all, Jukies, what took you so long?
I don't know. It was about fucking time, though.
Well, I don't want to repeat the language, but I have to say I have to agree with you, Jukies. That final fight, you had to dig your teammates out of hot water there. How did you get the timing so right?
Honestly, I don't even know. There was so much going on. People just kept dropping money. We were getting each other's trades. People were resin, we were farming them. Hopefully we do it again last map.
Yeah, I hope so too. Not that I'm showing any EU bias, obviously. No one booed me from North America. I just want to see you boys succeed because I know you work so hard. Jukies, there was a bit of controversy because you've got some ex-teammates playing in the booth behind us, but you decided to forgo that experience and pick up some young boys. Why was that?
2 shooters, aren't they? 2 proper shooters.
Are you saying you're getting old and slow?
I'm actually getting old, actually. I'm very slow, to be fair. I am slow.
Well, you're obviously a good...
My brain's there, though. My brain's there.
It's still under there, ladies and gentlemen. I've just had a check. All right, High Vision, what was it like when Jukies picked you up for his team?
I mean, never. He's the first one to actually give me a chance in actually a good team. So, I mean, I'm really, how to say that? Yeah, I mean, just as the best guy in the world, bro.
He's one of the best for sure. Lennon, let's have a chat to you. There's a good reason why London loves this man. Lennon, for you, what's this LAN experience been like? Talk me through how you've kept your nerves in check.
The crowd's amazing. I've had an attack. It's amazing. I don't know, I've just kind of just chilled out a little bit, stayed calm and kept the team calm and stuff like that, but we really needed that game, so.
All right, come in here. Stick together, lads, stick together. Because you have to stick together now. The odds are against you as we go into this final map, and no pressure, but Europe's counting on you. How do you think you're going to approach this final drop?
We're just going to go out there, try to do our best, to be honest. We've had a bit of a stinker, so.
Well, you got a victory. A win is a win. 60 points. It's fine. They've got this. They've absolutely got this. London, please give it up for Team Jukies!
Well done indeed from Jukies. Feels nice. Again, I'm a big fan of him, and the fact that he gets a victory, 60 points. I mean, come on, that's a lot. And a lot is needed to catch up to Diaz Biffo, who is in first place, right at 150 or so. At least the last time I had a chance to watch them on that the leaderboard top right in game. But great game, nonetheless. EU on EU. Enigma, you hate to see it, but it happened. But the crowd, they loved it.
Yeah, I mean, as Jukies comes out and says there, it was about time. However, they do indeed deliver that massive map for us in 5, and it all comes from the rotation. Jukies might have been so locked in that he wasn't sure, but he gets to the top of pass so early. And as teams are coming up from the bottom of village, it's a disgusting rotation that you have to try and make it through this layered, stacked, tiered area. And Jukies and Vision are just raining hellfire on any team that tries to get past them. Gatekeeping, picking up the big kills, and then go massive at the end to seal the deal.
Seal the deal, indeed they did. But Dandra, going to you, Diaz Biffo was in first, as we talked about. I think they still are potentially, even though they don't get the victory this game, they were doing a tremendous job staying alive. And honestly, their positioning, even sometimes out in the open, they were still picking up elims where teams probably wouldn't.
Dog, I don't know how they were able to hold this side of the mountain for so long. I'm just like, what? They're holding all of these teams pushing on in. They're just looking down. They're picking up all these free kills, but they have like 2/3 of the circle at their back, and nobody is looking down and shooting at them. But what was more impressive to me was their ability to get away from this positioning you see on your screen right now and be able to kind of make their way up the hill and be able to come out and find just even more eliminations on their way up. I was saying it's going to be a little bit hairy for some of these other squads, because even if they're not getting a lot of eliminations, they are still making it deep in the placements.
He said making their way up the hill, perfect transition into Hisoka, and their team staying alive as long as they did, Dream.
Yeah, which was crazy, right? Because essentially in Akhtar village, where Aiden's team was, where Hisoka's team was, they were, like as mentioned, they had to rotate to pass. Yeah. So that elevation going from village to pass, like Mayapo, how long he was able to stay alive was so impressive, because he was able to push that to a 6th place. Yes, he did not get the multiplier, the 1.8, but from where they were at in the recovery, even from seeing that Hisoka gulag, they were like, dude, who put down their controller, bro? Because that was insane.
I mean, listen, I think this is actually really reminiscent of TBE, to be honest with you. That's how they've been able to secure a lot of tournaments in the past, right? It's just, they just rack up a lot of kills. And sure, maybe they're not winning, maybe they're not getting up to that high, kind of placement, but they just get there with a lot of eliminations. They take advantage of that multiple.
Absolutely, and Rocky getting 2nd place. Let's give them their flowers, because that's the first time we've seen them truly make it up the leaderboard, Enigma.
Yeah, it is, and seeing them get involved in this later stage is great. We've spoken about how they have a massive fan base here in the crowd. We've seen the squad out there, and to be honest, yeah, it hasn't been the best afternoon for us in Europe. So to see a 1st and 2nd place for us is indeed going to be a great thing. Hopefully we see that again in map 6.
Might I just say though, the fact that they were able to knock Jukies down right there and he had that self-rest, like that was the saving grace, because that could have been a completely different winner.
Completely different. 27 eliminations for Jukies and his crew. That is a massive game, but the reality is that was game 5. One more game to go, so it's all or nothing for several of these regions and teams out there. This is a big moment, ladies and gentlemen. We're still tallying the standings, but when we come back, we're going to have those standings to lay down the law. Who's going to be in first? Who's trying to lock it down? We'll find out when we come back for our final map, Game 6.
Miller Gaming is the official chair partner of the World Series of Warzone. Follow along on social media for all your Call of Duty esports needs. Get all the latest info in real time. Just follow at COD_esports Twitter and Instagram now. Be sure to link your Twitch or YouTube account with your Activision profile now. Don't miss any of the amazing viewership rewards during the global final, including the chance to win a Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 beta code.
Yeah, come here. Throw down the music, Modo.
Yo, Hector, I've just been given the instruction that I need to use the phrase, it's time to slip it in. Hello! Welcome back to the World Series of Warzone. I've come up to the Hector stream, the Team Repulse party. I hope I haven't brought the tone down.
No, we're trust me, we're good. You said, what did you say, sniff it in or what? I don't know what that means.
How dare you?
I don't know what you said. I couldn't hear you.
I did not say you had to sniff it in. I don't even know what that means. Disgusting.
That's why I was like, what?
Honestly, I was told you were filth.
Frankie, talk to me. How are you feeling right now? The energy, I did not expect it to be this crazy. I'll be honest. This is nuts.
Continue to be rude. This time about London. What do you mean you didn't expect the energy to be crazy? Did you not see CDL in 2019 and 2020?
Let's go. She pressing me, chat. She pressing me. Yeah, no, honestly, this is insane. Going into halftime, the boys are up 30-something points.
Yeah, it's crazy.
This is nuts. This is insane. I don't know. How have you been?
I'm not happy. What the hell? What the hell, you?
We look, and I think the top EU team is sitting in 8th right now. And I don't know if there's any more.
Well, going into map number 3, Stukex were 4th. I don't know where they are now. Yeah, and they got really far. They're in the final fight.
Right now, I think.
Yeah. They're doing all right. But also, I hear there's a connection between you and Team Biffle, so I'm calling foul play here. You got in with production. Something's going on.
I mean, look, they keep telling me like when we threw the line, like, oh, y'all rigged it for Biffle. Y'all, they always say I do something. I just sit here and slap my ass. Like,
I do that. Yeah. We saw your behind being spanked on the broadcast earlier. I've heard that you've got some moves, but they most involve your bottom.
Yeah, we get a little crazy here. I'm not gonna lie. I would say I did not expect them to show me slapping my ass on these broadcasts. I'm a cute above 50. I did it.
Hey, they broadcast are wild over there. I see y'all getting the interviews too. The 50th place. Y'all are wild.
We were shocked when you interviewed TBE when they died. We're like, no way they actually did that.
The worst thing is, well, not the worst thing because it was technically my idea. There is a little bit of shade because the wooden spoon, you might need to Google it. It's not a nice thing to do to someone, but they said that I could give wooden spoons to the team that goes out first, so that's what I've been doing.
Is that what you handed him?
Yes, apparently. But apparently I wasn't meant to tell anyone that because now it's out there on the internet that I'm a shady so-and-so. So I've got to leave you, and we've got to head back into the broadcast. So I'll see you guys on the stage.
Frankie, thank you so much. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Oh, man, bro. Yo, W chat, W Frankie, W Frankie.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Series of Warzone Global Finals presented by Prime Gaming. It comes down to this one final game to decide it all. Game number 6. Who's going to win? We're going to find out after this next game. Without further ado, we need to hop right into standings because Game 6 is about ready to go. And Dream, who is looking to take it all?
I mean, look at the difference, right? Of course, Team Biffle just set the tone early,
They
set the tone early. So what we really need to happen, like them to go down early, and somebody need to have like a 40-point game.
40-point game indeed. Dandro, what are we looking at?
We're looking at a lot of people who need to play the best game of their Warzone life here and now in London, right? Some of these teams that are below 10th right now, sure, there's an opportunity to make some cash here, right? Not everyone, it's not just the top team, right, that's walking home with some serious moolah. It's everyone else. So maybe don't get discouraged. That's my number one thing. Don't get discouraged heading into this lap map because you still have an opportunity to jump up.
Cash is great. Cash is great, but to be the first international champion, to be the first global champion for World Series of Warzone is truly what is the grand prize. And right now, Biffle, Sage, and Shifty are looking to take it all. Game number 6, we're about to decide our winner. So let's go to Goj and Spider Tiff.
Thank you so much, guys. Jukies from 46th to 9th place, breaking into that top 10, but it's one map here last for this series. The issue is who is going to be able to chow Team Biffle. At least 50 points ahead of the nearest competitor. It's almost as if the other 49 squads are going to be preying on their downfall, Goj.
They're all playing for second, Tiff. Let's be very clear. You're right. 45 points ahead of Hisoka. And Dandro called it out. They need this team to get full wipe with 0 points. And even still, the best game of the day was the one we just saw. That was 54 points. The only team that even has a chance to catch Team Biffle is Team Hisoka. But the rest of the squads are all right next to each other. Everybody jockeying inside from about 6th all the way down to about 15th. The spread is so razor thin, which is how you saw Juki's jump from 46th to 9th. Let's head in to the 6th and final map of the World Series of Warzone Global Finals. London, one more time, let's get real loud for the final drop of the trio section of this event.
Here we go. We get a good look at that initial zone encompassing a large majority of the water. And Juki's, your map 5 winners that took so long, as Frankie said. She hits them with the, what took you so long? Juki's like, yo, we've been warming up in a 54-point game at that. If they could double down and throw another one like that, putting them north of 100 points, think of the differential on the leaderboard. Because you're right, from 46 to 9, that's nothing short of impressive.
Yeah, you need a massive one, certainly. Currently situated, and I believe 4th place overall is TBE, who's just breached that 100-point margin. So there is a sizable drop-off after the 5th place, but everyone from then on out are all fighting for still a ton of cash. Again, $100,000 to the team in 1st, but still 80K for 2nd, 65K for 3rd, and so on and so forth. But if you want to make money today, you've got to make it inside the top 25. I'm looking at Aiden and Rated and Hate Adrian. They're currently in 11th place overall, just outside of the top 10, and that money drastically starts increasing after the top 10.
Well, it's going to be Aizen, but they're not going up against DBZ this time. It's actually going to be Team Swag that will be contesting them over here at Airport. And Aizen and Heeds, they were trying to bait colors into their building. They threw that proximity mine down on the ground, but it looks like Aizen and Heeds will be getting the stronghold for themselves. And Swag and Co, they're kind of rotating out, but Heeds looking to catch Z colors off guard.
Now, with Juki's kind of increasing his point total, we do now officially have 4 EU teams inside of the top 10. Heeds and Gromalok, they've been playing a hyper-aggressive play style, but they're not one of those teams. They'd love to creep inside the top 10, love to continue to prove themselves. They've been contesting any team they can get their hands on. They're just not winning every single time. You need those early eliminations if you want to find yourself in the final couple circles. I got to give a shout out to Pat Zuka, Inxian, off-screen wiping DBZ. The crowd saw it and the crowd got loud. We'll check in with him in a little bit.
Tappa on the upper floor of the building ahead of Champy. Can Big Pavo close the distance? Definitely got to check behind because he knows that there's a member that was able to snake off into the water. Sometimes if you're running amok, you have to get into water to rotate, but Tappa not able to get there just yet. The jump comes around and Big Pavo able to take down Tappa, the last member of this team unable to rotate.
Yeah, these are those early fights you look back on and say, okay, we have 4, 5, 6 eliminations. We're kind of setting up for that next circle, setting up for the next zone. These are clutch, but they're not everything. You need more, especially if you're a team like this that's near the bottom of the leaderboard. You've got to go massive, and every single kill could net you quite literally hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. Everything counts. Every single elimination counts. Joe, Breadman, Limax, a strong start and a mediocre finish. We'll see if they can finish well in the final map. As Smixy getting the better of Levi on the other side. Smixy going big to potentially take down the Australian team as Zeppa and Teeny close the gap.
And this is what they need to do. We were talking to Smixy earlier on. Frankie pulled her aside. Hey, what's going on? It's just like we just need to win that first initial engagement. If they're already picking off a couple members, getting that KP, that's exactly what is benefiting them. But Zeppa and Teeny waiting to see, hey, will Levi come back? Did he guess the Gulag win? No, so they will likely have to get enough cash to be able to buy them back. But then you jump on over to Observatory, the one team that has the best chance of catching Team Biffle. It's going to be on your screen. Team Soka, Skullface Mayapo, and Hisoka, the captain himself.
Yeah, the big question in my mind is this trio, do they go into this game and say, let's go absolutely crazy to try to take first place? They won't settle for second, of course, but do you kind of rest on your laurels a little bit and say, we want to stay alive, we want to maintain our position, because they do have a sizable gap from second to third. It's a 13-point margin, so if they just have a pretty solid game, they're likely going to lock up $80,000 to their name. Knowing this trio, though, they're not even looking at the leaderboard. They're just going to play their game. They're going to do what they do best. As off-screen, you're seeing Lennon, Juki's finding a couple eliminations. They're keeping up that pace they set in map 5.
Skull being patient, playing some head peeks here, but you've got the 2022 EU World Series of Warzone champions on the high ground going up against NA. So that's a heavy-hitting fight. We'll check back in with that later as we keep on board with your current leaders here on land in the global finals. It's Team Biffle.
Again, no one really contesting their point total. Same thing that I just said for Team Ahsoka is the exact same mentality for this team. All they're worried about is getting some points on the board. They're not worried about the leaderboard, though. They're going to play their game. I can only expect you're going to see them in the final circle. You're also going to see them with a ton of eliminations, but only time will tell. Head back to Observatory to take a look at a potential fight here. Again, Savvy Ultras is here every single time, but a team that has to play aggressive because they're outside the top 10. Aiden, Rated, Adrian pushing up from behind. Savvy Ultras forcing the encounter.
Yeah, but here's the deal. Team Juki's just got wiped. All of them sent to the Gulag. So if we wanted them to go back to back, the odds are already stacked
Madre mía, si no consigue salir de ahí, le han puesto tibio.
Sage goes down. Shifty not able to get by his teammate to grab a trade. Team Echo on your screen. Echo, Tomsterbomb, and Bubble. I mean, Echo and Tomsterbomb, they've been playing since the beginning of Verdansk, the competitive Warzone history. I was able to stop by, talk to them. They said, hey, we're running 2 Signal 50s. Echo's going to be running that AR SMG. But honestly, your weapon doesn't matter here because it's the last game of the day and your job is to climb up that leaderboard tooth and nail. I fully expect this last map to be the most aggressive we've witnessed.
And that story of Echo is a story that many of these teams share. I'll pause that story to say, well, it's Sage in the Gulag, and again, you want to maintain that position. Sage looking for his opposition, throws a grenade here from Brillo. Doesn't connect, which gives a little bit of information to Brillo to know that Sage is on the left-hand side. Sage says, nope, you're not going to know that. I'm going to go to the right. Procs, and guess what? Brillo thought he was on the left. A great move by Sage to outsmart his opponent. He's not going to lose that one.
Not going to lose the Gulag, maybe not going to lose land here. Could you imagine? I know we have Pulse Check in the building upstairs sitting with J-God and Lucky and Rampage, and they're just cheering on Biffle, their brother at arms. But Skullface here finds himself in the Gulag, but a heavy-hitting one against Jowo.
This is a big one. Ahsoka's team in second. Skullface, a huge part of that. Jowo on the other side. Needs a massive momentum swing to continue to increase their price. Pool likely going to walk away with some cash. The question is how much? A couple shots against Skullface, only break one plate. Skullface misses off the timing. Jowo wins out that one. Jowo's going to be heading back free and clear, but if I know anything about Meapo and Skullface and Ahsoka is that they're quickly going to get Skullface back. And that's exactly what just happened.
Hit the flare, hit the rotate, doing an intel contract to get that next circle information. But Jowo just absolutely finessed in the Gulag. And, you know, some, lo and behold, do call him Flowo, maybe the king of movement here in Warzone.
Flowo, movement king, whatever you want to call him. Joe's the GOAT. Question is he going to be the GOAT on land? Probably not first place. But hey, we still have the solo YOLO after this. Anybody's game for $100,000. We'll get to that in a moment, though. Still a lot of cash to be had here. $500,000 up for grabs. This is the last map for it, and DBZ needs to go big. An okay map in the last one after their win. We're going to clean up Meeks here and keep moving on their merry way. Decent position, decent advantage. But where do you go from here, Tiff?
You go up. You want the high ground. Rotate through Observatory, see where that next circle is going to start pulling, and then prioritize your rotation, because that's what has been killing so many of our teams. And with so much water still in this main zone, a lot of teams have prioritized going to Said City, and that's not a bad move. That's not a bad shout. But the thing is, can we get there? Squads like FIFA Kill have already rotated in.
And I'm taking a look at this map again. You can take a look at it yourself on the Call of Duty Echo Twitch channel. You can see where the map is. All been fights won. Great timing for Alma to pick one up, creeping along the ground. Now they have player advantage. Now they hunt their prey. Noob's gonna creep up above. These players know every single angle to get in and out of these buildings. And Noobs flanks his opponent, pushes as a team. They're not taking any chances here, Tim. 3v1 should be no problem at all.
Finding themselves inside the top 5, but they will not be happy with that. Tommy had a strong performance the last time he was in the Copper Box Arena, and performing here today would be exactly what they need, but they're just 4.4 points outside of the top 3, but Dusamir is the squad currently sitting in 3rd. They've got the high ground, and they are just above Team Huskers.
Están con el equipo de Huskers y de
Gotta give some
Mutex.
flowers to that Mexico team. They're playing fantastic. Getting shot in the back though.
Les ha dejado tiros con esa granada, la verdad que la han dejado tiritando, pero la han conseguido batir.
Castillo's gonna make it right. Gonna try to play the high ground position, and I like this spot. Huskers, Mutex, Jesus, they've got to know they had the high ground. Jesus, an incredible player. Traveled all over the world to compete in Warzone. Not only today, but in the past. Won a LAN for 10K in Amsterdam. Has an opportunity to hopefully increase his standings on the leaderboard and win some cash. But let's head to the gulag here. Dusamir, 3rd place currently, trying to take down 11th place Hate Adrian. This is a nice 1v1.
Y les quedan 2 segundos para que aparezca la bandera. Vale, aparece la bandera, tienen 15 segundos, no se acerca ninguno al final. Se les va a acabar el tiempo, no se acerca ninguno. Se quedan sin bandera. Dusamir no se mueve. 4 segundos, 3 segundos, 2 segundos. Se mete Dusamir.
What they needed to do for Team 8, and I told you, I sat down, I talked with them early on. He's like, I don't know, I'm just here to shoot my gun, and hey, it's working.
The game of chicken in the gulag is always a fun one. Who's going to go with the flag first? Usually that person loses. Sometimes they both lose, Tiff. Gotta get on the flag pretty quick. Make sure the time doesn't run out. Let's check in with our 2nd place team. They seemingly are in a bit of trouble. Lost 1. Dongi and Vonbot up above. Don't seemingly are gonna. They're not gonna approach Mayapo here. Instead, they're gonna continue to maintain high ground position in that POI. That's where they land usually. Wonder how many kills they have. Let's head over to the leaders though. Sage, Biffle, Shifty doing well. Team Biffle things. Teff continuing to find eliminations and continuing to win those gunfights.
Just hanging out on the outskirts of Hydroelectric was essentially their drop spot. They land in Hydro, they stay in Hydro, they reap in Hydro, and this is actually what is allowing them to farm so many eliminations. And because the zone keeps Hydro in zone, more teams are going to be rotating out of the northern side from Rohan Oil, and they're essentially just gatekeeping everything. And the next team is going to be too strong making their way through that. But now before CPA tries to hit a rotation with the Hummer, they do lose out on CPA, and we're flying off the mountainside of Observatory. Moriko just keeps going, hanging outside of the passenger seat, maybe trying to scout some of them.
Our Asia regional team, they played hyper-aggressive in the regional qualifiers and dominated the competition, probably by driving Hummers and pushing every single gunfight and landing Observatory. The problem is when you do this, you are giving away your position to everyone. They're just trying to find some sort of space that they can hang on to and restabilize. I don't think anyone in this lobby is going to allow them to do that. I'm looking at our map though. Of course, Hydro's still inside the next zone. It's looking like it might pull towards Cave, which is good for Vonbot, Dongi, and Nofo, a team that's kind of an unknown squad that really made a name for themselves in the World Series of Warzone series. Got an opportunity to do something big here. The only team contesting is Team 38.
Yeah, so go back on your screen. Your 2nd place team still need about 50 points to cover the gap between Team Biffle. And it's just going to be so tough because they've constantly been in that regain blender, not able to be up to full form. But it's Almond already on 7, has overtaken Dusamir and pushed themselves into the top 3.
If I know anything about TBE, they're not complacent when they're inside the top 5. They're going to continue to push the equation. That's exactly what you're seeing. I think that's a total of 15 eliminations already from TBE with 37 teams up. They've got an opportunity to do something crazy right now. Can they catch Team Biffle? Likely and mathematically, probably not. But can they creep up into 3rd? Can they creep up into 2nd? It's possible. They need Hisoka to go down, and they need to continue to farm kills, and they're doing exactly that. Swag doing everything in his power. It's just not enough. Noobs grabs another.
Yo, but they hit the do-si-do and hit the flare in the meantime. Will it have connected? Regardless, another elimination goes the way of TBE and Tommy. Now we know they always make that Bermuda Triangle style of play with Allman down in the gulag. Tommy on the rooftop looking down at Laga and Diego able to throw down some shots, not necessarily connecting. Maybe a little bit of a lethal, maybe will connect. But regardless, you want to wait on Allman and see if he's able to get out of the gulag, but not before Noobs falls.
Yeah, Tiff, I usually make a basketball reference here about their triangle formation. I was going to try to lean into football, but I'm not going to disappoint the London crowd. I'm going to let it stand. Tommy looking for a couple of eliminations still. Lage holding his own, but should go down here shortly. The question is, Tiff, if you're TBE, obviously you've got a couple in the gulag here, a ton of eliminations. You want to play this hyper-aggressive playstyle. You got Smixy on the other side. Alma's going to try to win this. Where do you go from here? The rotation's going to be tough for Tommy, and you're going to have two flyers in the air. You're going to have to scope it out. We'll see if he can win it.
On the ground prone, able to clean up Smixy. You can see that he extended out onto Smixy's side of the gulag, which is very similar of how we witnessed Soka playing early on, but still able to take that elimination, add it to the tally, because they are just trying to pull away from that fourth place squad. Team Deuce, Amir, and Soka not able to catch a break here in map number 6, but if they go down here, it will open the door for teams to pass them.
The opportunity for TBE to make it to second place completely depends on Hisoka and Mayapo staying alive in this moment. Going down with 0 eliminations is so uncharacteristic of Hisoka. I can't even believe that it could happen. We'll see. Shifty playing maybe playing with his food a little bit. I think they knocked Bino and then let himself revive and then killed him outright. Wanted to make sure they weren't going to get picked off by a third party. We take a look at our zone here. Of course, everybody's moved outside of the majority of the hydroelectric, creeping down towards caves. You might be seeing another water zone.
You would love that, wouldn't you, Coach? You would love a water zone. You're so devious, but regardless, it doesn't matter at this point, with Biffle still able to extend that lead that they're maintaining. And honestly, with the zone pulling just south of hydroelectric, they've got a position where they're able to gatekeep yet again, and that has just kept them maintaining this pace that no one can manifest. Even Soka running the gauntlet of potentially not able to even hold on to second place.
Off-screen TBE is in a bit of trouble, but they've taken down Finesse, and a couple teams at the top fighting each other, and the gulag is closed. Tiff, we are officially nearing the end game of the last map. Tommy and Allman hunting down Empathy.
Here we go.
Allman on pin. TBE is going huge. Doesn't matter what weapons in his hand. DBZ's in their way. Allman shooting bodies.
Do you blame them though? They get a durable gas mask, they get their squad together, and they take out 2 members that were likely close to them on the leaderboard. Now we start to parachute away. Look for the high ground as we see squad 26 in the distance. Tactical Brit was who actually was firing down with a signal 50 from above, but look at, we've got the ultimate flank.
I think TBE's on 21 eliminations.
Could you imagine?
An opportunity to do something that many people would say is impossible. I don't know if they're going to catch this squad, but this could be a window of opportunity. Sage is down, quick flare. Team Biffle knows what they're doing. All 3 alive, as always. Several teams, though, surrounding them. A tough spot in the zone. Sure, it's central, but not ideal. A little bit of cover to work with, and somehow Team Hisoka fully stabilized all 3 up.
They did have the cash. They just needed a buy station or a flare to get their numbers back up. But I'm keeping my eyes on Biffle and Shifty on the right-hand side of your screen, playing just by the bridge. TBE just to the northern, ahead of them in a big engagement as Tommy goes down. Tommy is fooled by 8th. Now Noobs and Almond will have to clutch up this moment and get out of this congested area.
If anybody's wondering here in the stadium where Team Jukies is, they've been eliminated already. They're not here in the final couple circles. They might see themselves into the top 10, but it's going to be close. The big question in my mind is who's going to win map 6 and cement themselves in history. Some of the greatest Warzone players of all time.
Oh.
Great snipes.
Signal 50, maybe that will be the greatest ever in World Series of Warzone history. Not a particular player, but a particular weapon in the hands of Shifty.
They're keeping up the pace though, Tiff. They're not relenting. They've got to kind of move into this next circle. Look at the next zone. Half of it's in the river.
JUEGO's already there. Tommy's back up. Almond's on the roof. PA liking to wreak havoc, but not necessarily. It does knock Almond on the roof. Tommy does not have a flare. 5 eliminations, typically anchoring for this squad.
If they want a chance to take down Team Hisoka, they have to stay alive. They need the 1.6 and the 1.8 times multiplier. Look at that scoreboard on the right-hand side. Team Biffle likely your winners, but second place is a complete toss-up. 2 teams at 129.4, 2 teams vying for second, but Deus Amir, our Mexico squad is not too far behind. Sage goes big, no! Falls, and a quick answer back from Shifty. This team is moving on all cylinders. The team at the top is going to remain there at 182-point tip. Could they breach 200 points on land?
There is a possibility as we get into that multiplier, but not before Soka able to find another one, but he's only on 2 eliminations with 13 squads remaining. We are getting into those upper multipliers, but is going to be difficult.
Tiff, this is unbelievable. 11 teams left. Many of our top squads still alive. Third place walks away with $65,000, but first place is $100,000, and second at $80K. We're likely witnessing not only history, but a fight for $15,000 for second and third place. Skullface in the water with the attack. Siege goes down. EU Ghost goes massive. An opening for TBE and others to creep in. Where are they? Where can they be found? Shifty still up. 7 eliminations, picking up Louis. No!
¡Qué buena!
Another knock from distance!
¡Qué buena, qué buena!
Goodbye and a flare to boot. We're getting Sage back in if we can just get a moment, and there it goes. 4 squads remaining, and look who's got the high ground. It's not Anakin, it's Biffle.
Tiff, so much math behind the scenes, so much money exchanging hands. 3 teams fighting for the final victory. No, make it 4. One still in the water. Flanks fighting Sage. Sage goes down. F-Tac Siege reigns supreme when it comes to water, but we're moving back to land on the next zone. 3 teams left. JUEGO wipes the next one. JUEGO needs this to walk away with a ton of cash, but it's going to be difficult when you've got Shifty on high ground.
Yeah, but they're sitting on double-digit eliminations, vying for that 2x multiplier. And Team Smixy in the distance, flanked and attract. Some have called them the golden thirds, but here they're showing why they are so prevalent, wiping JUEGO. Now, Team Smixy versus Team Biffle, endgame map 6.
A ton of cash on the line. A ton of eliminations in pocket. Shifty grabs another knock. Looking to close this thing out in style, Tiff. 200 points potentially and looming. A 2v2 with high ground positioning, but not a lot of gas mask to boot. They do make it into position to hold ultimate high. This is unbelievable.
I just want to see him style on him. I know one's got the signal 50, but Shifty is down. Biffle, last standing here, keeping an eye out on flanked, not able to necessarily spot them, but as that circle starts to shift, Shifty back up on his feet. Biffle still the south prize, and there he goes. The push on to flanked.
Segunda victoria del equipo de
Biffle. And Biffle, stand up, your winners of map number 6 and a $100,000 World Series of Warzone Global Final Champions.
Team Biffle, go get your trophy. You earned it, and you earned it in style. A massive victory and a ton of points with a ton of cash.
That trophy has been staring at everyone all day, centered in the middle of all of our 150 players. But now it is going to be Biffle and co lifting it.
Tiff, this was unbelievable. An absolute domination from Team Biffle. There were so many people that watched them in the World Series. Stage 1, Stage 2, and they said they couldn't do it. They didn't have the Kim. They were all slayers. No one was willing to do the dirty work. Shifty has had this mark on his name, a chip on his shoulder, and he has proved it on land that he can do it here, he can do it anywhere. Team Biffle are your champions.
Here in the Copper Box Arena, history is made. Shifty, the newest member of the roster alongside Biffle and Sage there. That trophy is hoisted. Congratulations, boys. You just won $100,000.
Muy bueno. Mira, se acabó el torneo, al final ha acabado ganando el equipo de
They've been cheering on our EU all day, but they can see and recognize domination here on main stage. The smiles on their faces, the smiles in the crowd, and you know there's smiles in that pulse check.
Victory it has been for you guys. There was never any doubt from that second game onwards when you got your first victory, but to cap it all off with another is something else entirely. Biffle, given that you guys came second, in fact you with other teammates came second in the World Series of Warzone NA last year, what does it mean to prove yourself against international competition on LAN?
I mean, it's a great feeling. I know I've gotten third, second twice in the World Series, and now I finally got the first place. So I'm super fucking hyped.
London is hyped. You guys are hyped too. What does it mean to have this man as your team captain?
Man, this guy, you know, they took a chance on me. I wasn't an IGL. They told me that's what they needed, and I said, hey, if y'all trust me, I'll switch to it, and I'll do my best. They said, all right, and it's history.
And what does it take to be a natural IGL? Because you clearly are.
Confidence. I got so much confidence in these guys and in myself, and I just told them, man, like the gear's clicking. Once it starts clicking, no other team can keep up with us. And I mean, we showed that today. I told them, bro, we're ending this with that kill. We're not letting them die in the zone. We're gonna land on everybody.
And Sage, for you, you came outside of the top 10 last year in the World Series of Warzone. Why do you think that this team was just unstoppable?
I feel like this team just comes with a lot of confidence and trust. I mean, you have, by everybody in the world, the best gunny in the game, the best player in the game. 2 months into practice with Shifty, the best IGO in the game to steer us. I have my teammates back no matter what. I do whatever I need to do for my teammates to succeed. Right there, I know we had it through. I told my teammates, just keep getting me back. I'm gonna see if I can get any intel for anybody else. I trusted my teammates. That's all it takes. Like these boys, we only had a couple months together, but this is probably by far one of the best teams I've ever played with.
Shifty, say that into the microphone.
I said it's trust. That's all it was, man. Switching from different rosters from stage 1 to stage 2 with very little tournaments and very little practice. All it came down to is our trust.
And you found that trust when you needed it most. However, trust can be broken. And I wonder what you guys are going to be doing with each other in that booth, because we are heading into solo YOLO. Who do you think is going to be taking it?
I got Shifty taking it, honestly. I've been at my thoughts since yesterday. I think Shifty's a good person to take it. I hope he does, and that's it.
To be honest, out of the three of you, my money is on you. I saw you today. You are insane.
Oh, I'll kill him. I'll kill him.
Oh, cool, and I'll have a share of the prize money. All right, $100,000 is on the line after this break. But before then, gentlemen, you're each going to get one of these. London, give it up for your 2023 World Series of Warzone Global Final Champions!
The World Series of Warzone Global Final is here, and so is the Solo YOLO Pack. Drop into the game with the essentials, including the Red Mist XMR Blueprint, the Solo YOLO Chimera Blueprint, animated calling cards, emblems, and more. The pack is available using COD points. Visit the in-game store now. HyperX is the official peripheral partner of Call of Duty. Be sure to link your Twitch or YouTube account with your Activision profile now. Don't miss any of the amazing viewership rewards during the global final, including the chance to win a Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 beta code.
I would probably have to say probably about Breadman, maybe. Very smart player, very smart on his decisions that he makes around the map.
Everyone can win, but I know FIFA is very good in solos. I will bet for him.
I'll say FIFA.
The hell you didn't say yourself?
No, dude, I suck at solos, dude.
I think I'm gonna go with FIFA because he won the last one and he's just a really consistent player.
I think I am because I have to be confident in myself, and I do like solos, and I have been practicing my solo play, and especially the end zones.
I think either FIFA Kill or Breadman, one or the other. Those guys are very good at playing positioning. I think they're two of the top smartest players in the game.
I mean, I hope I win the solo YOLO because that's a big stack of money. But other top contenders for sure. Breadman, he's really good at playing solos. FIFA, of course, won the previous one.
Low-key, I'll have my money on Shifty. He's probably one of the most smartest end-game players. We could probably swindle around. He is really lucky. He does get lucky. He gets out of those mixy spots. I'm pretty sure I could see him winning it.
Listen, it would be wrong if I chose anyone but myself. I'm picking myself for tomorrow. Breadman's winning the solo YOLO.
Attention all Warzone warriors. Gear up for the ultimate Battle Royale experience. The Call of Duty Endowment Bowl, presented by USAA, is back.
Y'all ready to get the stage set?
Get hyped for an elite level of competition. 10 military esports teams representing 3 nations.
Oh, Canada.
Competing for a single trophy.
You love to see it.
It's an all-land showdown. Tune in on October 5th as we drop into Al Mazrah. Squads will clash. Strats will develop. A champ will be crowned. See you in the drop zone. Stay frosty, troops, and level up the life of vets.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Series of Warzone Global Finals presented by Prime Gaming. What a day it has been. 6 games done. Our champion crown Biffle, Shifty, Sage. What a special moment it was for them. You can feel the emotion, but now we've got to break them up. It's solo YOLO time, $100,000 on the line, and only one player out of 150 is going to be earning that paycheck. This is a big moment, and I'm so excited that it's back. I'm Taylor Reflections, I'll be your host, joined by Dream Crazy, Enigma, and Dandro. Solo YOLO. Right, let's talk about it. Dream, let's start off with you, right? Because now and you actually had a chance to watch it last year on the desk. What can we expect from it?
Craziness, right? That's easily my favorite part of the tournament, of course.
Right.
And most anticipated, really. But usually craziness, riot shields, everyone just playing to stay alive, right?
Stay alive.
I mean, last year I remember just seeing Juki's kind of talking to himself, but everyone's just gonna be having a good time, of course, fighting for that top spot. But you gotta play your life.
You gotta play your life. You have to fight hard. Enigma, Sage, basically saying, I give it to Shifty, I think, but I'd kill him anyways if I see him. Well, that'd be fair enough. But Shifty maybe being the favorite to win, who knows? I mean, there's 150 to choose from.
I mean, it's lovely and all, really, the sentiment, isn't it? But all he's doing is offlaying pressure. He doesn't want to deal with any of that himself, because at the end of the day, he wants that 6-figure check for himself.
Sure.
Of course you do. You one map and you walk away with that this afternoon. That is a hell of a way to end your 2023 World Series of Warzone.
It definitely is, man. And Dandro, I know you're not playing today. I mean, definitely you would win everything if you did. How would you go about playing solo YOLO today? For you personally?
I'm bringing out all of the cheesiest things I possibly can, okay? I'm throwing the riot shield on my back. I'm loading up a shotgun with the Dragon's Fire Breath rounds. I'm dropping claymores, proximity mines. I'm just pulling out the dumbest things possible that are in the book. And you think I'm absolutely shooting bodies every single time. Because I feel like at this point, everyone's just relaxed. They got through their 6 maps. They're like, all right, listen, I spent 6 maps not trying to take fights and everything. I'm just taking the fight every single time.
I will say, though, the most important thing that we will see players use that we have seen in the last 2 years is vehicles. Vehicles are going to be super, super important to rotate around the map, but also to use as cover. And we've seen finishes with the vehicles, except for, well, of course, year 1, where scumped with that one, but that was still exciting nonetheless.
I mean, I'm coming in saying straight away, I totally disagree with your point about people being relaxed. Some of these guys will have not even considered some of the points of the first 6 maps. They care far more about this one coming up. They've turned up as a squad here, they've taken part, but this is where you can win $100,000. There's going to be a lot of cheese, a lot of strategies that we haven't seen so far. I'm expecting it to be some pod v pod wars going on as things break down.
Well, let's take a track into the past, right? We've had 3 great winners in the previous, and let's start off with one of the most legendary, King Scump himself winning solo YOLO.
Possibly the greatest clip in all of Warzone history, right? We have Scump, who's able to come up here, and oh my God, was it amazing. It is hard to ever bet against him when he has a gun in his hand in a Call of Duty title.
He's going crazy! Oh my gosh!
All those accolades, and you can see how he's losing his mind, right? $100,000 hits different, and the check cashes no matter what. We were all happy to see Scump, and he was definitely happy himself, jumping around, losing his mind, and honestly, I would be too.
I will say, too, this was actually crazy because I was on the desk as a guest this year, and Alley Cat actually called that Scump was going to win. Yes, so the fact that that happened, and the fact that she called that out, absolutely crazy. It was crazy when they popped the bubbly, too. It was just awesome.
They got the job for a reason. They know what they're talking about. Enigma, let's talk about FIFA, though, winning solo YOLO himself.
Yeah, well, this is one of the reasons why I was so confident coming into today that we're going to do so much, because FIFA flies over to North America and shows that he's capable of hanging with just about anybody. And even in this moment, he essentially comes out of the sky and adapts on the fly, does the situation where he goes and scoops weapons off of bodies, and then uses it to break down these final 2 players and come out on top with Breadman and Jowo there to celebrate.
Oh, look at them hugging it up. I'm sure they'll be doing the same thing if they win today. And now let's round it out with number 3, talking Blade Dream.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of that strategy, right? You mentioned the riot shields, but Blade, he just had this consistent ebb and flow of where he was playing aggressive, he's playing passive, but he was using the vehicle to rotate. And even in the last final moments, he had a 1v1 against Palooka, and he got aggressive, got in his face, and obliterate him. And hey, man, winning that and the trios, $116,000 to his name.
That's a lot of money. $116,000, quite honestly, is life-changing. I don't know what I would do with it. I'd probably buy something dumb and then regret it afterwards. Here's your prize pool. You notice a lot of zeros on there, a lot of zeros for first as well. $100,000 for first. Everybody else, even second, you're walking away with nothing. I guess you could say you got second place in solo YOLO. Maybe that's an accomplishment.
I mean, I feel like if you're the person who wins solo YOLO, it feels great, but I always think about, what if you're that person who comes second and loses that final 1v1?
Terrible.
It can't feel good.
I want last or second place.
I would rather be done last.
Well, okay, either way, you're walking away with 0, the big goose egg, okay, 100,000. It's going to be great. We're getting everything loaded up, but now, D'Angelo, let's actually send it to you once again. You came up with this segment. Let's spin that wheel.
Let's spin the wheel, everybody. If yet again you miss it in the LCQ, we had those wild card maps. We were kind of talking, this is so random, we might as well just put all the names on a wheel and spin it. Well, hey, solo YOLO was a fantastic time to do that while we are here in London for the global final. So let's see, we haven't had anybody from EU yet, and we're sticking with the trade. It is, of course, another North American player in Jackal. So, Enigma, I don't know what we got to do, buddy. We got to figure out something to get an EU player in here.
I mean, wonderful. Look, if there is a person who I'd love to see take that, I mean, Bobble has got a young girl on the way in November. So I think for me, if I'm talking a European player, that's where I'd love to see it end up.
So far, we've got DJ Moss Desmond, Biffle, and Jackal. Biffle looking really strong, especially after his victory. Dream, you haven't had a chance to spin that wheel, so why don't you take a stab at it?
I wish we had like a live one here, you know, but here we go. We're gonna spin that reel and then it's off. All right, who's it gonna land on? Is it gonna land on maybe a global expansion team flavor? Maybe for Enigma and EU one, but hey, Mexico surprised us today. Maybe we'll get one of them. Maybe we'll get the Ecuadorian king.
Specifically, Rocket, you finally, it was you, the magic sauce we needed, right? Well done. So Rocket, who knows, they win it. Honestly, I mean, it is totally random. I mean, out there, used a collective mind. Let us know who you think is going to be taking it. Twitch, also get involved as well. See who it is. I mean, 150 players to choose from. It is what it is. I know we're about to be getting into that solo YOLO. Does anybody want to be brave enough to make their own prediction?
I tell you what, I feel like it's got to come from someone who's got a brilliant mind for the game. So you're talking perhaps your FIFA kills, your Tommies, those kind of people that are known for their ability to adapt to unfolding situations. Solo YOLO is one of the most unpredictable things that we will ever see in competitive history of anything. And I think that these kind of players are just very good at just pivoting on the fly. And at the end of the day, that overslaying is what you want when you've only got one life.
All right.
I usually always say Breadman every single year.
Yeah.
I don't know, because he's so chill. He's got the chillest comms. But honestly, Juki's. He's always finds himself in those top spots. He's calm when he's playing. And I mean, sometimes he's singing to himself. It's always a good time. So I'm going to say he's going to take it.
Okay.
And listen, I don't go against the wheel. The first spin landed on DJ Moss. I'm picking DJ Moss, baby.
DJ Moss.
He's going all the way. I can feel it in my bones.
I'm going to be honest with you. For me, I'm probably going FIFA kill. His energy's been palpable. He wants to hype up that crowd, and a big victory here would mean a lot, not only to him, but also to the EU crowd. We're getting loaded up in that solo YOLO. Before we do, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, $100,000 will be earned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Series of Warzone Global Finals presented by Prime Gaming. Solo YOLO is nearly underway. I promise you that lobby is about to get started. Until it does, we've got some loose ends to tie up, like our standings from today and all that money that was earned from all 150 players. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, your host, joined by Dream Crazy, Enigma, and Dandro. And here we go, right? Biffle, Sage, Shifty taking it all with 218 points. I mean, talk about dominating, Dandro.
I mean, we kind of were looking, and we were saying even before this event started, one of our big worries was, what if one team just kind of comes out the gate swinging, and by the time we get to the last map, we kind of already know what's going to happen? And well, that's exactly what this squad did. I knew from the very map one, I was keeping an eye on it. We had that graphic in the top right, which was like total kills, total elims, right? And they were at the top of the entire map. So I'm not surprised to see that's how they started the day. They're ending the day at the top of the leaderboard.
And Ahsoka in second place, that's got to feel good. I know it hurts, it's bittersweet, but second place is still something to take away for Global Finals.
Yeah, but I also wanted to point out just the fact, again, that Juki's team had like literally jumped up from 46 to potentially earning nothing, because, right, you only earn something if you're top 25, and then they took 10th. Okay, so I took 10th. The screen did flip, so I'm just letting you know. They were in 10th place, guys.
All right, they're in 10th place. I believe you, I trust you. We go down and...
$10,000 from nothing is crazy.
And Enigma, here's our bubble teams at 21st place. I think walks away with nothing.
That's tough. I mean, I'm looking at some of the squads there. You're talking, for example, your Savvy Ultras team.
That's right.
You know, they come out as your World Series of Warzone winners in Europe last year. It's definitely not been the afternoon for them. They've got a ridiculously good fan base. They spoke about bringing it home for Italy. Unfortunately, not their afternoon, but I fully expect them to bounce on back. A couple of other squads for us over on the European side, a couple of Spanish sides, and your French teams as well in that lineup. So, unfortunately, just falling short on the day.
And I don't know if I'm going to continue to say names. We go down the list, 31st through 40th. One thing that I do want to say, though, for any team that made it here to be top 50 in the world when it comes to World Series of Warzone, it is truly a remarkable and special thing. You go back to stage 1 qualifiers at the very beginning, and even stage 2 open qualifiers. You had everybody in the world who was interested. It was free to play, free 99, the best price out there, right? Get involved and try and compete, try and qualify for stage 2 to move forward into the stage 2, stage 1 finals, and then ultimately LCQ. It wasn't an easy route to get to this point. It's been a harrowing journey, and the teams that made it here truly had to go through the gauntlet, Enigma.
Yeah, 100%. You are looking at the 50 best teams in the world. You can put that forever. You are a part of history. This is the biggest event in terms of player base on one stage ever done. So it's, again, a massive congratulations to the teams that have managed to make it here, especially those as well from the expansion regions that have managed to qualify and carry entire regions on their back.
That's right.
I think that very much so every player can be very proud of themselves today.
Absolutely be proud of yourself. This was a truly remarkable event with so much going down and so much taking place. You know, I got to say, though, you mentioned half, and I want to go back to that word, half. We got a stat from our good man, Shawnee. It's been a minute of pointing out, all right, when it came down to the practice round, right, the scrim for Solo YOLO, because we ran a practice in here, maybe even a couple of them. The stat was half of the lobby was using the riot shield. And I know that makes you cringe. Oh, the riot shield. I hate going against them myself. Half the lobby is using riot shield. Dream, it's cheesy, but I mean, it's $100,000. Like, that's the thing. People criticize using, you know, riot shields and all this thing, but it's like, yo, if you have a chance to win $100,000, you
gotta use it. You have to use it. Yeah, and that's crazy because I just even remember when streaks were introduced into anything competitive Call of Duty. Way back at Black Ops 2, right? Yep. Like, everyone was like, what is this, right? But like, it's something we have adjusted to, something we have adapted to, and year 3 for Solo YOLO, we're gonna see it again.
I remember Puckett tweeting that because everybody's like, Black Ops 2, one of the best games out there, yeah, and then Puckett was like, remember, we had dual cap 40s then too, so that was something to consider. But it was, you know, that's where I started my career, and it's always great.
I do want to mention something, though. We did just watch that clip of Scump. Scump won that Solo YOLO without using a riot shield.
I'm
so
just the king
I think
for a
that's
reason.
like I think that's the with caveat, the asterisk there is like, yeah, it's Scump with a weapon in a Call of Duty game, so maybe there's a little bit extra going on.
Well,
but didn't have to use a riot shield to win.
Well, Blade, FIFA.
But yeah, they had vehicles. They did have vehicles, though, right? Like, Scump was utilizing Jeeps. Like, we saw FIFA doing the same, Juki's too doing the same. Who's still, again, like, it's just super, super important. You need it to move, you need it to rotate, and you need it for cover.
I call it back to something that I think it was eBay said in a recent interview where they were talking, you know, they were saying, oh, is it Signal 50? Is this the big cheese? And he said, no, there's actually something even worse out there. So I'm wondering what it is that they found.
Oh, he didn't tell you?
Coming out. No, they didn't tell us, but whatever it is, I